Hi, hello. We don't really have time to sit and wait for the ads to pass by. So we're kind of just going into it. Hi, hello. How are you? Hi, it is I. You're so popsicle ghost. Slushy ghosty. Hi. If you were here earlier. No, you weren't. Hehe. Did that. Oh, not my roses. I don't want to use my roses. That one's fine. We have an hour for capitalism. What that means is I'm gonna sell a fuck ton of flowers. We're gonna sway the market, guys. How are we gonna do that? By making it seem like if you don't bring your data fucking present, you're kind of an ass. Cause capitalism. And today is the great big ball. I'm not lit. Hi. Hi, Zane. Hello. Oh, God, I don't have any wool. Do I have wool? I'm a popsicle. Can't you tell? I'm a popsicle. I've always been a popsicle. Why are you so surprised? Listen, we're staying cool today. Yeah, I'm a popsicle. Are. Ah, yeah, bye. Also, Ghosty has new glasses right now. That are they're kind of adjusting to the new prescription. If you randomly see me have to, like, if you see my eyes lose tracking, which I know, those beautiful eyes, how are they? It's just that. Methinks Slushcraft has a broken. Define broken. If broken means, you know, people were TPing cross dimensions again, it's not broken. You guys are just kind of straining the server a little bit too hard. Come on. Oh, okay. What it might be is someone had the area claimed and they unclaimed it, and now it's kind of bugged out. I know that's a problem with that mod pack sometimes. Or like that specific mod. Ugh, we don't have any wool. String. I'm gonna yoink a lot of this string. I did sleep. I did. I slept until 12. So I got up like an hour ago. I have soup. Before anyone says anything, I have soup. Got it! Hi, Lynx. How are you? Hello. I hope you're doing well. What time did I go to bed yesterday? I don't know. Oh, thank you, Zephyr. Sorry, I was in a rush to capitalism, I forgot. Not claims bug, I underspawn. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You're good, you're good. Yeah, I was wondering, I'm like, how is it bugged? I checked the logs. I was there not too long ago. How the fuck? Okay, that makes sense. Dude, I need copious amounts of string. Okay, we're in our capitalism era, right? Because I can make these, and these can be put on like walls like that, and it's super cute, right? So I'm trying to sell a lot of things right now. Oh, hi, Raccoon. I hope you're doing well. Hi. Hi, hello. Oh, this one in the middle. Surprised you made it on time? What do you mean I made it on time? Of course I'd make it on time. Oh, did people think I was gonna sleep through? Did people think I was gonna sleep through the, like, my alarm for today? I was making bets? No. Here's the thing, I don't need that much sleep. How to make a little stand? Table. How me make this? Andesite alloy? Okay, let's make that. Thank you for the nuggie. Hi, Hyper. Okay. We're gonna try to make bank today. You know, all this love is going around on the server. We're gonna take advantage of it. I see a goober. Boop. Yeah. My twin is obnoxious on April Fools. Kato? What Kato do? What the Kato doing? Oh. I see it. Fucking Kato. He does it every year. He's done it every fucking year that, like, I just stop paying attention to it. Hold on, I'm gonna borrow these for today. We're borrowing these. Yeah, he keeps getting worse and worse every year. That's Kato. Also, hi, Lady Ace. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Okay. Lovely. Okay. My bouquet. No, I feel that. College was so boring when I was in there. It's the same repetitive thing over and over again. I get it. I don't know if that... Okay, I have a quick date question for you guys. I'm not actually going on a date. I meant an RP, okay? I'm going on a date with Magnolia, right? Which of these three things should I give her? Should I give her a bouquet? A rose crown? A heart? I feel like the heart is cuter. Rose crown? Oh, I do actually work with her model too. No, you're right. You're right. Thank you, Wingman. Thank you. My chair. Magnolia being... Yes, Magnolia being Wallow. Wallow's character is my date to the ball today. Hold on. I wonder if she ever found that island. I don't know. I haven't kept up with that in a bit. I think a lot of us have been busy with other things. I've been trying to drag her into more like our peace stuff. I'm a popsicle, Stoopy. I'm not ahead. Oh shit! I forgot I have like little rings. I'm sorry to call you Stoopy. It's been a thing I've been saying a lot recently. I'm so sorry. I've been saying Stoopy so much recently. I don't know why. I had so much luck on me because I put all of them. I can put all of them on me at once. Da, 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 da. No, I have a bad feeling about it too. I have a really bad feeling about the ball as well. Trust me. I don't know anything, but I'm like, I don't know. His luminancy, and you know, Lady Ron are gonna be there, and I'm pretty sure they're going on a date, or like they're gonna go together. Concerned. Also, I have a fuck ton of shulker boxes now, aka I have infinite storage. Trust me, I know a lot about balls. Oh my god, I knew someone was gonna make the damn joke. Yeah, there's a fancy ball happening today in the SMP. Lamp. Where are my lamp? I want a pretty lamp. I need pretty decorations to you know, get customers to come over. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh boy. Maybe check my terms and conditions. My first message in chat. You would know I'm a white way. The joke guy. Oh, widowy, the joke guy. Oh, I'm like, wide away? The fuck is wide away? Yeah, I have ender sticks. Ender rods. So. Okay, hold on. I'm too pigeon. Hold on, try this again. Pigeon to all. Have a date tonight. Need a last minute present for your date. Look no further than Sumire's Prezi pop-up shop. Look no further than Sumire's Prezi pop-up shop. Located in the atelier in front of their their jewelry shop. Only here for the next 30. No. for the next hour. I will now sit here and talk to chat. Hello.
Is this where you could buy the... Oh.
Yes, I have many wares.
Can I... How much for the heart?
1 silver.
I will take 4.
Huh? Hello. There you go, good sir. May your dates be happy with their hearts.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you for shopping with us.
Let me buy 1 more.
Oh.
It's not the... I'm just going with friends, and I thought it would be nice if I give them all each one.
Oh, that would be really cute. Friendship is very important.
Yes, yes. Thank you, though. By the way, what is this?
That is a flower crown. You put it in exchange of your helmet, and it looks very pretty on you. I will say if you have Figura skin, it does not work. Like, if you have very heavy Figura skins, it will not work.
Luckily for me, I don't. How much for that one?
As well, 1 silver. I am merely here to help people's dates go well. Or some string if you have string.
I don't have string on me, but I will bring you the string when I am back.
In that case, put that silver away. Hi, Triage.
No, that's for you. Take it as a tip for doing
thank
something
you.
like this.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll be back with the string.
Match made. Oh, platonic match made. This is so stupid. Yeah, I'm hoping it brings me back string because I can make wool with it. I can make wool with it and make more. Hi Triage. Among Us didn't do horsemen like for April Fools like they do every year. It's the year of the horse this time. They reverted the game into... Oh! Slushy, I had the weirdest stream last night. You were human. I was human? I thought I was an elf. And a ghost. When the fuck did I become human? When you were streaming, thank goodness, now I'm awake. You're your normal popsicle self. I am. This is my normal form. I am Popsicle. I am Popsicle role-playing Moth. You get the joke. Yeah, I know. I'm being a little shit. Oh, if that's who I think that is, I think I took all the string from Solon. I'll do another notice in a bit. I don't want to spam the chat with too many like notices. So like at 3, so in like 20 minutes, I'll be like, reminder. A reminder, Sumire's the present for date shop is open. Oh, hello. Thank you. This pleases me.
That's all I had. I'm sorry.
That is okay. I will take it. I have to make more hearts. I will be at the ball. I just decided people might need help with dates or platonic friends.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic.
If you see anyone who has a date, please be sure to spread the word. I will be here for an hour only.
I will let them know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. See you at the ball.
Goodbye. Lamp. I am the wingman everyone needs. Okay, I need to make more hearts. I don't need more flower crowns. I think I need more hearts. Unless I get like a massive fucking influx of people. In which case, I'll start like exchanging, I'll start exchanging, like items for the material goods we need. I'd 100% hire you to move. Yeah! Match made! Bro, I'm such a little matchmaker. My jewelry shop has become so fucking popular right now. Ever since that one wedding happened, oh, business has been booming. Everyone on the server has gone, as I call it, horny. And now everyone wants to date. Good for business, good for business. Very good for business. Yes. Make more. Boom. Boom. I need to make more. I wasn't expecting him to buy me out of all of my hearts. I'll be so for real. I wasn't expecting such a big order right off the bat. I was like, oh, I have some time. I was like, I have some time. This works. I don't know. Ever since I found out about all the roleplay stuff here, like the cute date roleplay stuff, bro, I've been running with it. I have been running with it. This will go there. If I forget where that is, can someone remind me that I put it there? Last night, dude, I could not find anything. I was like, where the fuck are all my items? Where are my items? I do have chorus fruit. I forgot what I wanted chorus fruit for, though. Oh, yeah, but the flight charm, that doesn't work. Right. Thank you. How much is for advice? I got a sewing kit, so I'm sure I got some string. I'll take all the string you got. I'll take all the string you got. I remember I got a gong, but I don't know where my gong went. As someone who's watching VOD before stream, it's just like, I watch this stuff. I just watched this stuff. Dude, I was on for so long yesterday. Oh, I should make a sign in case I'm not in the counter when people pass by. What was I gonna do again? I was gonna make a sign. I was also gonna make shears. I'm gonna quickly shear one of Magnolia's sheep. Because me thinks it'll grow back before they even get back. Oh, I already made shears. Okay. I'm looking for some glow ink. See, originally I was gonna do this at the front of the ballroom area. But then I was like, bro, that'd be so rude to my date. I was like, it's not an actual date, but it'd be so rude if, like, you know, someone's date was just like, oh, hold on, sweetie. I gotta make bank first. Fuck, I forgot how finicky this thing is. Oh, you know what I could have done instead of doing that? Instead of doing that, I could have just done this. Please pigeon me if I'm not here. Welcome back, Ghosty. How was the short break? It was good. I got good EP. I got very good EP. For people worried I didn't get any sleep. Oh, anyways, for people worried that I didn't get any sleep, I did EP. I slept until like midday. I know sheep grow their wool fucking fast. I'm gonna if I need to, I will pay her. But this is for love. This is for love. I must. Do I have a sign on me? I'll take a sign. I'm gonna put a sign up. That's like, hey, I sheared your sheep for the name of love. Can I please? Can I pay you back? They'll grow it back. Can I just pay you back, though? Hello. I'm off. Shear ship. In name of love. Please let me know if I can pay you. Okay. At least I have the decency to leave a note behind, okay? That's more decency than some people. The hearts are... I wasn't expecting the hearts to be so popular, you know? Oh, there they go. I think people are, like, getting ready for their stuff first. It's been a slow day. A slow day. We had one good sell. I made little gold rings. I might need more flower crowns, maybe. Oh, I see. This is just for capitalism. Carry on, good ghost. Thank you, thank you. It is for the sake of love. Not my love, but people's love. But how's chat today? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're all doing very well for yourselves. I wanted to make chocolate, but... What if I ask the Umas? I'm down to split funds with them if they have chocolate. I have an idea for you, Slushy. What's up? Is Mary on? Fuck, there's no Mary. See, I feel like this will start picking up as well as people actually log on. There's not too many people on, but as it approaches closer to the ball. Turn off light, it was such a sweet time. Next year, have 2 models, 1 palette swapped to blue, the other red. What? Oh, Also, you guys gotta also keep in mind, Slushy's running on like low fuel in their brain right now. Oh, I see. I see. Never mind. I understand now. Sorry. I'm so fucking dumb right now. Moth is running on low energy. No, it's more like I can't fucking read. Hello there.
Hello there, Sumire.
Follow me real fast if you don't mind.
All right.
Do you have a date for the ball today?
As it happens, I actually have two.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Would you like, do you need a present for the ball tonight? It's not, it's kind of rude to show up empty-handed to your date.
Oh. I wouldn't mind getting them both gifts.
Yes, feel free to peruse my wares, but have it be known, this golden ring provides luckiness.
Well, I feel like if I provided a ring to either of them, I might be seeing myself in a coffin soon.
Oh. Oh, who's your date, if I may ask?
I'm going with, Mushy and Mary.
Oh. Yes, I'm guilt tripping them into buying stuff. Oh, I see. My two Umas. Are you the mediator so they don't murder each other?
I don't imagine I am, but now I don't imagine I'm not.
Oh, I see. I apologize. Anyways, would you like to purchase a ware for the date tonight?
Let me see.
How
much would a bouquet be?
1 silver. Everything on this table is 1 silver. The gold rings, unfortunately, I will have to make 5 silver.
You know, I'll take 2 bouquets. My apologies. Would you wouldn't happen to have a spare copper?
I got you. There you go, good sir.
Well,
a fine choice, though. 2 bouquets for 2 lovely ladies. Hello there. Oh, P.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, I see you're visiting the gym.
Yes. Well, it's embarrassing, but there was a witch, and I kind of accepted a strength potion from her, and it seemed to.
This is what they call swole.
Yeah, it lasts for. There's another 12 hours on it on the.
Oh.
Are you going to be alright?
Until it wears off.
There you are.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy your date tonight.
Thank you very much. What are you?
Oh,
sorry. I was just opening a bunch of creepy presents.
There's yours.
Do you want a chocolate heart?
If you know anyone else with a date, be sure to lead them here. I will only be here for the next hour.
Oh, that's so cute. Right.
I am setting people up with presents for their dates tonight.
Oh, that's so fun.
Cool.
Then I'm going to go make sure that everything's going on so far.
Yes, yes. Good luck with your date tonight. Goodbye.
There's way more romance around here than I thought there.
There has been a lot more romance ever since the wedding happened. It's like everyone's been infected.
I think everybody just kind of realized that, oh, that's something that we can do.
Yes. I've been selling so many rings recently.
Whoa,
and now that the date is now that the ball is happening, I'm selling presents.
Yeah.
I hope you make so much money.
I have made quite a bit of bank, actually. Hello, Sir Niall. Got a date for the ball tonight?
Oh my
Captain
God,
Crocodile.
Oh, you turned around. You're what they call caked up.
Oh.
I am.
I apologize for looking back there. It was just so mesmerizing.
It's all good. It's all good. I accepted an elixir of strength from a witch, and
oh, I see.
this happened.
Hopefully it doesn't have any side effects.
I hope not. I hope not.
I mean, your voice is deeper.
Hopefully that'll pass. Hopefully that'll pass.
But Sir Lyle, welcome to Sumire's Prezi pop-up shop. I am here for all your last-minute date needs.
Last-minute date needs?
Yes, it's quite rude to show up to a date empty-handed. I know there are several dates happening for the ball.
Let's say I have very few experience with dates.
Ah, yes, it is quite rude to show up without a present.
I see. Well, what present should I bring?
Depends. Does your date like flowers? Things that they can put on a wall? Do they like having luck?
I would assume she likes flowers. She has a bunch planted around her house.
Ah, I see. You can either hand her a bouquet or a flower crown from my shop.
I see. Bouquet or flower crown?
If it helps, they're both 1 silver.
Yes, but I'm trying to figure out which one she would enjoy more. She does have antlers, so the flower crown might be hard to put on.
Ah, that is true. I would suggest the bouquet then.
What if the flower crown looks really good? Flower crowns are cute. And she loves nature. Maybe she does want to wear it. It's very dear girl coded.
It is. These have a little knot in the back that you can untie to tie around her head instead.
Oh, perfect. She does already have a little plant growing on one of her horns. So.
Oh, that's cute. More flowers to accompany the little flower. Capitalism.
Well, that makes sense to me. You said 1 silver?
1 silver, yes.
My wallet is broken.
Yeah. There you go, good sir.
Here, a silver for the flower crown and an extra 1 for the advice.
Oh, thank you. On the off chance it does not seem to work on her, you may exchange it for a bouquet.
I see, okay.
Yes, I offer exchanges. Let people know that you bought it from here! Another successful guilt trip. I mean sale. Muff. I look so short in this chair because it's not sitting me properly. I'm stuck now. It says a vindicator popped up. Where's the... I can't do shit about that one. I guess they're just gonna fucking sit there, huh? I like how this tree doesn't get anything spawning in it anymore. But this one still does. Here. Here's what we're gonna do. I'll start adding some. Here, I'll start adding these. Ooh, it appears my pickaxe is much too strong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, yeah, I too enjoy guilt. I mean, peddling. I mean, offering our wares to humble customers. You make it sound so much worse than it is. I'm just trying to make sure people's dates go well. 3, 4, 5. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just trying to make sure people's dates go well. Oh boy. My pickaxe is too good for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How tall am I canonically? I'm 5'6". I just use my normal height. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm just average height. But some people make it seem like I'm the shortest person alive. And I'm like, I'm really not. Mm-hmm. 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, I'm literally just average height. That's it. Average height ghost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hey, hey, what have you got now? Put that there. Also, hi, Drago. I'm so sorry, I keep fucking up people's names. 2, 3, 4, 5. My mother's the same height. No, my mother's shorter. See, my mama ghost is 5'2" or 5'3". I forget exactly the like actual one, but mama ghost is a lot shorter than me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Papa ghost is like 5'5". I accidentally stumbled into slush lore. Oh, you typed moth. Sorry, that says mother. That said mother, and I'm like, I mean, my mom's a little like, you know, I guess. 3, 4, 5. My bad. Two, 3, 4, 5. Gotta lose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But yes, my mouth is the same height, yes. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm trying to like just do little clicks because I'm scared of it breaking everything. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got these frog lights from the Nether yesterday when I went with Crunch. 4, 5. And there isn't anything you could have said or done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Da da da. Put that there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, Sumire.
Oh, hello.
Get myself.
Whoa!
Yo!
All good, man. All good.
I continue to place lamp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More lamp. More lamp. Lamp. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you need help with Operation Lamp?
I'm okay for now. This is all the frog lights I have right now.
Okay.
Yes, her ladiness is very picky.
I see. Yeah, you gotta do it in a
Yes.
certain manner.
No, they want very specific lamps.
Oh.
It's why it's only been redstone and frog lights.
Oh, I see.
I am quite tired of the Nether now.
On my next expedition, I'll be on the lookout for these if you want
I
to
would
make it easier for you.
appreciate it.
Okay,
My
sounds good.
wings
Next
kind
time
of
I go
dry
in.
up in the Nether, so I don't really like going in there.
No, that's understandable. I sometimes I get lost in there and then I can't find the portal, so I have to travel like
Yeah.
a bunch of blocks. But yeah, next time I'm in there, I'll just these ones, right? Okay, I'll pick up these.
Yes, please do. Her
got it, and
ladiness
then
stopped providing me with items for the project, so it's been all me.
Oh dear. No,
Oh, and
yeah,
Crunch.
If you want, yeah, I'll go do that. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
welcome.
Moth would appreciate it.
No problem. I'll bring it to you.
Thank you. Her ladyship did stop giving me fucking frog lights and lanterns. I've been doing the best with what I was given, but I do not have much anymore. Yet they want me to light up an entire fucking town. Dude, every time someone complains about the monsters, I'm kind of just like, bro, I'm working on it. I don't have much. No one gives me anything. Confirm Slushy has ADHD. I do have ADHD. I have crippling ADHD. It's why I have not finished this damn project either. Because... okay, I was given this project maybe like 3 days into the server opening. Number one, the main reason I have not finished is because, you know, I've been trying to get all the items alone, like all the materials and shit. Number two, I have crippling ADHD, and when someone goes, "Hey, Sumire, you want to go on an adventure?" I go, "Okay." And then I'm stupid and I never finish. Do I have more? I think I don't have any more. Yeah, like if she let me just use glowstone, I would be very happy.
The way. Should I lead the way? What about the Uma Cafe?
I would love to go to the Uma Cafe. Actually, I haven't been.
I gotta go stand on my shop. It is now 3, so I'm gonna send another pigeon.
It says right click on it, but I don't think that's what it does. Oh no.
Yeah, me as well.
Last minute presents for your ball date. Be sure to stop by.
Hey.
Give me 1 second, I'm typing, give me 1 second.
No, take your time. Well, take half your time. That is a strange way of saying it, but like...
Hey guys, do any of you know how to close love letters? Also, I'm taking that...
Welcome to the last minute present date shop. That is something you can put on your wall. Yes, that'll be 1 silver.
I'm not so last minute or anything. It's just I'm in a rocky place right now, man.
You might want to, if it doesn't work because of whatever reason, you can exchange it for a bouquet.
Thanks. Thank you.
So,
thank you for your business.
I don't know if somebody said that the wedding is moved for in like 15 minutes now.
15? 1 5?
15.
So I figured it out.
It was moved half an hour away.
Sorry, there's a wedding in 15 minutes. Did you know?
Oh yeah, there is a wedding in 15 minutes.
Due to God changing
right-click
the
the
time,
love
due to
envelope, and then I'll have a
ball
plus
being
plus
a
with the
thing.
love letter on the
Anyway.
top, and then the note on the bottom on the left.
I see.
And then it'll turn into love letter. Yes.
Or if you have one, do you want to do that?
Yeah, it is pretty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can be a ring bearer again.
I don't have a note.
Okay, thank you. Cool.
I would need the rings.
Both of us will give you that before.
Yes,
before the
sir.
thing. So that way we're okay. Cool. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no worries. You're good. You're good.
I thought I had
I'll
45
be back.
minutes.
Thank
I have
you
like
so much.
15, and I didn't.
Do you
write my
mind if I bring my
vows.
pop-up shop to the wedding?
No.
Okay, lit.
Cool.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah, it's still at the
Thea!
same place / venue. I'm not just sure about
Yes.
anything else.
Do you
So
have a
everything
date
is
for
fine,
the
Thea,
ball,
don't you worry.
Thea?
Yes, I do have a date for the ball.
I don't know if your mothers have told you this, but it is quite rude to show up to your date without a present.
Oh.
Would you like to purchase some of my wares?
This shit sucks.
Yeah,
Wait,
I know.
I kind of like this one. Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
That was very.
I worked really
mean. You're
hard
so
on
right.
it, but okay.
I apologize. What would you do for this? Honestly, I would like the flower crown. This one, yes.
Oh yes, that'll be 1 silver.
Sumire, that's really cheap. I'm giving you a gold.
Oh, okay. Listen, I'm just trying to help people out who forgot their presents, man.
Wait, did you get the money? I just threw it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Thank you, Thea.
Thank you. That'll really help. It'll make Crunch look better because he looks like shit.
Oh. Oh, may God help Crunch. May God help Crunch. Have you had a second date yet? Wait, with who? With her? I'm not dating her anymore. What's this about wedding rings? There's gonna be a wedding in 15 minutes. Oh boy. Wait, where's the ball? I need to eat my soup. We're gonna eat my soup.
Sumire, I'd like to buy another.
Another rose crown?
No, I want maybe, honestly. Do you think the heart is better?
I
Or
think
maybe
the heart is nice. It's a
flowers?
memory you can keep.
That is, yeah, that's, what do you mean a memory?
Let me show you. Hold on.
I have memories in my brain. What is a heart gonna do for me?
You can
How does it
do
work?
yeah.
Oh, cute.
Yes, it looks quite nice on your wall.
Oh, I like that actually. I'm taking this.
Yes, yes. I mean, you gave me a whole gold. You can just take it with you. It's fine.
That is true. And then give me the bouquet. Yes.
Yes, Miss Snapple baby. There you go.
Yes, I want it all.
Yes, you may have what you please.
Oh, yes. Very good. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wait, what the fuck is this? This is a ring?
Oh, what? Oh, did I give you a ring on
What's the ring
accident?
do? No. Is this a ring?
Oh, it gives you
thing?
plus
Oh,
one
fuck.
luck.
Apologies. Oh, jeez. No, I don't need that. No.
That is fine.
Goodbye.
I like we're both like, yes. Yes, dear Nepo baby. God say they have no chance of saving Crunch. They ask you to direct your prayers to somewhere else. Fuck, dude. It's so Jover for Crunch. Bro, she caught me with food in my mouth. I made, the Nepo baby is going on a date with Crunch. Well, more like, not a date. More like she forcibly made him go on a date with her. Because no one was accepting her invitation to the dance. Because she is too damn short. And no one wants to be put on the list. May the big lump help Crunch. And hi, Slushie. I'm doing great. I'm so good. I'm not as tired as people would think I was. Like, I know a lot of people probably think I'm tired and shit from staying up so late last night. I'm good. I have so much energy right now. I am eating ramen noodles right now. I'm eating ramen noodles. So I'm sorry if you hear slurping. I'm glad he allowed me to move my pop-up shop over there.
That sounds good to me. I'll be down.
Send a pigeon to Mushy if you need the Umas. If you have a love letter for my wife, please stick it up your booty cheeks. Oh. Oh, what a message. Is Miss Mushy in there?
She's upstairs. She's preparing at the moment.
Ah, I see. I was gonna ask them if they had chocolate. I wanted to do a business deal together.
I would wait a little bit on that.
That is fair, thank you.
There.
Am I
I
shorter?
just got a large order for chocolate that's quite daunting.
Out of curiosity, am I shorter to you?
Shorter. I can't seem to notice a difference myself.
Okay,
Why?
thank you. It appears in my eyes I feel a little bit shorter than normal.
Perhaps I'm a bit taller.
Oh, maybe. Mayhaps. Maybe you are just tall. Yeah, and we had this
Hard
bug.
to say.
But thank you.
Of course.
We had this bug happen to us like a while back as well, where I just seemed shorter. But I think it might actually just be him. I think he might just actually have made his model taller. Dude, people doing that trip me up, I swear. People who do their models like slightly taller fucking trip me out because I'm like, am I short or are you just tall? You had garlic steak? Lucky ass. Me. I'm Zephyr and I can afford steak. You know what I really want to get? I really want to get a McMuffin. I don't know. I really want a McMuffin. It just seems tasty. Like, I don't give a shit about McDonald's, but McDonald's breakfast. Oh boy. I do the funny bit of go broke for streamer when I have no job. That is me when I get you. Okay, I guess we pack up shop. We've sold quite a few things, honestly. Quite a few. And we got 1 gold. Okay, I think it's time to pack up. Oh, I have a bunch of these. I can do this. Hold on. I can do this. Hold on. Check them out there. Lost in the words that they say. You don't wanna do this anymore. Because I was gonna say, how am I gonna figure out which one is my like date stuff and which one is my not date stuff? But I figured it out. We do that. We do that, and well, bam. Well, bam, colors. Entrepreneur. Fuck. I hate myself. I can't talk. Ugh. Entrepreneur. Sometimes I wish I could just talk, man. I know some people think it's cute, but sometimes I just wish I could talk. Entrepreneur. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, thank you. Like, sometimes it just sucks ass to not be able to speak. Thank you guys for not making fun of me for it. I appreciate it. Oh, there's quite a bit of lag. I think people are logging on right now. Oh my god, my little outfit. I haven't shown you guys my little outfit, have I?
Hello?
Hold on.
Nope. I'm so sorry.
Oh, hello. How can I help you, Miss Suckin?
I've come to buy another flower crown. I've
I
come
see.
to the realization that matching would be cute.
Here you go.
And another, what is it, silver coin?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You are
you.
saving my butt. Now, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
On a scale of would you forgive me to it would be really funny, how would you feel if you had a partner that was possibly cheating on you and they made a whole grand gesture to make it show that they love you and only you, and after like you had gotten like worked to they proposed to you and then they gave you the person you thought they were cheating on you with bathwater? How would you feel about that?
That was a lot.
Yeah, but
I feel like it would confuse me enough to say yes to you.
okay, but like how funny would it be and how much would you be mad at me?
Decently funny. I might still stab you.
I do like being stabbed, so it's okay.
As long as you're into it.
Oh, I'm into anything, at least once. Thank you, though. I'll go ask other people just to
Yeah,
make sure.
yeah, no worries. Moth has been around this world for too long. Anyways, back to showing you guys my... That's my dress designer, everybody. That's my dress designer. Hold on. Yep. That's my dress designer for tonight. Yep. W dress designer. I look great. Look, my hands are cleaned out for the occasion. I look cute. I'm cute. I will say she took off my little moth fluff, and I was kind of like, fuck my moth fluff, but I also don't want to bother her to fix it. But I look cute. I look so cute though. W dress indeed. I love it. It's so cute. It is a masquerade ball, by the way. Paper faces on parade. Parade. Oh, hi, Duber.
Oh, hello.
Duber, are you going on a date with anyone?
No.
Oh, would you like something for yourself?
Eh. You see, Duber forgot to ask for a date. Duber might have.
Oh.
Duber might have.
Prom night with the boys.
Yeah.
Here, this one's on the house, buddy.
We're gonna chunk the punch bowl.
Duber's been busy tailoring outfits for people that
you're
Duber,
a black market and a tailor.
Duber kind of forgot.
Oh, Duber.
Duber didn't get the time to ask.
Duber, no.
It's alright, Duber. Prom night with the boys welcomes you.
Oh boy, Duber.
Duber's like the equivalent
soul
of
gem?
have
Or
a
something
soul
I could
gem.
pick up my cow with and transport it places without
I have
getting
a
sold.
soul gem.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love you, Esno, I
What
love
the
you, I love
fuck?
you, I love you, I will make out with you.
Literally hands her one.
Thank you.
Gets ignored.
I guess I'll just fucking throw myself off a building, huh?
Oh god. Ugh, I need to pack up. There's a wedding happening. I gotta move.
Wait, Sumire, are there any do you have any gifts? It's not for like a date or anything. It's just that Neri's being initiated into Salen, so I wanted to get them something to commemorate it.
Oh.
I mean, I have a bouquet.
They also recently. Okay, that might be a little too.
Hey, I think giving offering people a bouquet as a congratulations is a good idea.
I'm not sure.
Would it be
I'll
wrong
trust
if
you.
Duber goes into the wedding and asks people if they have looking for dates?
No. I think that's a great idea, Duber. You should definitely.
You know, love will be in the air during the wedding.
Yes,
sure, you know,
yes.
I'll take a bouquet then.
It
I'll
seems
take
like a really fucked up thing to do. I'm not gonna.
No,
you're
Duber. It's a great
sure-
idea.
Let's go. No, Duber. You're what they call picking up scraps. It's a very fun practice.
I am ready. I am
Oh.
I am ready.
Thea, I believe you may have picked up a bouquet for them.
Oh, apologies. I'm such a dumb broad. There you are.
Oh.
Thank you.
That's a new vocabulary.
That's That's
Yes.
Duber has
That's
been
what I was
given
called yesterday.
suggestions.
Yes.
Who called you that yesterday?
Oh, Lucian Lie. Yes.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Oh.
Dumb broad. Yes.
Duber's been
She said
giving
it was good.
advice to pick up ladies at the wedding.
Yes.
Duber, I
Go
really
pick up all the
believe you,
bitches
yes.
at the wedding.
I hope you get to
Oh.
every bitches. Yes.
Duber don't know if that's gonna work, but
Duber, I feel like as long as you bust it down, anyone would want to go to the
Yes.
dance with you.
Honestly, Duber, you were my third choice. That's a high honor.
Oh. What's 3?
Ah.
Do you not know the number 3?
I'm pulling out my hands. You see, this one is 1, this one is 2, and this one is 3. Oh, sorry, that's a 4. This one is 3.
Common occurrence.
There it is. Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
Oh.
Tuber, do you not know how to count?
Understand now.
Why does the 4 look like a nub?
Well, there's nothing wrong with my knob. What the hell?
Oh.
You can't just
Not
say
just
that,
a knob,
Duber.
it's
Duber,
my
you
knob.
can't just say that. You're gonna
Guess
make
I'll
her
just get the fuck outta here,
insecure.
huh?
Oh.
Duber, you can't go saying that if you want to get bitches.
I'm Duber.
You are Duber. He is Duber.
Oh. Duber thinks you
Oh, thank you. Sorry, they allowed me to move my pop-up shop to the wedding, so I'll be selling. Do you want to help me? As people pass by, you can ask them if they have a date.
Okay.
Okay, let me just finish packing up really fast and we can head over.
Duber sees a portal. Is that portal
I'm
good?
not sure. Duber, don't go through the portal. Oh, Duber's fucking gone.
It seems to be the portal to the wedding.
Oh, okay, lovely. Oh, I broke another one.
Oh.
I'm a fucking idiot. Ooh.
Duber thinks it's fine.
I can fix that later. It's okay.
Yee.
Come along, Dubert. Let's go get you bitches.
Yee. Oh,
Yeah,
hello.
yeah,
I'm Duber.
Oh, he's Duber.
And this is Duber.
I'll see some people.
I hope you like it. And
Thank
that
you.
it
Hello,
motivates
I'm
you
Duber.
to stay
Yes.
strong and be who you are.
Yes,
I don't know where to set my pop-up
you doing
shop.
it,
I wasn't
guys?
expecting this to be outside.
I'm glad you can make it.
You were gonna have a pop-up shop?
Man.
Yes, my present shop for people who have not bought their dates a present.
Certainly, I
Did
found
you know it's
myself
quite rude to go to a
quite
ball
thin.
without presents?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
Yes,
the
yes.
Duber's been advised to help
I've
out to
been
find
preparing for
bitches.
the ball.
Yes, yes.
I had to go into the tailor and have my outfit prepared,
Well, like,
and then I
everything
had
all right?
some more materials that I needed.
Hi,
ready
Ren.
as
Look
well.
for Uncle
Yeah.
Like,
for
set it up
wedding.
like
It's
over
beautiful.
here?
I love it.
Like off to the side?
It does look
That's
quite
a-
exquisite.
that's
Yeah,
a-
maybe.
off to the
I wanted to put it in front of the ballroom, but it's kind of happening right there. Yeah, I think this might be the ballroom.
Should we run back real quick and check?
Okay. Who wants to
Why
help
do
me?
I
Which
feel
one do you
significantly
two
shorter today?
Want to help me?
Wait, right now?
Make this look great. Yes,
Wait, hold
right
on,
now.
hold on, wait,
Hi,
hold on, hold on,
Waffle.
wait, hold on. Let me answer Nobu. He's right here. Hold on.
Okay.
Is that the duck?
Hello. Thank you for the lurkey.
I need to decorate
Wait,
it.
what?
I need to put cake in there.
One says
Oh, thank you,
waffle.
wearing the mask.
The other one
Oh
says
my God,
other
what
hype.
the
Okay,
fuck?
never mind.
That's
Oh, the
ridiculous.
emo.
What happened to you?
I
my
accept the
assistance,
potion of
please?
strength
I
from
think
you.
he's running to the bar to check for a noble.
Wait.
Kaisu?
Yeah.
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Kaisu? You're a little
There
guy!
Here, 2 days now, perhaps.
Oh, I need to change. Give me 1 second.
You look so good. Can you still break it down?
Gotta change. Everyone's changing into their snazzy outfits. There, my wings still work.
Outfit you're wearing.
I know, right? I wonder who made it.
Who are you wearing today?
I am wearing sucking couture.
That's much better.
Oh my God.
Put my book away for the sake of the roleplay.
Looking gorgeous.
Oh, it's so lovely. I think
That's actually
everyone
beautiful.
should get some sucking
I love your
couture.
outfit.
Sucking
From the love
couture
for
is the only
sucking.
thing I wear.
You are
Sucking
wearing
couture is the only.
I do wear sucking couture.
Coming in and out your fucking wrong.
Honestly, I love the advertising.
Yeah, well, I didn't know.
We're ready.
Oh, Ennoble!
Aura, why
That's
do you
you.
look like garbage?
That's you.
You need
Ennoble! Where was I able to set up my pop-up shop?
Oh, I can't show Aura, you could just
I'm,
like
shit,
change.
I'm, be careful.
I will place it
everything-
anywhere. Oh, I see, I see.
I'm everything changed in like the last minute, so I just ran away and wrote my vows and did a few other things because I was
Oh, I see.
I need to deal with otherworldly
Oh, thank
things at the
you.
same time.
Oh, Noble!
The timing was really strange.
Yeah, I
Wait,
bet.
hold on, Noble. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, wrong one. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. Well, Noble, congrats on the wedding. Oh,
You haven't
don't-
uploaded
She
it.
didn't change. She didn't upload it.
especially when I didn't upload it. I'm gonna freak out. Okay, there we go. Don't mind me. Don't
Now
mind
you
me.
did.
There we go, there we go.
Congrats on the wedding. I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of you, Noble. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. I also
Alright,
made
you might-
everything.
Can I have your
Oh,
wedding
keeping
ring?
the armor on just so I don't see dress. Fuck. Fuck. You see my suit then.
Congrats. That duck was a human 5 seconds
I did my
ago.
best to
Don't
hide the
believe
suit
him.
before.
Congrats, Aura. Congrats, Noble. Happy wedding.
Hi.
Hello. There
It is the music in my head.
did not
I-
Aura?
I'm so excited for you because they all look great.
I'm so glad. I'm really excited for you. This wedding's gonna be great.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I'm not wearing
There's not
lady
really a
control for
tail
right
to
now.
wear. I'm realizing.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
but I was for
Apparently,
the
some people were saying you were
wedding
gonna
night,
have like
and
the
I really
after party in there.
I
Let me
really
ask
like
a
the gallery
Noble.
on that, yeah.
Hello, bride Aura.
Ask Rand. Ask Rand.
I am your ring bearer for today. May I get your ring?
Hi, little duck.
Oh yes.
So many
It
voices.
should-
Um,
oh,
you
yeah, it
need
should
the
be,
special one, right?
Yes.
That we
I guess
made
we
for
wait
each
for
other.
Mm.
Come.
Seems I'm no longer.
Where is it?
For now,
Yeah,
I'm
no, it's
excited.
These are so cute.
Hi, Paul.
These are
Hold
so
on.
cute. Oh, they're so cute. I love them.
So I think in a frenzy of trying to put stuff up so I could have a
my
slightly
God.
less, I put it in a chest. I'll be right back.
Okay.
This is unfortunate. Where is he?
I think your presence is a
Duber,
I'm trying to find
Yeah.
food for
Duber, have you
everyone.
have you seen Grant?
Duber has not.
Duber, are you getting bitches or yes?
Duber is attempting to ask.
Whoa.
Uh,
Duber, you sound not confident. This is the first time I've ever heard you not confident.
Duber, you need to be confident with the
Are you
Riz.
asking my child without asking me?
Duber-
Oh,
Duber
never
thinks that
mind.
is fine. Duber's just gonna hang around and do other things. Yeah.
Oh.
Is he running away from the wedding?
Oh.
Oh.
Smears. Last.
Tall.
Sumire! I get that a lot. I get that a lot.
Thank you. Come get your things. If you have a snazzier way to make this sign sound, please let me know. I could use your business expertise.
He gets a lot on his plate, you know.
Noble forget. Uncle
Yes.
forget.
He may have forgotten.
All right. I have a feeling I'm quite lost. Oh. Everything all right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know of any eligible bachelorettes or bachelors that Duber can take to the ball? He's quite nervous about it.
Oh, Duber.
Oh.
Hello,
Are you
Duber.
nervous?
Duber got things for the sign.
Oh yes, no, I'm asking if he knows
Duber's
anyone
also-
for the thing.
Oh, yeah, Duber forgot to ask people as Duber was tailoring other costumes for people.
Oh.
He is a tiny Duber of many talents.
He's a lovely Duber.
Hey, I'm Duber.
I would offer my advice, but to be honest, I only accidentally ended up with my date as it is.
Yeah.
An interesting time, to say the least.
Hey.
If anything, I'm trying to figure out when I'm supposed to change into my ball attire.
Oh.
I'm not sure if I should for the wedding or if I should wait till after the wedding.
Hey.
Let me think. Do I know of
I mean,
any
I believe
eligible
we're gonna just swap over immediately after.
Oh.
I'm not sure there'll be time to change.
Then, I'll go let Lady Mushy know then. I'll be right back. Oh.
Sorry, I was trying to read and see what he had on him.
I don't think that Llama's happy with you.
It's fine. Llamas are never happy with me.
Oh, wait a minute. Where's everyone?
Here in this box here.
Oh, everyone's over here. The wedding's over yonder.
I think so.
Oh wait, how do I?
Or
put
will
this
you
in
just
here?
claim them as?
I don't think I can. I don't think I
Hello,
can-
ladies. Anyone looking for last-minute date presents for the ball?
Oh my, this is awesome.
Damn it! I don't think people can hear me.
Process behind it. Is it also to match P?
I like frogs.
You do like frogs? Frogs are awesome.
I
They're
like
really
frogs.
awesome.
Yeah, they
Oh.
are. I love frogs.
Oh my. Well, I can't wait to see you be the froggiest
Also-
frog out there.
Also,
Are you
I
gonna
don't
do
think
like
I
a
can.
frog dance?
Yeah, maybe. Also, I don't think I could ever match P. I mean, Jesus Christ, she's
You look beautiful. Ow!
She does. Whoa!
Oh my.
Understand me? Quack, quack, quack.
Oh my goodness.
I'm never complimenting anyone again.
Anyway, before
Monster.
we were rudely interrupted.
Ow. Hi, Kyoto.
Sweet pea. Could I ask you to watch over me? You could send me a message via Discord. I have to pee. So bad. Thank you. Okay, please just message me when it's done.
Oh my god, that's me.
Yeah, no problem.
For sure.
I have to go piss. Please take care of me.
Alright, so we grab a mask. It's a shame though. I thought people were gonna see my googly eyes.
Yeah, I think you can choose not to.
I think
know,
that
I-
has to
I-
wait until
I-
after the wedding is over, by the way.
Right.
I
So,
feel like you will.
so people still have a chance to see
I
my
don't
googly
know.
eyes.
They will
Um,
be fabulous.
I think I have
I
grounds
love
for
your beautiful.
Oh, thank
the,
you.
you know, aura thing I
they
bring
are
up yesterday.
Beautiful.
Hello, I am Sumire.
what?
I am Moth.
Grounds to work with
I'm
on
Fido.
that, and I'm not really happy with what it could mean.
Do you have a date for the ball by any
You
chance?
know more?
I do
You know
actually.
more?
I'm so sorry.
Come along. No, don't worry not. Come along.
It's complicated. What do you mean? No, I have a date. No, I have a date.
No, that's fine. Did you know it's rude to show up to a date without a present?
I have already given my date many gifts.
God damn it.
Unfortunately. So yeah,
They
I'm
have-
so sorry. I've gifted her a full set of armor, weapons, food, everything.
Oh, it's the last minute
I
doesn't shop.
see. Never mind.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm so
P-
sorry. Thank you.
How
though.
beautiful.
Oh, yeah, but-
What
Yeah.
are
There we
these?
are.
What are they?
That is a heart you can put on your wall to remember the night.
Do you just want me
I'll
to
go
explain?
this.
How
Doing well
lovely.
overall.
We also have flower crowns, bouquets, and rings.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Thank you,
Duber, do your job.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Duber asked if you're going with anyone to the ball.
You just spoke to my date actually. They have me
Yeah, Duber think this is not working.
Yeah, Samir thinks that most people here are taken. Oh, have you asked the doc?
Yeah.
Duber, I think I know what you must do.
No worries.
Yeah?
Duber, I think I know what you need to do. You need to start busting it down first, then asking, and if they still say no,
yes, it would
tell
make them
that you're a much
swoon.
better date. Yes, you need to start busting it down first.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, you have a date.
Well, that's alright. That's alright.
It looks
Fine.
nice.
It's a pinkish red. You have pink on the
Duber
side.
doesn't feel right asking people who's already in a
What?
date.
I know.
Oh God, Duber, what are you, a good guy? Fuck.
Sorry. My ego is massive.
But I am here for anyone's last minute present needs.
Duber just respects people.
No, that's fair. You don't want to be what they call a home wrecker.
Respect is so 2 days ago. I'm just saying.
Oh. What is this?
This is my last minute present shop for people with their dates.
Yes.
Many wares, many wares. A bouquet, a heart for the wall, a rose crown, or if you're feeling really special, a golden ring.
Oh wow! May I ask how much you're charging for each
The
item?
flowers and the hearts are 1 silver. The ring is 5.
Oh, I see.
I've just been informed by the voices in my head that your mage hat makes you look like a nerd.
How many people want to run back with me to the shop? And we're going to
I will be here for a while if you need to think about it.
Yes.
Oh, it's not that I need to think about it. It's that my purse is broken. It doesn't
Oh, hold on.
Come on,
You help me.
We're gonna run.
Oh my god, P. Wow.
I got you.
Thank you. Don't worry, you're gonna get money back.
No, that's
Oh,
fine.
thank you.
I understand.
That is amazing, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
damn.
you. I kind of
Okay.
made a little deal with the
A flower
witch
crown and a
for
bouquet,
24
please.
hours.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Well, enjoy yourself. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Hello.
There you go. Hello. Welcome in.
Hi.
Welcome to the pop-up shop.
What is this? A pop-up shop?
Oh, it's for people who haven't bought a present for their
Hello,
dates.
I'm Duber.
That is Duber. He is my assistant right now.
Hello. Yeah, Duber's looking for a date.
Duber's looking for love.
Dude, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This one's not available.
Duber forgot to ask.
Duber was busy being a man of many talents.
Duber's busy helping other with kids. Duber forgot to ask.
No, Duber, no. Listen, I'd come with you,
Yes?
but she would kill
Could I get your
Duber has
help?
the other option
Yeah, what's
of
up?
boys' night, but
I'm
Duber
so,
thinks
like,
it's only right
I didn't
to
bring
find out.
tables or anything to set up. I thought we were gonna be in there. And so.
Oh my god,
I
I'm
need
so
help.
sorry, Duber.
I can go back and get more wood if you need.
Regardless.
Should we go back? I'm scared that we'll lose time. Do you want to
I
come
I
back
can be
together?
really fast. I have a spell to get back to my house really fast and get wood.
Oh, that's right, I do too. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, I have tables there. I think.
Oh,
I
okay.
could- Do you think it's starting? Okay. I'll be back.
I will send you a pigeon if it's starting.
Hello there, Duber. How we doing?
Hello, I'm Duber.
Yes, you are Duber. How you doing, Duber? You're doing Duber?
Yeah.
I'm glad.
He is
Glad
he.
you're doing Duber today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take what?
Oh, I stole
hope
my
you have a
dragon
good
on my
time.
head.
I have one already.
Uh-oh.
Where did he just go?
Duber, I'm gonna be so honest with you, Duber.
Duber thinks.
I think everyone has a
already taken.
date. I think there might be some people without a date, but...
Hi, Sumire. Hi, Duber.
Hello!
Hello, I'm Duber.
Do you have a date for tonight?
I do. I have Milky.
Would you like to
Whatever
buy
Milk
a
has gone up to.
present for them, Gao Gao?
I actually should do that.
Yes, yes.
Doth it cost money?
The flowers and the heart are 1 silver. The ring is 5.
Tell you what, I think a bouquet will do nicely. Although it appears I cannot grab my silver.
Give me 1
it
second.
seems.
I also cannot grab my silver at the moment.
Toss
see, I
the
may
1
be,
bronze around.
I may be penniless.
I promise I have my wallet.
Barry, your dress looks awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Duber thinks this is not working out very well for
Duber. Yeah, I don't think it's working out very well.
What
I can always give my friend a beer.
Duber's
That also
been
works.
pretty busy tailoring outfits that Duber forgot to ask for a date.
Oh, Duber, it's okay. I'm sure that there are people here that came by themselves as well.
If we scream really loudly, someone will respond.
Duber.
Pretty sure.
Oh.
Pretty sure everyone is having a date, and Duber's gonna be hanging out with a quote-unquote the boys.
Yeah, there's a boys
You're
group
gonna
of
be
people
with
who
the
didn't
boys,
get any
though.
dates.
You're gonna be with the boys.
Wait, Sir Yapsalot, did you have a date?
Yeah, me and Milk, but me and Milk are also gonna be part of the boys.
Oh.
Yeah, Esno. I heard Esno is organizing the
Hello.
boys club.
The boys
Am I
club.
able
Boys
to purchase
club.
the flowers, please?
Oh, you want a bouquet?
All the single
Yes,
sirs.
please.
This is a very
Oh,
sad time for
wonderful.
Duber.
That will be 1 silver,
Don't
ma'am.
worry, Duber.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is what they call maidenless.
Okay.
Ah, yes.
Oh, thank you. I got a tip.
Might I purchase the bouquet, the
Hello.
flower crown, and the heart, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Duber.
And how much is that gonna be?
Yeah.
That'll be 3 silver.
Oh God, I
Hold on
couldn't
to
get enough
you
and
during the entire
There you are. Thank you.
coordinates of the ball.
Thank you.
Oh God. I seem to have a headache at the moment.
Yes, we all got a massive headache for a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to get into this bag, Duber?
Oh,
Duber
I
don't
forgot.
think
I
Duber
made
can
it
fit
wrong.
in that.
Duber, come on, it's just a little
Thank God.
bag. It's just a little
My
bag.
money
Because-
stays on
Stay
me.
with
good,
it,
thanks.
can accept.
No one better take my bouquet. If anyone takes my shulker box or my things, I'm gonna be very upset.
Fit in it just fine.
What is this
Duber.
table for?
This is for the Uno Cafe catering.
I think it'd be a lovely
Oh,
accessory
Uma
to the ball,
Cafe's
right?
catering
I mean,
as well?
accessory for your outfit, not
I
for me.
mean-
Of course, you were not.
Was
accessory.
I
Oh, we're not
supposed to-
catering. We're
Just a tiny
making
little guy.
cakes specifically for the wedding. We're making
Oh, for
some.
the wedding. Oh.
Yes.
oh,
Let me.
Yeah, don't worry. You still don't worry.
I
You
was
still
like-
got the
Samir,
event down
come look at
pat.
this.
Yes.
Look at this. Wouldn't Duber
realizing
look
your face
really
now.
good being put into a bag like this?
He would with his little head sticking
Duber
out.
don't think this is the
I think he would look
ideal
really good
ball
with a Gucci
Duber was
bag.
thinking of.
He would look really good in a bag, a Gucci bag.
Yes,
as
a
like
Gucci
you
bag. What is
said.
that?
What is
Yes, what's a
Gucci?
Gucci bag?
I don't know. You
All
said
I know
it,
is
and
sucking
it
couture,
remembered me.
which is what I am wearing.
I would put some barrels.
Very
down there.
nice.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
This
I
Duber.
think I found
Maybe
Duber's
Gucci
attire
Gucci
for
bag.
tonight.
They put a shopping thing here.
Oh,
I
when
think
it
you
gets
could put
You
it
guys
right
look
here.
very beautiful.
Oh. The wedding is starting.
It's starting. It's starting.
The wedding is starting.
Or they're saying the wedding can start.
Might as well. Time is short.
Beautiful.
Why are you putting your
Oh,
ass in
thank
it?
you very much.
Don't
I-
do that. That's not very
It was
helpful.
Ote's recommendation.
Put that away.
Wedding starting.
Put that away.
Oh yes, it's beautiful. It's
Yes, I
beautiful.
wanna
I
find
can
out
see
that.
it.
He looks amazing.
Please take
Franz,
a
you look
seat.
lovely.
Oh yes.
Tulip, get your tulip, get
Never
married.
change.
Introduce
You
yourself,
got
my
it.
friend.
I have been.
I am ring bearer once again.
I went away for a few days.
Yeah, I did. Every once in a while, I might have to go for like.
My date is not here yet.
It is what it is, you know, the voices. Kind of like the voices.
I'm gonna quickly grab an energy drink before the wedding begins. You may deal with the voices currently being loud.
Very nice. I just wanted to know.
Truly.
Very
Voices.
Cherry vanilla fox. I love me cherry vanilla.
Oh, Crunch looks fire. Look at him.
Poor Duper's bitchless. He has so much money, but he's bitchless.
Show her the
When's
beach.
the wedding?
I need you to
Should
stop.
be in the beginning.
Show her specifically the booty cheeks.
I'm sorry.
He has been working out like crazy.
Keep going.
I'm gonna turn my ears off.
Yep.
You look quite lovely today.
Are we really excited? And how is that on the side of your head?
It appears my date is not around.
I wanted to compliment your clothing. I wanted to ask why you
I will
look so
continue to
pale.
eat my ramen. Oh.
Wait, let's get up for a little bit. I'm sure it's gonna take a little more time this story.
No, I think I was.
Is there?
No, dude, I don't think so.
I'll feel better because I can't really watch
I believe that there may have been a new divine command placed into announcements that would allow you to adjust how closely.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, really? Right now?
Okay.
I do think you.
Okay.
Well, I'm overstimulated, so it would be nice.
Yeah.
Yes, if
With
you
your wife to the ball.
if you check the other plane known as Discord.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I don't know what that was. It was
That must have been the wedding. That must have been the alarm to start the wedding.
Yeah.
The alarm to start the wedding.
Someone's pocket watch.
Oh,
Is there something here I can
Hi
use to
there.
help with that?
I see that you and me are both dressed up.
Yep, I certainly am.
I believe it is recommended a range of 5 to pass.
You look wonderful today.
Wanted to let you know there is a wedding before the ball.
I haven't seen you in a while. You've grown.
Oh, I think so.
The wedding is about to start.
Oh, that's not, it's not much. Wait, so how do you
I love your outfit.
Well, thank you. Tora helped me. Tora helped me.
Yeah.
That's a Lady Tora original.
Take a seat over there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our greetings to each other. We must. Thank you. Thank you.
Oops.
Bronch, I like your very tall hat. It suits you.
Poor Duber is bitchless.
Yeah.
I'm happy seeing everyone.
I
look
believe I am now
dashing.
very dapper.
Very, very dapper.
Oh, actually.
Very demure,
Oh,
as
yes. Oh, the mushroom touch. Mushroom touch. Mushroom touch.
Yeah.
Actually,
How's the oracle?
if Din comes to the wedding, Din would have it. Din would be maidenless as well.
Settle down.
Well, that's okay.
And then a Duber can strike.
Feel my voice
I think I saw the star before, so I do think she is here.
That's alright.
Oh yes.
Oh, is this like
Oh, why not sitting?
Oh. You were just saying.
Is this seat taken?
Oh, Lady Who was here. Oh, Mr. Mears.
Sorry, I'm a ring bearer.
And
again.
Hi, Epsilon. I'm sorry. This was our seat. We just had to head up for a second.
has told me.
There's so many
Connected all the claims around this.
Oh, the voices, yeah.
That one should not be sitting in the front.
So many voices. I like your little swirly little staff. I like it.
Thank you. I love my staff. It's
Epsilon.
I've had this stuff for
wonderful,
so
and
long
actually,
now.
I brought you a gift.
Really?
Yeah.
But
Do you remember how I may have
you took over
taken
my
your knife?
Why am I not sitting?
Just love you,
Much better one.
What about your hand?
I can't feel you tonight. Can you come with me for a second?
No. It's beautiful. I was simply testing it on an
Alright, get off your chair.
just to be sure that it was a
Everyone looks slightly bigger than me. I don't know why.
Well, then I have a gift for you too. Here, take some orchids.
flower.
Oh, there you go. What? How are you? I'm good. How are you? Hello. I'm stressed the hell out.
She is really massive. I feel like we should sit her in the back.
The chair that belongs here.
I've been sweating like a mannequin when a fly comes by. I know that.
Hey, come with me for a second.
It looks very nice on you.
Like, for the sake of the people in the front or the back.
And I was like, I had this one.
Definitely, your toes are painted.
Oh, yeah, it's very nice, very nice.
Lights are out. Everything all has.
Requirement for the masquerade.
You're very tall.
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. So we will all
I have to grab myself a mask.
Yeah, definitely.
Good idea. And you definitely
Oh, I went.
No,
Oh.
my bad. I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
Excuse me.
My head is nice to see that you're doing well.
Thank you.
This is good ramen.
Settle down. We're starting for real now.
Oh, sorry.
Where's my date?
I'm pretty excited. I just got
Very excited. I heard you guys were catering again.
All right, we are beginning. Ladies, gentlemen, beings who have evolved beyond our understanding.
It's
Please
date
join us
time.
as we begin. What? Oh God.
Is that part
Oh
of the
my
wedding?
Oh no.
Oh, it's a wedding crasher.
Oh, look at that. A vindicator.
I think they object.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
He's a serial
someone see
killer.
our wedding
Oh
crash
no,
now,
that
please?
Dubers just think they want to join the wedding.
I believe they are killing him.
Holy shit.
Oh, he took it.
Instead of using the least destructive fucking spell, they appear to have used the most particle-inducing one.
I might have adjusted my FOV settings so now I can see above all the pictures.
Don't forget to use your whisper settings.
Oh, the crunch.
Whoa.
I'm eating my ramen.
Wow.
Daniela, can you please get out of that for your menu right now? In my face. Dude is so small. How is he even small? I can't look left and right. My neck is sore. My neck is stuck.
Me when I'm going to start screaming at people, do not shut the fuck
I
up.
can't look left and right.
Oh, yes.
They ran out of
Hello,
seats.
I've arrived.
I
Flowers.
found my date.
Flowers now.
Flowers.
Why are you so big?
Flower now.
Flowers.
Flower.
Wow.
Thank you, thank
I
you.
love
You guys like
flower.
lightning lilies? Yeah, of course you do.
Grab
Flowers,
it.
flowers.
Thank you.
Flowers, yes.
I love flower.
Thank you.
Nice job there,
So
Thea.
nice.
Yes, flowers. Oh, where the hell I
I don't
go?
think it's the same type of flower.
I stand.
Flower now. Many flower for friends.
Yes, Tulip.
Yeah.
Toss many flower with large biceps.
Yes. Tulip flower. This is the greatest
flower,
flower.
Many
ever.
flower.
Let's go.
Tulip and his flowers. We love Tulip.
Wow, how cute. Oh,
Many flower. Many flower.
Yes, yes. Just stand somewhere. Yes.
Maybe not here.
I don't know actually. Here.
Oh.
The
Oh, I'm
seats.
sorry.
Hi.
I can't sit next to you.
No, I'll move. Let's go somewhere.
What?
My mother is texting me. Mother, I am in a virtual wedding. Not now.
When did you grow up?
You think Sweet Pea had a bulking breakfast?
Hello.
Holy.
Hello.
You got quite dapper.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Very, very
pleasure.
strong looking. Good.
The flower has gone into full bloom.
I think that might be exactly it. It looks very strong.
I need to see what my mother wants. My tracking will be gone for a moment.
How's everything? How's your nap?
It's okay.
You slept well? Good dreams? I feel like
We're just going to ignore that.
even though you just got here, I feel
You
like
finally
we've been talking for like in my head for like hours.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm stressed.
Maybe you would be
Is someone speaking through the ceremony?
A lot of people are speaking.
Okay, never mind. It's something silly. Never mind. Nothing serious.
Hello, do you need a seat?
Okay, me? Am I not sitting again?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Here,
Beautiful.
take mine.
Oh, you're such a good
Well then, now that we have all assembled, I believe we can begin.
No problem at all.
Members of the Vesperine, those of the Order of Selene, and those attending from the Atelier.
Yeah.
I bid you welcome to the wedding of Miss Aura von Stein and Master
Ms. Aura has been looking slightly different. I don't know.
It has been some time, I have heard, that these two have been courting each other and growing fonder. Their love fostering under the beautiful blooming flowers
There's
of the
my boy.
trees we find here around us.
Oh.
There's much that could be said about how it is important to establish these
Stop taking your
relationships
backpacks!
and how lucky we may be to find someone to share our lives with. We've already seen one wedding, but that does not diminish the importance of this one. I will not stand and keep you too long on pomp and circumstance, but rather let these two begin the rest of their lives as quickly as possible. To my understanding, I believe that Master Nobo and Miss Aura have crafted some of their own vows. Master Nobo, you shall begin first.
Who the fuck?
When I decided to move out of my old place, I never thought I would be able to find somewhere I could call home again. I lost the person I cared about the most, and we shared, and
I'm gonna start stabbing bitches.
Planned. I tried helping everybody I could, but I was the one who needed help, at least the confidence. Started with bad joke, and now it's, well, still bad jokes, but with that spark of love. We have our babies, our home, and I hope a lifetime together. Found not only a new family, in the Dashi family, but also a new one with you. I love you.
My mom won't stop texting me now.
I thought I lost behind.
Starts crying at the wedding.
That's so sweet.
Well said, Mr. Nobo.
That's
And
very
Miss Aura,
nice.
it is time for your vows.
I have to start my vows with a small admittance. I tried to write something down, but words could not capture my feelings. So I am going to be winging my vows. I know. I just felt it was better for me to speak from the heart than to try to script what I was going to say.
No. I told my mom, hey, I'm a little
I
busy
never
right now.
expected that this would come from that one day where I walked into the tavern and cried to you about not having a baby dragon.
Aww,
I never would have expected that you would have taken me up to the top part of the tavern and comforted me and sat there with me and made me feel better about something that made me sad. Or that it would have led to anything like this, but I wouldn't change it for the world. You have made me a better person, and you've introduced me to so many wonderful people, and you've made me more confident and stronger in myself than I could ever have done without you.
I ship it. I've been day one
that we
shipper.
live a long, fruitful life together. With everyone here. But mostly me and you, because you are my favorite. I love you.
No.
Beautiful words befitting of a beautiful moment. Now,
So sweet.
I forget, Mr. Nobo, did you say you had rings prepared, or are we foregoing that?
Yeah.
So we now exchange rings.
Yeah. Yeah. I might have swapped these on accident.
These rings shall be a symbol of each of your love, round like infinity, as I would hope your everlasting
I gave them the
vows
wrong
to each other
ones! Fuck!
will be the same.
Well, don't.
Sorry.
With these exchanging of rings, there is only one step left now.
Listen, it makes sense for them to
You,
exchange
Mr.
it to
Noble,
each other.
take Miss Aura to be your lovely wedded wife.
I do.
Miss Aura, do you take Mr. Nobo to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
For those gathered here today, I announce, by the power vested in me by the goddess of the moon, Lady Vesper, that these two are to be wed. You may now kiss
I
your
get it. It's good. Thank you. Yay! Yippee!
That's my fault.
Congratulations.
I did get a picture of you kissing
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Please do it again.
Okay,
P.
quickly before everyone heads into
Where
the
is he?
ball,
P.
if you would like to line
Where'd
up
he
for
go?
the bouquet toss.
Please, this time, please, I can't lose contact again. I can't lose contact again.
I can't get out.
I don't think I
Please
can
just hand it to me.
Remember how much
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, holy shit. Hello?
Hey, do you want to do the bouquet conversation?
Oh, that's is real?
No.
Oh, I got it!
Oh, nice.
I got the bouquet!
This is a
Oh,
Wi-Fi storage and
Oh!
my storage isn't connected.
What does this mean?
Huzzah!
Oh!
So,
Were you gonna try to go 2 for 2?
Well, you know what, Salty? It's been a
You can't have both bouquets, Paul. I got the bouquet!
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
I'm good. You look great.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Caught the
Are you also-
bouquet.
I am also wearing sucking. It is true.
I've won.
Are we all wearing? Do you like sucking?
You have a beautiful voice.
Most people are wearing sucking couture.
I win. I caught it. I didn't even notice when I went into my inventory.
You look beautiful. Most people are wearing it.
You both look beautiful.
You heard, huh?
I need to find Ren actually. I have a couple gifts for him.
Let's go find him.
Where the fuck is my date?
Just on him.
He's
It looks weird without a hat.
sucking couture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I should get
Bro, I don't even know where my date is.
Maybe.
It is fantastic to
Yes,
see
I
you
do
how
for the
it
ball.
works.
Yes, he's
People are
just give me a
making their way
glazed cookie.
To the ball.
I'm gonna show you my dress.
Hey, Appa. Oh yes, show me.
Wait, over here.
Oh,
Come
hello.
on. We can show each other dresses.
Whoa,
Is it
you.
Is it Sharon?
You,
My outfit?
one of the given masks.
Hello.
I don't get to wear my own beautiful mask.
I believe
can I do-
not.
How did I get chocolate glazed? Wait, I can put on.
Oh, I should grab
put
one of
on
those,
the other
huh?
mask, and then I can put my own. Oh, well, where do we? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Tora.
Let's walk
Oh, sure.
My mask
Yeah.
is massive.
Oh, much better.
Oh, my flower icon's not even appearing. There you go. Yeah. It does not work.
Oh.
It is not working. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Good evening,
Or
guys.
what?
Wait, where are you going?
Or rather, good evening, listener.
Oh, I'm just walking around.
Hmm.
For the masquerade.
Oh, okay, you can walk around. I'm just gonna hang out.
Yes, it
Are
is.
you ready for the masquerade?
Oh.
I'm wearing a frog suit.
Tell people their fortunes.
I don't think people want to hear their fortunes at
I'm a
this
little-
moment. I think
to
there's
be
too
honest,
much going
honest.
on.
Hmm.
I think I'm.
If it's a dire
Vera? Is that you?
Hi.
I believe it is not working.
You already have a mask on. It's kind of hard to
Yeah.
spot.
I'll go inside in a
Oh,
sec. I'll be
Your
right back.
dress is.
Oh,
you
that
look
makes
beautiful.
sense.
Thank you. You look nice too.
I'll be right back.
Thank you. I tried my best to match with you, my little
brought a
tie. So.
Oh yeah, no.
I don't know where my date
You look
is.
stunning.
Oh, let's go.
I think I've been stood up. Oh, hello!
Hi.
I thought I had been stood up.
What? No. Why would you think that?
I didn't see you at the wedding.
I was late. I
caught
was in
the
the
bouquet.
back. Oh, you did?
Yes.
Yeah, with.
I should probably say,
I don't know.
like intentions. I mean, I don't want things to be that serious.
No, that's fine. I just got the bouquet. I just wanted to catch a flower bouquet.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
No, that's fine. I just wanted the bouquet.
Good, good.
I like
Anyway.
flowers.
You have a nice dress.
Oh, thank you. I'm quite spiffy.
How do I look?
You are.
My mask is not working.
Stunning.
I see.
Dapper.
Well, I hear they'll still offer some masks.
No, that's the one I have on. It is not working.
Oh. I
Yes.
see.
shirt in the corner.
Interesting.
Use your right click muscle.
This is a
And there's
Let's take a mask.
Don't have to take off our armor.
I need to turn you up.
It is fine though.
Where did my
Nice mask.
I believe I've
Thank you.
done all of those.
You look
We talk now.
Right? Muscle.
But you look quite dapper.
What did you say?
You opened. Why are you dying?
Hi, baby.
You
Oh, do you like my little business stall I made?
Oh, last minute present stall. Oh, I didn't realize.
Yes.
Yeah. I see.
I've been running this stall and trying to help Duber find a date.
I see, I see. What's this other stall, though?
Oh, that is the Uma Cafe catering for the wedding.
Ah, I see.
They've been working quite hard on that.
I thought another cafe was helping with the thing.
I think that's for the ball, but the Umas are here for the wedding.
Oh, specifically the wedding. Right.
Personally, one of my favorite cafes.
Yes.
They provide the drama and the dinner and the show.
That is true. That is true. But yeah.
Oh, who? Why am I shorter?
Is that you?
Milk on your head.
Hi.
Yes.
How am I sorry?
Is that the mask?
Milk, I don't think that mask.
Yeah.
I made the other mask and it was much too big.
Oh. Hold on. I can't hear you too well.
It is quite loud in here.
Why isn't it working?
Yes.
Hold on, I can put my ball.
I was able
Hold on,
to.
I'm gonna reload really fast, like my outfit.
Of course.
Oh, hold on. I feel so much shorter than everyone else. Why? A figure wearing the mask of Appa enters the hall.
I'm putting it in the slot.
Oh,
where do I,
is it
in-
You're looking good today.
Look at your little bow tie.
Do you got a new outfit?
There we go. Now I don't have that.
No.
You look so dapper.
Thank you. Oh, you're too nice.
The hall now.
Oh, sure.
Oh, can we?
The white.
Oh
my God, the duck's got a mask.
Would you like to get inside?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right. Please take a mask.
Thank God.
Please grab. Right. Hi, Appa. Wait.
Z. Some of them are popping up as like names, others of them are popping up as just.
Alright.
Damn, I apologize, sorry.
Keep entering the hall. Ooh.
It is quite pretty.
Oh.
This food's making me hungry.
But yeah, I admit I kind of peeked in here from time to time. It was very disturbing at first seeing
See,
this.
I remember hearing that people thought that Solen made this to imprison the Vesper, and
I mean, it was
how
entirely
silly that
surrounded
is
by a
now.
cage.
Yes, how silly that
yeah.
is now when we know what it is.
Shall we enter?
Yes. Let me double check something.
Okay.
I do believe you must equip a mask.
I think I'm
That is the
good.
request. Yes,
Other people
you
are
can simply
not,
hide it
though.
for your own mask, but you
Oh, I
simply
see. Okay.
must have it as your armor.
It is.
yes.
Thank you. Hi. Are you not stopping by the ball?
But I'm not sure.
We are in our loveliest fashion.
I'm worried about that part.
Wait, what part?
All right.
Oh, it does show.
The whole mask.
Yeah, they really want us all to have a mask on.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a masquerade ball. It makes sense.
Mm.
I saw it.
I don't think I can today, so no worries.
But not on yours.
Hopefully you can show up for the last day at least or something.
Yes, if you have your own mask.
I hear we're gonna have a lot of
I
things.
see.
Other
Sad
forms.
I only have my beloved hat, but
Ask someone else.
I hear there's gonna be quite a lot. Last
It
day is
is,
Saturday.
Actually,
Yeah.
it's kind of weird to say, but I actually have 2 hats.
Ah.
Do you?
Yes, I have the.
My other
Oh.
mask was not working, so I put on my
Yeah.
helmet.
My actual hat is mostly.
Yeah, no,
Usually
it's
it's just
not.
underneath
Hold on.
the one I was
Help.
wearing the whole time.
Oh.
I feel silly.
On a hat.
No, it's Saturday, not Monday.
It's
Don't
not
worry,
Hopefully
they
you can make it.
Never mind.
Well, you look very handsome with or without the hat.
Huh.
Thank you. I think it feels weird.
God, I can see my
Do you want to sneak into the VIP?
There's a VIP?
Yeah. Why, come over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
I don't really see anyone.
No one's really guarding this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got all sorts of food. They got salads.
I may have to swing by to special. I know. With
like a
like
little
RP
chicken on
servers
the
like that, you
window.
have
Is
to
that
kind of be
chicken?
around a
Kinda
lot.
Makes me think of a cat
Otherwise, it kind of
like,
feels weird. I get
in
it.
the window.
It does look like a cat. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
this is so nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's food.
Oh. I see.
It's quite alright. I'll be here.
Oh, I understand who's supposed to be up here now. It is not us.
Well, no one knows. No one knows it's us.
Oh, that is true. I mean, I have
We can just-
massive fucking moth wings. I believe.
We can just take. We can just take. Oh.
Yeah.
you can't.
Yeah, I can't really.
Yeah, look at you
yeah,
not being
okay.
able to hide anything. Can't really bring you around.
Oh.
Is it one way? Are your
No.
wings too fat?
Excuse me.
This menu is very nice.
That was really rude of me to say on a date. I'm sorry.
I should have gone with Duper.
What, dude? What?
You called my wings fat on a date.
I think it's impressive. Please and thank you.
Humph. I suppose next time they have me, I'll have the time. Ah, that's fair.
on a
I'm
date.
sorry. I hope you get to stop by though. I suppose we are.
Okay.
Let's try it again. We come out here.
Let me try one more thing.
One more strike, and I go to the Dubers.
Did Duber ask you out?
Duber's just looking for anybody, honestly.
I do believe you're
I
right.
see. I'm genuinely surprised that Duber hasn't gotten anyone.
Duber was busy tailoring a bunch of outfits, and he forgot to, you know.
I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe it should be
She knows that's me.
Listen to me.
I know, I'm trying
Let's
to
go
eat it.
talk.
I can't
Some
eat
people
anything.
literally
What does one do at a ball?
and mingle.
I mean, we go around, we can mingle, see who else is here.
When we don't even know who's behind those.
Yeah. And we don't know who's who.
I was already nervous being here.
This is cute though. That's so much
but
wine.
Pneumatic player piano.
Oh, I will not touch
There's
that.
a little. I'll touch the dog.
Yes, touch the dog.
Yeah.
Hello. Congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you.
If you don't know, I'm Sumire.
Oh.
I
yeah, no, that
know.
makes sense.
I know the mask. The mask is hiding my
no.
identity.
Yeah. No, I got lost for a second. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no worries. I thought I'd let you know.
No,
I
no.
told you guys to know not to
The wings helped,
I like-
but I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah, I know.
Just letting you know, yes. Oh, I like your mask. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes. Don't eat the food. I put my Cheeto dust fingers all over them.
What is
Oh.
Cheeto dust?
Sure.
I don't know.
Of course
Actually, there are
do.
Cheetos in the game. Yes, Cheetos are the.
Wait, they're in the game?
There is?
Yeah, they are.
Wait, are they at the table?
No, they're not on the table, but it's in the form of a bottle. Yes.
Well, the dust is all over the food now.
Yeah, so the dust is all over the food. Yeah, I put it on my hands and then I touched everything.
See, it's
So-
good thing I
so
still have
because I
some in my
like-
pockets, I guess.
Yeah, because I like you guys. Don't eat the food.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you for the warning.
Yeah, of course.
Where
Hopefully no one
is
will
your
see the-
date?
see it. Oh, I don't know. Actually, I keep losing it because he sucks.
I think he ran away.
I would not doubt it.
I'm gonna. Don't worry. I have a leash. 1 second. I'll get him in a
Yes.
second.
Why are you so tall?
Also,
Novo, I don't think your glasses count as a mask.
I think in here,
No,
my name is
okay,
Mahogany.
like, I spent like an hour trying to make that work and it didn't.
I don't know. Are we supposed to have a pseudonym?
No, I did, but everything I checked.
I don't think I can. I think everyone
I'm
just
not
sees the
really-
wings and goes, "Oh, that's Samir."
Big giant.
But do you think
mask
you're
on.
like not any other moth?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think I've really seen any other moths like you.
Armor options?
Oh, hello.
Tulip hear nothing about pseudonym.
There
Not
you
sure.
go.
Oh, hello, Tulip. It's nice to know that this is Tulip.
That reminds me.
I wonder. I just have a hunch for these things, Tulip.
If you're Tulip, I have a gift for you. If you're Tulip, I have a gift for you.
Oh.
Tulip has
Tulip!
To make sure that.
Yes, I found it out while in the wild. It made me think of you.
You have sparked joy in Tulip.
Yes, yes, please do.
You also need to make sure you are wearing a mask.
Goodbye, Tulip.
Actually, I have 3 masks.
Oh, I like
Just
that
to be
lad.
sure.
Yeah.
I have 1 in my helmet, 1 in my.
Come, let us keep walking.
1 in my hand.
I have too much junk in my pockets.
Listen, one person's junk is another person's treasure.
Yes.
I did not have time to like really empty things out.
Oh, there's more seating this way.
Ah,
This one, I believe, is not VIP.
It looked like a U though. Oh, I
A
guess
U?
not. Oh, I thought it like U'd around.
Excuse you. Bless you.
Slightly above average.
But thank you so much for this outfit. This is honestly amazing.
I see this is where people are going to go away from the voices.
He's kind of cheeked up. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
Oh, yeah, I did. I spoke to her about it. She had an auxiliary or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It lasts for 24 hours.
Doovers.
Also, did you see that? Somebody just walked around with a giant anchor on their back.
Ooh.
Yeah, over there. Near P. Or maybe it's not. A hook? A giant fish hook? They're over there in the shadows. No, they're kind of across the way.
Yo, are you guys VIP?
It doesn't say VIP.
This has more seating.
Oh, we can be VIP. And aren't we all VIP to someone?
I am VIP, I just, you know.
I think VIP is the other side.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'll just stay over this side actually. You know, just, yeah.
Understandable.
I'm quite humble.
I think the royal,
The leaders of the
like
factions.
the leader families.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have a whole food table for themselves.
I feel like that doesn't do much with the masquerade specifically having
Yeah.
a space for them.
Have you guys seen underneath? I'm quite curious. I was peering underneath the table, and it looks like there's
It's yeah.
quite a ball.
What is
Yeah,
that?
I've been sneaking in during construction to check it out, but it's a giant just
Hi,
reflective
Titus.
floor. I'm surprised they decided to put a
interesting.
big old carpet over it. It's kind of disappointing.
Huh.
Suspicious.
Yeah. But you can kind of peer into it a little at the tables.
Where the carpet isn't.
A
Do
very
we-
specific carpet.
Do we happen to know who built this building?
I don't know, but doesn't that tower on the like food table kind of look like the solarium thing?
Oh, does it? It does kind of.
I suppose.
I'm just trying to figure out why there's. Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out why there's another one. I guess. Trying to figure out what that could be. Yeah. Unless they just really like the
Maybe it's a
solarium
glass
tower.
statue.
Maybe it is a beautiful building.
I don't think he can hear me.
Are you sneaking around? No, we're at a ball. We're in a
I
ballroom.
feel like I'm Batman.
I feel like I can hear myself think.
Yeah.
I wish I could hear everybody. You know, kind of like zoom in.
Oh,
Yeah.
your kitty had kittens.
At
Oh,
least get to see who's here.
I like
The
how big
babies.
Crunch's top hat is.
Yes, I heard it was a requirement from Thea to grow a few fucking inches.
I wonder what that means.
I think it just means he's really short.
He's too short. Is that why P's big too?
No, I think P, from what I heard, was just a really bad witch accident.
Oh, that sucks.
Their voice is all deeper too, I think.
Yeah, so this kind of does it.
Oh my god, Bow Bow!
Go.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Scout.
hi.
Gal Gal.
No, it's okay, Gaga.
Hello,
does anyone
Gaga.
know where the restroom is, Gaga?
That's a good question.
I'm not exactly sure, Gal Gal.
I don't even know where a restroom is in this world.
Bushes?
I
I'll find
suppose
some
you could
bushes.
step
Thank you,
outside,
Gaga.
Gal Gal.
I guess.
Have fun! Be safe!
Yeah, happy April Fools. I am Popsicle.
Do we know when it's gonna start? Has it started?
I
can't
think
tell.
this is it starting.
I'm genuinely not really sure.
I mean, I suspected there'd be like an announcer, you know? Kind of like, welcome to the event.
Yeah, all I heard
We're
was
gonna
just
have
like,
appetizers now.
not
Yeah.
a big fan how they specifically called out my roller skates.
Oh, yes, they
Well,
did.
not my roller skates specifically, but they specifically put no roller skates in the venue.
No promise.
That's because you're not allowed to use roller
It
skates
depends on
inside
how
the building.
overstimulated
And no,
I am
like,
after
skate
this
things in
after this
general.
party.
Like, I had to
Just
take,
like wheelies.
like, I had to take my necklace off because my necklace gives me more speed.
Oh, wait, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
I don't think they do anything though. What?
I think I'm gonna go
Yeah.
socialize for a bit.
I can't
All
believe there's
right.
a duck in here. Interesting.
Oh,
I'm going. Stay safe.
Yes, so there's also a strange
Okay.
thing going around.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Balbo.
Sabir just walk away to
Back, Gaga. Sorry, I'm
Gal
using
Gal,
the,
sorry.
The restroom.
Something like that.
Did you have a nice tinkle?
I did, Gaga. Much needed.
Everyone's really showing their
I love your dress, Gaga.
whatever's.
Oh, thank you, Gal Gal. It is sucking couture.
I'm also wearing sucking today,
Oh,
Gaga.
oh, I see. You look quite dapper.
Thank you, Gaga.
See, everyone looks so cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
I recall asking if you wanted help making an outfit, Gal Gal.
I didn't want to subject you to needing to spend so much extra resources on me.
Listen, I would have done it happily, Gal Gal.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Let me.
It is
I'm
okay.
gonna do a little.
You gonna take a
I'm
nap?
not a masquerade, Gaga. This is my first time.
Probably dance.
This place is
I did hear about
interesting.
dancing, Gaga.
What do you mean?
Usually that's what happens.
It's pretty.
can't-
I like it.
I
Well,
can't
heard that
teleport.
it might be dangerous, Gaga.
Oh yes, they specifically asked us to take off our books.
I'm not
Gal
sure,
Gal.
Gaga, but
Oh, they did?
Yes, and
No.
remove all armor and charms.
Well,
Well,
they
the
didn't say
hearts.
all the charms, just the speed charms.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the ones that hurt people, Gal Gal. Sorry, he's
Yeah, and I
infected
don't
me.
wear that stuff.
cheers, Gaga.
They did ask for no magic though.
Yeah, but even if you had the magic on you, you can't use it.
Oh, can we not? Oh,
Wow, beautiful.
they're summoning us.
I think I
I see. Then let's head back down.
Oh, something happening?
Are you done?
I am down.
Hi.
At this point.
Well, if you'd like
If I
to go,
see
that's
Ron
fine.
Valor up there, I might need to step up there. Official duties and such.
I'm okay.
Ryan is right next to you.
Are you not much of a official duty person?
Wow. I do spend most of my time at a wheat farm in the crossroads.
You should show me your wheat farm at some point.
Sure. After this.
May I ask for
I like how I just put on my fucking hat.
I love your outfit, but I don't think I'd make.
May I ask for a moment of your silence, ladies and gentlemen? Everyone, thank you very much for attending the Midnight Masquerade Ball. I trust everyone is having a wonderful time already, and the night is still young.
Pling pling.
Now,
Crunch.
before we proceed
I love
into
crunch.
our proper festivities, I'd like to thank you all very much for coming and for accepting my invitation. We understand that a lot of events have been occurring in the past few days, and I'm sure everybody is experiencing not only stress, but a lot of
I am in an
worry.
outfit. See, they all have
Rest
those
assured-
masks on. It doesn't pick up for my
Please
model.
Rest assured that this night is to be a night of
So I put on
of
my
wonder,
hat
and of
on, my
celebration
armor
of
hat
love,
on as a
not only
cosmetic.
between lovers, but friends, allies, and families. Now enjoy the food, and most of all, let the dance begin.
Very interesting indeed.
I was hoping there was gonna be a lamp down there.
So now it's gone.
Yeah, I was hoping for lamps in the ground.
A little, sorry. I didn't mean to hold on to you.
Kind of disappointed.
It's alright.
Are you able to see your reflection?
No.
Okay, making sure because I was about to say something else about that.
I can see other people's reflections though.
With my demon speaking, I wasn't sure if it was a texture pack thing.
It is,
I
yes.
see all of a sudden.
Very cool.
They did.
Yes.
Everyone is in hushed breaths, and now.
Well, what
They're
now?
all
What?
excited.
I'm not. I've been stuck in a cave for 10 years.
doesn't help that my
I don't
ears
really
are
know what we do at these type of occasions.
Emily's going to the corner.
Not too. I mean, I'm a little worried about the food based off what Thea said. I mean, there's always still going on there. You try and dance.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't do like that. Yeah, you got a bunch of wine.
I don't know how to dance.
Yeah. Do.
Yeah.
Whoever could have.
Wow, look at this guy.
Ta-da!
Oh, that was beautiful.
Duper, did you find a date? Duper, why are you here?
I could.
It's the boys.
Oh, the boys. Oh,
I am quite lost, Magnolia. What do we do?
Alright. Well, let's just, I guess, walk around a bit. You know, see what's happening.
This is stupid. I didn't know.
Crunch!
Alright, there we go. You can't tell who I am.
Crunch, you look quite dapper.
Oh, what the fuck?
Hello.
Wow, I like that. Oh, I don't know who you are, yes.
Yes, no one knows who I am. Absolutely
I
not.
have no idea who you are.
Right. Hello.
You look quite dapper.
Thank you very much.
You have a very tall hat.
Do you want to dance with us, Elia?
Well, you're not wearing a mask, Rob, to be fair.
You're really
I
not.
am. My eyes are off.
Like this.
I'm gonna investigate something a little
Okay.
bit.
Me understanding, yes. I just
Ah, yes. I mean, hello, mysterious stranger. How are you?
Extremely.
Why are your toes painted?
Oh.
Why are you upset about the toes?
I think Hubert, it makes him look quite
I
dapper.
really like your toes. Honestly, I love your toes.
I learned that
Thank you
dance
very much.
actually.
Yes,
Yes, I love
You
them.
requested that
Humans.
I paint my toes.
Humans do a lot actually.
Have you seen?
Oh, I see, I
But
see.
I
Oh,
learned
wow, this duck just,
I
I have
know.
no idea who this is. They look so dapper.
They are quite dapper.
Yes. What?
Oh, I don't think his neck is quite on yet.
No, I believe not.
I think he's what we call the Dougie. That's what he's doing.
Of course.
Wow.
Hello, tall, mysterious stranger. How are you?
Hello.
Keep going.
I'm
Do you like
doing
the
good.
shaking? Do you
What a
like-
fine evening, which is
Yes, what a fine evening.
Like what
Does
you
anyone
see?
know what the fuck we do at a ball?
I think we break it down. Duper, I need you to break it down.
Oh, you're Duper.
Duper can't really break it down in this outfit.
Oh god.
It tends to break the outfit. It tends to break the outfit, it seems.
That's apparently Duper. He said I am Duper.
It seems that this outfit doesn't work too well with
I see.
Duper thought it would look nice for the outfit, for the ball.
Oh, is that why you elongated yourself with a spell?
I thought this was only be right.
Yes, this is quite nice.
Yeah, it's very fancy.
Just like you, whoever you are, you look nice. You smell nice.
Thank you.
Familiar, like
I'm sorry, Crunch, but I can't seem to hear you, as I have 100 other
do have that good nose.
I understand that.
Yes, I do.
Should we step to the side?
Can you tell who this is?
Probably forbidden for me.
I don't think I can quite tell.
Oh, by the way, I have Crunch on a leash. Check this out.
Oh, you do?
Oh.
Yes, I have Crunch on a leash.
Oh,
Crunch. I can't physically put it, but metaphorically, there's a leash on him. Yes.
Wow.
He keeps wandering off. He has Crunch.
Oh.
Yes. I pray for your loss, Crunch.
Crunch, what the fuck?
The loss of Crunch.
This is why I warned you.
I learned I need
Mr. Luminous said Godspeed, soldier, when I said that.
Oh, I see.
Have you ever considered taking Mr. Luminous out?
Oh wow! Wait, Duper, why don't you ask yourself that?
Oh, that is quite true, actually.
Yes, Duper, you should have asked him.
I've been kind of wondering what.
See, Duper doesn't even know where he is actually.
What even lets someone
Duper doesn't even know if he thinks Duper
I
exists.
guess.
I'm not quite sure.
Do you know? Do you have?
One of them is just what I call a boomer.
Yes, you are. Here, let's find
The one from 50 years ago. Yes.
Also, can
Yes, let's find Luminous.
just a little bit, like, can I tell you a little something?
What
Yes.
does Luminous look like tonight? I actually don't know.
I don't know. He said he was going to
The doors are locked.
Oh.
Yes.
The doors are locked?
They're all locked.
Also,
Why are
someone
the
I
doors
met
locked?
just said that he had overheard some people talking about how something dangerous might happen. So be on the lookout.
The doors are fucking locked. I think something is gonna happen.
Bye.
Wondering. Oh.
Out of curiosity, have you guys
Sorry.
noticed that some people look a little strange recently?
Oh, I recognize that.
They appear to have like a dead look in their eyes.
Is that Mary?
Not getting enough sleep is I'm down to declare.
No, it seems like something else is going on in their heads.
Enjoy the wedding and everything.
I've noticed it in a few people recently.
I see.
I also had a really bad dream last night. Voices were telling me to agree with them, and I had to tell the voices in my head no, and I proceeded to violently throw up this morning. Yes, I'm sorry, that might be a bit TMI, but
I haven't had any visions like that.
if you,
How's business been at this
I remember hearing from Sir Lyle that happened when people ate the bad meat.
Hello too, woman. Me and my employees are just
Yes, there was a scientist giving out bad meat. It made people have a dream and have to choose between the voices or themselves.
because they work so darn hard. But other than that, everything's going
Yes. If you hear any,
for me,
I'll be honest, the voice in my head sounded pretty evil.
sleeping a lot, but
What did it say?
oh yes, making my
To
potions
paraphrase, it said something about the end of the world and destruction, and that I must pick a side.
It's okay.
I guess technically you are on a side.
I mean, yeah, technically.
Yeah.
But I'm just letting you know, if you happen to have a dream, I'd recommend not listening to the voices.
in the next few days.
They seem quite suspicious.
I'll be
There's a
open
lot
and
happening, and I don't know what to do
Yeah,
anymore.
that's understandable.
I see.
I'm just about in the same boat with you. Sometimes I feel
Oh,
like
that's
most
pretty. Oh,
yeah,
it
I
appears
can
there
see
is
that.
something on the ceiling.
What?
Yeah, there was something
I do say,
sparkling a
I
second
do
ago.
have to find where my wife is.
Wait,
I just see the.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait.
I
What
hope
is
you have
that?
I hope you're able to
What do
find
you
her.
see?
If I
No, we
I
just
believe it is one of the shades.
Oh yeah.
I do
No, I see
apologize if you
something
do
up
happen
there.
upon a dramatic.
What do you see?
where'd Magnolia go? What do you see?
I see. Let me try and get higher.
Okay.
I see the moon.
I see a wraith.
Yeah, I see that
Oh, the wraith is
too.
gone.
He's right here, man.
Besides that, I don't see anything else.
Just be on guard.
I told you we're not supposed to go to the other side.
By the way, I want to add this somewhere.
Oh, wow.
He's on a leash?
Wow.
Yeah,
You see?
that's just a crystal.
You see your wife anywhere?
Oh, I saw something. I could have sworn.
Magnolia, I believe that was just a normal wraith.
No, it was dark.
Yes, I believe that was just a normal wraith.
Might hurt your leg.
Hello. Hello.
Can't really see
I
it.
sleep a lot more than I thought.
Are you
I'd be.
okay?
Oh, it's all good.
I do like that.
I don't know.
So hard.
It does still look nice though.
It does. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh,
This suddenly turns
boss.
into a murder mystery. I would have done it.
I did think that. I was like, you're not allowed to wear anything.
Oh, the doors are open.
Well,
That's everything.
that is everything. Hey, how you doing?
I hope you're enjoying the ball so far.
I am enjoying the ball. A lots of fun.
You can see straight through
The
there.
doors are open now, Magnolia.
See, I was wondering why.
Maybe it was just a faulty error.
I guess you're right.
Sorry, I gotta check up on my stock really fast. It appears my stock is still okay.
Samir, have you seen my aunt Cat?
I have not seen your aunt Cat. I have not really seen anyone.
There's a lot of people here. to be
Yes.
fair.
I'm scared to leave.
Why is someone dead
Oh my.
Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna walk away from that, I think.
Okay.
Do you require assistance?
No, I believe someone had placed a hit on me.
Oh. Should we be concerned, Sir Envy?
If that's the assassin, no.
Oh, I see.
I see.
Nice try.
Should I pick them up?
I think
they'll be fine.
Yeah. Let me just make sure my pockets are right.
Okay. Hehe, I caught a bouquet at the wedding. I don't know what it means. I just wanted flowers.
Oh wow. Oh wow, this is real scary. Oh hello there. I can't quite hear you, Anita. Are you speaking in your husband's voice or? Oh, there we go. Don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah. All right, I'm ready.
Am I cute? Am I cute?
Are you ready?
I work really hard.
Yes.
Good to go back in time?
The blessings of
Yeah.
what they
Maybe
can
I
do.
shouldn't
talk about it here.
I'll leave it
Hey,
alone.
come on. We can go.
Oh shit, the pad doesn't work on my popsicle. Fuck. Mwah!
He does.
No.
Oh, yes.
I never realized how boring a ball would be.
I don't think it's that boring.
I'm doing the frog dance, Ribbit.
I mean, I kind of can't eat food because of Cheeto dust.
Oh.
I feel like that removes a lot of my desire to be here.
Hmm. Manto. I don't even know how some. What even is some of this stuff, though?
Blood stew.
I've never heard of blood stew before.
It is foreign.
What kind of blood is it?
I believe it is either pork or beef.
Hmm.
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure the voices in my head will let me know.
Yeah.
Beef Wellington! I want it.
Still getting a headache here and there.
Yes, it appears people may be going outside and doing stuff. Hi, Kari. Welcome in.
Bartender is invisible?
Oh! Yeah, here.
Yeah.
He's here. If you right click him.
Soon we can go up to the upper level too, I just realized.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh.
Yeah, the button is invisible.
Oh wait, there's a back. Let's go. There's a
There's a back?
Yeah, there's a fountain and everything. Let's go out there.
Oh.
This
This is
nice.
beautiful.
Wait, people are tossing. It's a wish fountain. Look, people are tossing coins in.
Aww. It's a good thing I had business.
Can I borrow a coin?
You alright with it?
Yeah,
My purse is.
There you go.
Yeah, my purse is busted, and then I'll give you the coin.
See, yes, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Are you,
Here, there
are
you go,
socially
Violet.
overwhelmed yet?
Oh, what did it say?
Violet,
what-
here's a coin you can use. Oh wait, I didn't use it.
Oh,
I forgot to actually use it.
Describe the contents of this.
I forgot to use it. Now you have one.
Thank you.
And then you give it back to Sumire me.
Oh, sure, man.
Oh, apparently it
there
is
you go. You
lamb
can give me
blood.
some advice
Oh,
on
thank
this.
you.
Oh. What do I wish for?
Peace.
I...
Food.
Oh.
Successful business.
I guess we just, go find
I'll just
Icarus.
drop.
You wanna go find them together really quick?
Oh, a whole gold coin.
No, it's alright.
Someone really wants that wish to happen.
I kind of also need to do a gold coin.
I want food. That's my wish. I'm hungry.
I believe there is a vendor.
Yes, I got lots of grape juice. Wait, actually, let me give some grape juice to them. Here, I got some grape juice from the bartender. From the
Oh,
invisible
thank you.
bartender. Here, grape juice from the invisible bartender.
Even those who are
I appreciate it. Thank you. Someone
Trying to
has a
think of what I wish
pancake
for.
cape.
Oh.
I'm gonna go try to get us some more beverages. I'll be right back while you
Alright,
figure out
alright.
your wish.
Okay.
It's so pretty.
I see you brought your cousin as well.
Mhm.
Yes, honestly, Duber. How
Oh,
many
he is
dates
sold
do you
out.
have, Cat? I might lend this one to Duber.
I think I am good dating into the
Hmm.
family.
Is she laughing or crying?
Damn. You can't buy
I
anymore.
I don't think going into a family tree that goes in a circle is quite
it's just
quite
for the-
okay.
What?
It's just for the ball. I wouldn't let you join the family.
I did not find any.
I think
Mary
I'm
might be
good.
closest to you. I think she's working
Crunch.
I don't know, dude.
She doesn't seem quite sentient.
Does your leash allow you to come over here?
No, she's very sentient. She has a chicken soul inside of her.
I think you need this more than I do.
Yes.
I see.
I think I
There's
need
nothing
to step
wrong with
outside.
this.
I don't think the cousin wife is healthy.
Yes.
I don't think the cousin wife.
You know, I might have forgotten that's the
Wait,
name
who
I
told
gave
you
her.
that?
Yes, it seems to be hanging off this name tag.
It's fine, I
Ah.
can keep her, I suppose. I
They
can
said
keep
not
her,
to
yeah.
eat any of the food because they put their Cheeto dust fingers on it.
Oh
Yes, don't
no,
eat any of the
I
food,
bought this
yes.
from the vendor.
Oh, good. Yes, only eat things that you have. Yes.
Okay, I need to go.
I suppose I'll
Goodbye.
just... Yeah, I suppose it's fine. Do you think this would please Mother?
He's been yoinked away again. May the lamp save Duber. Bro, why do I get the feeling someone's gonna jump in here and take the money at some point? Where's my date?
People call me weak, but they never meant it in a.
Oh, okay, man. The mushrooms. It's the mushroom.
That scared me.
Mushroom brain.
So mean to me.
Hello.
You just said I had a bad memory.
Well, that's
Oh,
different
hello.
from saying my brain
we're
is bad.
grabbing some
I ought to beat
air.
you up, huh? Oh, hi. Sorry.
No, that's necessary. It's so stuffy in there.
Yeah, the
Yes.
mask was a little suffocating.
Yeah. I just made a little wish at the pond.
Oh, you can make
a
that?
wish?
I mean, there's
It's
a
a
bunch
pond,
of coins in
you just
there,
toss a
so
coin.
I just tossed a coin in.
Oh,
Oh my god! Oh!
Um.
My head!
I believe that is people doing magic they were not supposed to be doing.
They seem fine in there. I think. Oh. I think they're dancing. Yeah.
Oh.
There's like I think a dance circle's happening.
Is that what they call busting it down?
Something like that.
I think they're throwing it back.
Did not
Oh.
expect it to be physically busting.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be that explosive. Tuber must be hitting the dance floor.
I'm going to make.
Ah. My flowers.
Yeah, your flowers, yes.
What's happening?
Not the ham.
They appear to be lagging.
The ham.
Oh.
Yeah, the Sam.
Omelet. Sweetest face.
Swiggity.
Would you like to, how the kids call it, throw it back on the dance floor?
Challenge done.
I'm gonna throw it back crazy style.
I'm going to throw it up, down, left, right, and side to side.
Oh! Whoa!
I'm gonna throw it
Hey,
unimaginally.
I really see where
No,
you get
don't
it
do
from,
that.
I'll
If
tell
you
you
place your
what.
hands, then there'll be
What about you?
I land from the back.
You look like a
You
yellow
know what's
stain.
great about pissing your
I love the Umas. They're my favorite. The Uma family is my favorite.
Business will be
I'm
booming
so
in the next few
biased.
days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My
All
purse
right.
is- My
The
purse
garden.
does, I can't
Here.
grab the coins
Here,
out of my
make a
purse
wish.
anymore.
Make a wish. Make a wish.
Okay.
Take it and lick it now, Miss Tora.
I wish
It's okay.
that
Oh
many
my
people will come to me for a reading, and that the people that come to me for a reading have good futures, so I don't have to tell them any bad news.
How are you guys so far?
Wow.
Do need to come
You're
for a
real
reading.
Nice one, you know.
I'm wondering what festivities we're doing all this.
Wait, you're the ones who do the readings.
Yes.
Oh yes. Well, it's not me. Just the oracle here.
Oh.
Just me, but do not confuse me with the fortune teller who tells only lies. I am the oracle.
There are two?
Who tells only lies?
Yes.
Where's my wife?
Wait, who is the fortune teller that lies?
Are you looking for Lady Aura?
As always, she might be wrong.
The fortune teller, I think they have a store in the Atelier.
I think they're right next to me, but admittedly, I've not seen them in business ever since they moved in.
I have heard, so I forgot their name, but someone
Tora?
said that they went in for a reading while they
It
were
was
drunk,
Tora.
and then they
It was
drugged.
Tora.
Oh, they drugged Tora, and
Oh.
she fell unconscious.
Oh no.
I wanted to clarify. I drank myself.
Oh, okay.
Okay, understandable. Thank you for clearing that up.
I see, thank you.
I'm good. I grow my own shit. I eat it. I drank some beer. I crossfaded. I'm good.
Oh.
You got any stuff?
Nah, man. I don't. My lady doesn't like me when I bring that anywhere. She says it gets me in trouble.
I mean,
You love
fair.
your dress today. It looks good.
Oh, thank you. I made it myself. Sucking couture.
Oh.
I am also wearing the Mrs. Sucking Couture.
So
oh, hail, Sucking Couture!
I
Oh, hail, Sucking
tailored my
Couture.
own outfit.
It looks fabulous.
you.
Probably. I think it's
Selling mine in time, unfortunately.
Oh, it's okay.
I only had the mask.
She is here.
I do love your masks that you made.
Thank you.
I mean,
everyone looks so good.
Everyone does look so good.
That was me with the wedding, so I had to commission Miss Suckin to make me an outfit.
Knowing that, like,
I couldn't have a wedding part 2.
I made 26 outfits.
Oh.
She's one hell of a champ.
2 days, 26 outfits.
You did
Like
great.
quite a day, if I'm doing the math right.
Wow.
well, to see you too. How are you,
I'm so tired.
I'm
doing quite wonderful. I've made
are
it
you
just in
stacked
time,
on
it seems.
coins?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. How are
Luckily,
you,
they're nice enough to tip.
Do you want to help?
Wow, you're
I mean, no, wait, come here. Come here. I know where she is. Come.
Do you guys have a bad feeling about this ball? Or do you
Yes.
think it's just
I mean, we were.
I'm glad it's not just me.
I mean, we were told a few things.
My wings have been flapping with a jitter ever since I heard about this ball.
I've been enjoying the ball. How about you?
I just got here. I just woke up.
I had a bad
good
feeling,
morning.
and I purposefully didn't
Good
even read today's
morning.
fortune because I had a
heard
bad
you were
feeling
looking
about
for
it.
Oh, I know.
Who'd you find?
Is that just
I didn't find anyone actually. I
You
think
just
everybody.
walked on in?
Yes, I think everybody here has a date already.
But we were told
I don't, but I was
not
like,
to
why
eat
do we
the
have
food.
to have a date? Why can't I just be silly?
Oh,
You know what? You're so correct. Would you like to join Duber in this?
Oh,
Hell yeah.
I did
Why
drink
not,
some of the
man?
wine.
Yeah, Duber's been busy making outfits for everyone. Duber kind of forgot to ask, so it just turned out that way.
I had cookies.
I heard that Duber was like
the
literally making
mushroom.
outfits
Well,
for everybody.
The reason we got was
but it's all right.
That
It's
someone
a
put
nice-
Cheeto
nice
dust
ball.
in the food.
Yes.
Has Duber at least been taking care of themselves?
Nothing wrong with
Yes,
Cheeto
yes.
dust, right?
Oh,
Although
question.
this
Are you the
outfit
same
Duber decided to
Oracle who
wear
is
doesn't seem to be
offering
working as well.
services
It
for
seems
people who
to
come in?
disassemble itself when I'm dancing.
Yes.
Is there a way I can put
It
my
seems
name
to
down?
break itself down.
Of course.
Yes.
Come, let us talk business.
All right, let us talk some business.
What do you do?
Let them talk.
Yeah. Well,
Laura-chan, I'm going inside.
All right. Well, I offer a free We'll let y'all reading, talk business.
Mm.
But on top of that, I also offer an art service. And if you come in, I will draw a very beautiful portrait of you. All I
Is
ask
there a way I
is-
can set an appointment with you?
Oh yeah, of course. When are you free?
After the ball.
You know, I could do that right after the ball today if you would like.
Lovely.
And all I ask is maybe tell me a good personal story, and that's all I like.
Can I tell you other people's personal stories? I run the jewelry shop and I hear a lot of tea.
You know what? I'm down for that.
Lovely. I will come seek you after the ball.
Miss Rain.
Alrighty. See, I don't think I quite caught your name.
Oh, I am Sumire. I'm the little moth who runs the jewelry shop in the atelier.
Ah, you know what? I do recognize your wings.
Mm.
It's a little difficult with the mask on.
Yes, and limited to our eyesight. I've bumped into a few walls today and a bit of glass.
Apparently, it also shrinks the.
Yeah. I can understand that, but it does look really good.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, I am quite pleased.
My brain's doing a buzz.
Well, I will see you after the ball.
I will come seek you. Hmm.
We should have brought beer.
Where the fuck did my date go?
Oh, is it?
She went away again. I'm like, you didn't have to walk away. Excuse me.
I do believe he did have a date. I don't know who it was though.
I don't know.
Well, this is just the recording, yeah? This is the song from
The moth's my date.
But there's a little moth.
Run, break it down.
Is there any more wine cellars?
Sorry, not to call out your name
Ooh.
for everyone who might not know who you are if you're masking on. But I was just
So you've gotten business?
Oh, yes, yes. I am getting an art commission after the ball.
Yeah, I would love to be able to stop by the Oracle too someday.
Yes, she's taking my appointment immediately after this.
Oh,
If you
nice.
wish to come along, maybe she can squeeze you in.
Yeah, I might run around a little bit, check in on some things after.
That is
but
fair.
yes. Yeah. There's so many people still
Yes.
here.
I heard the voice of my friend, but I do not know where they have gone.
Ah.
It sounded like my friend Din was here, but I do not know where they have gone.
I see.
I certainly think right now it seems like well, Cat is
I wanted to see if I could find them,
whether
but
or not successful.
I cannot
see.
find them now, though.
I'm praying for her. She's got a lot going wrong for her, but we'll see how this turns out.
Yep.
Yep, already indeed.
I'm looking snazzy?
Oh my
Oh,
god, that
yeah.
little bug is very popular right
I
now.
got my new glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Goodness
yeah.
gracious.
Bye. I'm in the middle of a
he owns
ball.
some
Stop interrupting my
Empire
roleplay.
materials,
Wait, do you
or-
want pizza today?
Oh, he's
Aww.
noble. Oh my god, I forgot he's a prince. Well, excuse
Now I feel bad.
I'm gonna do some socializing. Yeah,
I'm gonna
you
go
do
to
that.
You ate
stop
outside
cheating
without
real
me?
Quick. I'm just wondering.
Yes,
something.
no worries.
Become hungry. Come to me and I'll give you a little bit of food.
Can't believe you! I am eating what I please today, and you cannot say anything about it. See, he doesn't like me getting like food from the outside that often. He's like, we can just eat what we have at home. But he knows he's in trouble when he eats outside and he doesn't bring me anything. Meh, 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 meh. Anyways, as I was saying, he knows I get mad when he eats from the outdoors and he doesn't bring me shit. What place? I would have liked a piece of pizza, maybe. I like the pizza there. You failed me. Repent. That sounds good. What the fuck? Fuck you. I hate you. Wah. That's, you deserve that. Bitch. I'm eating what I please tonight. But yeah, when he knows he's in trouble when he doesn't bring me tasty food from the outdoors. But he eats tasty food from the outdoors. So he gives me a free pass to essentially eat from the outdoors. Without bitching to me. I'm angry. I am angry moth. Angry moth noises, grr. Why is my arm punching? I am not doing anything. Anyways. It's cold outside. Put on a sweater. Get a blankie.
Me neither, actually. I've been just wandering, meeting new people, trying to figure out who's who.
Oh, hello again.
Blueberry _ Paul, welcome home.
Sumire, hello, hello.
How did you know it was me?
The wings! The wings!
Has everyone been lying to me?
I'll go check on her. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, just
No problem.
Everyone's come up to me and have gone, oh, mysterious stranger, hello.
Who's there?
I'm gonna be completely honest. Duber didn't realize the big giant wings behind you. Actually.
Oh, thank you, Duber. I feel much better.
Sorry to air out
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Duber, you look so tall.
Duber
But hello.
prepared an outfit for the ball. It totally feels right.
I can tell from your voice. Are you my friend Din?
Is it like 5
Or Vin?
I am Vin.
It is good to see you.
I feel like it's
That's
only
why I
right since it's
recognize
such a
the
fancy
wings. I've
event.
seen them so much.
Oh, this is make me feel much better now.
I'm Duber.
Yeah, I'm not just
Pleasure to
some
meet
stranger recognizing out of nowhere.
Come along. There are too many voices. I cannot hear.
I know. I cannot hear a thing.
Is BB asleep?
I am happy you were able to make it today.
Yeah, I was able to wake myself up for a brief moment to be able to see what's going on.
I'll be so honest with you. I don't know what the fuck we do in a ball.
I'm gonna be real. I don't think anybody does. I was sad to hear that I had missed Aura's wedding, and then I was like, I
it
might
was
as well just come see
beautiful.
anyways. She said it was very short.
It was a short wedding, yes, but it was quite beautiful. I think it is my favorite one. Do not tell the she's.
I
They
think
scare
we're
me.
quite literally right below them, but they will never hear it.
I don't think they can hear us. Yeah, there's a whole wall in between. I don't think they can hear us. Hi, Blueberry Paw. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, right.
Yes, yes.
I'm gonna have to look back in the memories to see what it was like.
I'm sure they took a picture.
Oh, I'm sure they must have.
Hello, masked individual with large moth wings. I believe I owe you 10 silver.
Oh, do you? Wait, for what?
There you go. The bouquet from earlier.
Oh, it's only one. It was only one.
Oh well, I guess consider that tip. Question mark?
Oh, thank you.
Dang,
I appreciate it. Oh yes, I had a pop-up shop where I was guilt tripping everyone into buying presents for their last-minute dates. Would you like to see my pop-up shop?
Said that. Could I see?
Yes, come along.
I saw it said Sumire's gift shop, and I was like, oh, what are they doing?
I've been hustling, getting that bag. Are their glasses considered ghost goggles? Yes. I believe she might be slightly asleep.
I had my mute muscle straight. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I see.
It's okay. It's
really stressed out, you know. Thank you.
You're so
Don't
good.
play devil's advocate. I've talked to him plenty of times about it.
You and your beloved to enjoy.
Oh, thank you, Ben.
I do like to say congrats
apologies
on
that
the
I wasn't
wedding.
there for that. I hope it was a good time nonetheless.
Don't tell anyone I said this. I think yours has been my favorite wedding. Oh, do not tell the Dishes though. I will get murdered.
I would never.
No worry, I know
You're-
how.
I'm also have to say it's the only wedding I've been to.
Oh, dude.
You're
the first one.
No, Duber fell asleep and kind of missed it, unfortunately.
I can say your wedding was a lot more visible, and
That is true.
really helped.
There weren't giant pillars blocking our way.
Yes.
They adjusted
I was
the pillars,
quite
I see.
thankful.
No, it was at it was right outside of here. The last wedding was at like a special venue.
Where they only had like
Last one.
5 blocks to see the brides.
Yeah,
then
if you
nobody
weren't,
could hear
I could not see.
yeah, if you weren't at the center, you couldn't really see
He
anything.
was good.
I did see you there.
I'm happy
yeah.
for you, Tulip.
You did
Oh
excellent.
yeah, you were the flower boy, weren't you?
Flower girl, yes, yes. Tulip throw many flower.
You were the prettiest flower girl there.
I saw many photos.
Oh,
it was very dashing. I
Thank-
wish I
thanks.
was
It was
there.
beautiful, but the visibility was
sorry, I did
quite
my funny rolls.
limited.
Oh, sad to hear.
But I'm glad Tulip got a good view of his mom's getting married.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Tulip have 2 moms.
Tulip do have 2 moms.
yeah.
Some would say that's the best kind. 2.
Yes.
It's one more mom than I
Mom
have.
is bigger number than
That is one more mom than I
That's
have.
2 more moms than I have.
That's
Yeah.
also, yeah. That's 2 more moms than I have as well.
Oh,
Exactly.
Math is hard.
Quite lucky. What is a mom, by the way? Duber doesn't seem to know what that is.
Oh, I have this. I have this.
Okay, okay.
I tell you.
Oh.
Oh?
Mother is one who makes you in laboratory with alchemy.
Ah.
Oh, yes. That
Was
is
Duber
exactly
also
what a
born in
mother
a lab?
is.
Not sure, but that is mother, right? Make with alchemy out of cow.
Ah.
Out of cow.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
It is why Tulip's legs look the way they do.
Tulip does
Something
look a
wrong
bit
with Tulip
cow.
leg?
No, Tulip, your legs are great. Your legs are great.
Sumire, you can't just say that.
But it is the reason why I have wings.
Feels a little rum
Duber
nose
thinks
just
they look
having.
quite dashing.
I did.
Oh, thank Duber.
Anybody else see a little? Yeah. You
Yeah,
saw a
we
little,
just wanted,
I
like,
mean,
a
you were a little
headache.
Break it down,
toasted,
right?
it looks like, unless if I'm wrong, but it was a little shaky.
It was a little shaky. That's actually just from the cake I just ate.
Oh,
My apologies.
I think a few bottles of alcohol will make that go away quite well.
No, yeah.
I don't think they'll make the shakes go away, though.
I don't think I can go
No,
up there,
definitely
sadly.
not. I mean, maybe if you drink so
I have
much
a nice
that
stash
you,
from the
if you
city, but I
pass
don't
out,
think I'm
maybe.
VIP.
The shakes
Maybe,
will
then you
get-
won't have to experience the shakes in the first place.
Sorry, he's such an
You
animal.
won't
Oh
even
yes,
notice.
but come along. I was showing you my shop,
Yes, please.
my hustle.
Who else is out there?
I would like to leave the land of shaking. 'Cause
I
was
do
on the list
too.
there.
You want the cake?
Yes, this was my land of wares where I guilt tripped people into buying stuff.
Goodness. You said you could buy a heart, or a flower crown, or a bouquet, or a green.
I guilt tripped people by telling them, "Oh, you cannot show up to date without a present." I made much monies today.
Are you now
Oh,
the
you
rich?
that reminded me. Here, I'd like to pass you this since you became my date.
Oh, you're saying that makes it sound like it's not.
Oh,
Thank you. I appreciate it, dude.
ooh, hello.
Oh,
I know I said hello. I apologize. This moth only got maybe like 3 hours of sleep last night.
No, you're all good. You're all alright. It's a lovely stand.
Thank you.
I'm proud of the stand you made despite your lack of sleep, too.
Yeah.
I feel that,
together.
Duper, you need more rest.
Duper was up making skins.
Yes, I have not slept well since the beginning of since we came to this land. I have only slept maybe 4 hours per night. I am quite exhausted.
Sumire, you need more sleep. I am so sorry.
It is okay.
I thought we had more time than today.
It's quite an enjoyable time, I do say.
I quite often find Duber alongside me in our mystical land, walking around late at night.
Nice.
Yeah.
I wish
It's
I
merely a mere 5 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
I figured out there were thorns on that because I put it on it.
I'm hungry.
You're so teensy.
Oh.
If you're hungry, there's
I
this
have
is
a
the
few
date booth,
bottle
but
of alcohol.
Yeah, it hurt.
Hell yeah.
I also have beetroot soup.
Wait,
no, I took the alcohol.
Give me alcohol.
And they took
give me
the
the
beetroot
food.
soup.
Give me the food.
Oh.
Duber.
I apologize.
Oh.
Magnolia, you took my soup.
I did? Oh, I did. My
I mean, you can have it if
apologies.
you'd like.
I don't
No,
really
it's
need any
okay.
soup.
That's probably better I don't say for now,
That is a good point. Actually, my bad.
Oh, I think that's what they call an age restriction.
Oh, yes, that is true. Oh.
That was so real.
I think that crash out caused brain fog.
That was a very guttural scream. I am
I
quite
seem to
scared.
have a headache just for a second. Here, I'll return you soup.
Thank you. I headached and they vanished.
Yes.
They're
I don't
still
think
here.
they wanted the soup, to be frank.
I don't have any booze.
Yeah,
Let me
have
see.
cookies. My favorite.
No.
That's my bad.
I was interested. Oh yes,
look, right up,
I wanted
right
to
up.
bring
I do
you
have
cookies and Dougie rotten flesh.
I do not. Honestly, I'm
Those were the two things I
Wait, I
actually
do
pressed
have
for.
some.
I have not.
Can we
booze,
just
but
take
I
I've
from
have-
had
here?
some in my
I have-
pocket for
I
about 3
believe
days.
they are currently working on a deal right now.
Cake, one
Oh, I
more.
see.
No. Allow
Yes.
me.
Minute present
Guess we
stall,
can
come
do
get your thing.
This is motion chocolate.
Exactly.
It's got
That's a good
vodka in
question.
it. Okay, you want this? Trust me.
Duber had a couple of bottles.
You're gonna
of
be
this.
hammered in just a little while. Trust me.
Yes, hello.
Really? Yeah, you're.
Oh my god.
that'd
Hello
be
there,
walk
Duber.
out of your mind. Really?
Oh, thank you.
Yes. You won't even remember
you
getting
find-
drunk.
I got my rolls back. Oh no.
Oh, yes.
So locked out of my mind.
Duber
I keep hearing a pop. It sounds like there's fireworks. I don't know. That is still really fucking pretty. So you gaslight them? Yes. Yes.
Do you want to do some gotcha?
Is there gotcha at the ball?
Kind of. Green or gold?
Green.
Wait. Let's see.
Oh.
Another cow.
I love the cow.
Do you see the stars falling?
Oh yes,
It's
there
over
are
this
little
way.
meteors that happen every so often.
No, I see. So it's like right there.
Yes, it is a little comet. Yes, they are shooting stars. They are quite
Ah.
pretty.
I see. I've been see. That's what these things are. I've seen them at the.
Back. Back. They turn into
Boom.
beautiful items.
Oh.
Like topaz, purple dye, amethyst shards, and yellow.
I think I
and,
got orange
and
dye.
money.
Oh.
I got 10 silver from that.
Mm-mm.
Yes, they're quite pretty though. I like them a lot.
Oh.
Please do not get hit by the train.
Oh.
You at least survived the train.
Sorry, we saw a shooting star.
Oh.
I've
Yeah.
been seeing those. What's up with them?
They're so pretty. They release dyes and apparently money.
Really?
Oh, so if I
Miss
see
Sumire.
one, I should
Yes.
chase it.
Oh, I see
Someone
one
seems to be
right there.
inquiring about your booth.
Like that?
Oh, who?
My head's too big and I won't fit on it, but I want it so bad.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Sumire.
I was told I was being sought after.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
it's just perusing. I want to know what does the bouquet look like when you're holding it.
I'm very proud of the cookies. Look at them. They're the best quality they can be.
Oh,
Items don't pop up for me, so I kind of can't show you.
Everything all right?
oh, what the heck?
Oh,
Yeah, I haven't been able to.
And
No
the
one's been able to see anything I've been holding for like the past week, so.
Look at it. It's too massive.
Oh, it's probably due to your wings.
Probably. I would not doubt it, but I look pretty, so I'm okay with it.
I got
Yeah.
some flowers.
You
Here, I'll give them
too.
back to you. I didn't pay for them.
For help if I want a flower.
It is just one silver if you're interested.
Oh, I'll get it then.
Oh.
It'll work.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you familiar with facade?
Beautiful. All right.
Sorry, I just found it unusual.
Free Uma cake.
Usually
Want
has
more?
events like
Uma Cafe. So true.
They're so wise in their business.
Their horses keep getting loose.
I thought I saw one earlier.
I was like, Yada.
Yeah. I let
Why
at
is
least
there a
2
step
back
ladder?
into their stable. I don't think their like fences are high enough.
I think they learned how to jump.
Oh, I think I should let you guys know because it was yours. I shared your sheep earlier.
That's what your sign was?
Yes.
Oh, I could not read some of the words.
Oh, actually?
I mean, like,
Were
I
you
couldn't understand
toasted?
one of the words.
No.
Toasted.
I don't get the toast.
Talking about sheep.
Duber likes toast.
I do like toast as well. It's quite tasty. But no, yeah, I shared your sheep because I wanted to make cards and it required wool, but I did not know where else to find sheep, and your sheep were already
Yes.
red.
Yeah.
If I can pay you, please let me know.
You know how we run,
have a
pay what you
red
can.
sheep?
Yeah, we have a small herd of red sheep in the back. We had some white ones, but then a missionary came by and
Here,
killed them
milady.
Oh.
all. It was quite upsetting.
Milady Magnolia.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh.
I took it. I took it without warning, so I feel really bad about that. You know.
I will take this. Oh wait, I
Any
need to
of
give
you
it back
seen
to the boss.
I did not actually.
That's for the boss.
Wait, Duber, what magic did you use to get taller?
I don't know. They call it avatar creation.
Ah, I see.
Yes, yes.
I recall seeing you in your shorter stature as well earlier.
Yes, I thought they made it a little bit fancier. The outfit adds a little bit of a height after I drink a couple of alcohols.
Ah, I see, I see.
Wait,
It does look quite
I
dapper.
think I recognize that voice. But
Oh,
it
hello.
can't be.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Duber.
It can be. No.
I'm realizing
It's
something.
just a mysterious stranger, of course, of course. No one knows who this could be.
Tell me.
Yes?
Does
You
Duber
yarned him
have
as
a
welcome
higher
home.
vocabulary once taller?
It probably stretches out his mind too.
Judging my
You
brain.
have shocked many people with your brain.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ate
probably.
cookies or something.
Listen, the shortness might compress his vocabulary.
Yeah.
Duber tends to say very little. I don't know if
Yay!
you're aware of
Welcome
that.
in.
I
Hello, welcome to the
always
Goose
speak
School. Welcome home.
Hmm.
But typically you're a man
don't
of fewer
think Duber knows what
words. This is a
comes
lot
out
of
of
I
his
am
mouth.
Duber.
Yes, I am Duber. Yes.
Hmm.
I normally don't hear you speak this much. It's usually I am Duber and ye.
That is me. Yes.
Yes.
I believe the height might have stretched out his vocabulary too.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Lady
He's
Iran?
working
She has my
hard.
booze.
Who?
Could she be in the
Lady-
VIP
Lady
area?
Iran.
Oh yeah, she's probably in the VIP section.
All the doors are
Okay, thank you.
Oh, bless you.
Food, you say?
I'm trying to find my aunt. Where'd she go?
Last
Which
time I
aunt?
saw your cousin aunt was tied up upstairs.
Yeah.
No, not my cousin aunt. My cousin Kat. I think she just ran through here.
Hmm.
I haven't seen
I
Kat.
don't think so.
Yeah, she just ran through here. I don't know where she went.
Could I talk to the three of you in private, please?
I'm
not
pretty sure she
sure.
went through the door. No.
Curious.
One second.
Hmm.
Hey.
That reminds me of
No
a
idea.
little
Hey.
something.
What does it remind you of?
Ooh.
I picked up these things called sweet peas.
Oh,
Oh, that is. Oh, that looks so nice.
Do they glow?
it's so pretty.
It seems like it, yeah.
Not finding the what
Oh
they
my
call
goodness.
HUDs today.
That is beautiful.
But I thought it might be neat to
I
give
was
some to
actually
P as
looking and
well.
I can't find her.
I feel like you might have to.
I feel like P would
Yeah.
really
What?
appreciate that.
I
Let me
remember.
go back in and see.
I've been going
I just
around
saw them
taking
go
pictures
inside.
with everyone. I haven't got a picture with
Oh.
you yet.
I'm down to take a picture. I never even thought to do so, honestly.
I'm gonna take this one with me.
Let's see. Oh fuck! I can't move.
Oh.
The world collapses.
Yes, I've been thinking about that as well.
Here, let me change back.
Oh,
into...
what is that over there with the sparkles?
That is what we
happening?
call a shooting star.
Oh.
Oh, hang on. I would like to grab it.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you Duber?
I'm Tuber. Yeah.
I'll miss the conversations we've had, Duber.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was making funny noises. I had to experience it.
Tuber changed back to outfit. Here we are.
That's okay. I still mega appreciate Duber.
Yeah.
You want to take the mask off for that? Or you...
Oh, yes. Yes, please. Thank you for the reminder.
Okay. Wait. Oh. Ah.
Whee!
I fucking love Duber, dude.
Yay! Thank you.
This is quite alright. Thank you for the photos.
Of course.
You want to see what I have so far, actually?
The vocabulary!
I do love photos. They're always so pretty.
And there are many in
I was not
there.
aware you could make albums of them.
Yes, they look quite nice.
Oh my goodness.
I traveled around and met quite a lot of people, actually.
Oh my god, it's like a scrapbook. I'm gonna cry.
Yes.
Yes.
You could also have everybody sign it if you wanted to. That's so smart.
I do. That is true. Although for the group photos, I'm afraid there might be quite a lot of people for that.
Yes.
That is quite fair. Oh yes, there are. Oh. Oh my goodness.
It's quite
Tiny
lovely. I do
Duber.
enjoy it. I thought
It's
it would
so
be
precious.
Yeah, I thought it'd only be right as a little immoral thing.
I want more booze. I
sorry.
want more booze.
I'm afraid we don't have any.
I
on us
gave you
right
all
now.
my booze.
So sorry, Chief.
You're so good. You're so good to me.
Mm.
I don't think we should give her any more booze.
I don't think she's allowed to drink booze.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I have no idea.
Mm.
I mean, I'm keeping this myself.
Yeah, don't let her know.
Yeah.
Do not
I
let her
But-
sniff you.
But I gave Sweet
She will not
Pea.
smell
I mean, I gave P some sweet peas.
Oh,
Oh, what did they
that is
think?
quite lovely.
They really liked them. I think. Yeah.
Aww.
Mm-mm.
That's just delightful. I love that everybody on
Yeah.
the server thinks of each other and does
Yeah.
small little silly
Yeah.
things.
But yeah, I found
Yes.
I found red tulips, and I gave one to
Oh.
Tulip, and Tulip's been like holding it like all night, and it's like,
Oh,
ah,
that's sweet.
I think he loves that.
yeah.
That's so
I wanted to give him a
precious.
bouquet, but
Mm.
oh,
Oh,
Goodness.
she seems to have drank. A bit
she's
too
wake
much.
up bastard.
Mm.
She needs likely a ride home and one that's safe.
Probably.
We could probably get one of the carts out.
I think, honestly, I
Probably a
think
good
there will
idea.
be like
Wait, do you think we can make
teleportation
some
portals.
bank as like an Uber driver?
If you're
Oh
oh,
my goodness,
I
that
think
would be
Sir
so
Lyle worked as an Uber
fun.
driver once. He might be able to give a ride.
I've never heard of this Uvu Jave.
Yeah, this is Uber shopping. Yeah,
oh, I don't have my book on.
and I could need it.
Oh.
I mean, I never took my book off. I don't have that much destruction magic. Most of mine is still just teleportation.
I was hoping I remembered to put my wood in my pockets, but I have not.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Oh.
magical.
Yeah. It started with a
That's
level
one of
2.
these.
Yeah, I hired you.
Oh,
Oh.
right. That's right. I forgot I made that.
Oh,
Oh.
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 It does hurt quite a bit.
I
after,
see. Mine just goes. Right now, I have it so I could go probably to the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
I don't think mine reaches
Oh.
that far, actually.
I can just fly.
Whoa. Well, then they have to get down.
It made a monster noise. It made a monster noise.
Smart.
Oh, I see.
I'm coming back down.
Oh.
I wonder if somebody's put a monster up there. You never know.
I mean, I can go grab some wood
Maybe.
really fast if we need wood.
I mean,
What do
If
we
we
need
would
wood
like
for?
to do this Uber service.
Ooh.
I don't have any on me, unfortunately.
I mean, I don't.
Actually,
I have.
never
wood in
mind.
there?
It's only my
I have
things.
3 oak logs,
I
if
mean-
that will help. 12 wooden planks.
Oh, I think that does help. I think that does work for
Remind me, what do we need the wood for again? I kind of forgot.
carriages.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yes, yes.
I mean, is 12 enough?
Oh,
Maybe?
Things do seem to slip your mind.
Yes.
I mean,
I think you started talking about carriages, and now everybody's like, we will make carriages.
That is right. Hello.
Hello, hello.
I've got a couple of
Have
sticks.
you been enjoying the
going
night?
on.
Oh no,
What's
we've been
happening?
just hanging around.
Oh, I threw my
Right.
mask. My bad.
think
I'm
they're
so
up
good
to
at that.
something.
We're
It is
seeing
very
people
loud
are
inside.
too drunk enough to be able to make it back home, so we're wondering if we can make some money
Yeah.
carting them back to the different districts.
Oh wow, how
is it
noble
over?
of you guys. Very
We don't know. We're just throwing ideas out. Oh,
Wow.
What's
wow.
that?
where'd you get those?
I believe they are
Junk gifted them to me.
Ah,
Not surprising.
Yes, that's quite a bit. Would you like some?
I mean, I think I'm pretty
want drugs.
like high on level right now. I don't think I need any.
Yeah,
Toss them at me, Magnolia. Toss them at me.
I mean,
you shall feel
I feel
free
you
like
can
I
do it.
felt
As
very
you
nice.
wish.
I like
instantly
the
just
rush you
witnessed
gave me.
people ways
Yes.
to make money and how to give drugs.
It is
Feels
only
accurate to
right.
many parties.
Yes.
Whoa, Sumire.
Can I have all of these?
Yeah.
You can, and you can have more.
Here, I believe I do too. I have this thing called thick.
Yeah, I
Quite
shall
thick.
pass you shall-
Yeah, I'll give.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh
That's
wow.
insane.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck, I am still
You need to frame
34,000
that.
away
That's
from level
beautiful
9.
framed.
We got more,
Oh,
I seem to have lost my atomized Doritos too.
and there's some more.
I will be level 9 if it kills me.
Chip in the game called Cheetos.
Oh, did they? I unfortunately have not seen them.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it is just a powder called Cheeto
There
dust.
you go.
I forgot
That's
I'm
all the
literate and
ones.
I can't spell. So
Magnolia!
I can't seem to find it.
News!
Yes.
If it means anything, I don't
Balta,
see them
I
under
found
mine
two
as
of my little
well.
familiar guys. They just
Oh.
I might also
Whoa.
be literate though. Who really knows these days?
Come on.
Spell. Who needs to spell anyway?
Listen, I sleep too much to learn to spell properly.
That is fair.
Hello, Tulip.
There's a lot of drugs going around.
Are you enjoying
Hello.
your flower, Tulip?
Hello, little child.
Tulip love flower, yes. Tulip been showing everyone.
I bet it is Tulip like you.
Tulip like Tulip, yes.
There is 2 tulips.
I guess we can't judge their
Two
age.
Tulip.
We're also typically
Tulip
small.
also get cookie, and Tulip also get cake.
Oh, wait, where'd you get the cookies from?
Oh, family give it because
Ah.
I ask and say
As well.
I see. I was hoping they were serving cookies.
No, they don't serve food yet. Maybe I think they wait.
Yeah, I've not been able to buy
Have you been
food.
enjoying
Where
the
did,
party?
where did
Tulip?
Gran just go?
You
Tulip
alright?
be getting Tulip.
Mimi's right around the
Tulip
corner.
confused where everyone go though. Tulip not sure where family
Oh,
went.
incredibly fair.
They seem to have disappeared. I'm not sure if they didn't walk out the front door. If you're asking, they.
Yeah, Tulip would see if walk out front door. Not sure where are.
True.
Say, Tulip, are you talking about food by any chance?
Yes, yes. Talk about mother. Yes.
Booze?
Oh dear.
To find booze?
I believe in you.
Would you happen to know
Not
what food is?
booze. Foo.
Flu? Not booze?
Oh dear.
Flu.
No.
It seemed confused.
Yes, she seems to have too much to drink tonight.
Wait, where's Lady around? She has all the booze.
Probably
I'm not quite
upstairs.
sure.
No, she's not there.
Oh.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, little girl. If I give you some nightshades here, you think you could
Yeah, I haven't
them
seen
yourself.
Rand since the unveiling.
Are the leaders missing?
It seems Thea's here. Thea.
I'm looking for
Do you
Ren.
think
I'm looking
perhaps
for
there's some
Ren.
crazy things
Thea,
happening?
they seem to be looking for your mother.
In the
Have you
gathering of
seen her?
everybody?
Oh, my
Mother gone
mother.
as well.
She's
Ren, they're
inside.
talking now about how Fu's missing.
She seems to be inside from what I've heard.
Oh.
Oh, I know Seer inside.
Oh, I have bad
I've been
news.
looking.
I thought we were talking about Rand
Oh
being missing.
goodness, my brain just fuzzed itself.
Big
headed.
Things have been a bit.
Yes, it happens quite a bit.
Oh, it seems.
I mean, I know you're looking for Rand.
Oh, well, we
I
found
like the
Ran.
gathering at the center, but I guess we shall pray
Seems
and
Ran's-
hope.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, you have shrunk.
Didn't want to be an adventurer since I was young, so.
There's so much
Yeah.
lag.
Tuber!
Oh, makes sense, actually.
I can tell you the story later. We can make some time. I got a lot of I tell you. I feel like it's been
He
a
is
long time.
It needs to be silent for a moment.
Yeah,
Oh, we must be
it's
silent.
been
Come on.
a while, actually. I came to...
I did. We spoke about
Silence
it.
for the
It's probably
listeners.
fine.
Silence.
Okay, good.
Everyone shut up!
May we ask for a moment of silence, my esteemed guests? Thank you for gathering once more. Now, I hate to interrupt the festivities, but we are here gathered today before you to give a brief announcement. I am pleased to announce to everybody present here, in front of all the factions present, that the Triarchy has now been established and has come to an agreement.
Triarchy.
A tryout.
What the fuck that mean?
First I've heard of a tryout.
To elaborate.
The Archie is trying.
Yeah.
The three of us have decided to work hand in hand in a truce.
A truce.
Unity! Unity good, right?
Now, this is indeed a joyous occasion, and everybody's enthusiasm does please me so.
I don't like that tone voice.
Oh.
Seems scared now.
Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem?
Silence your tongue before the listener, knave.
Continue, Lady Valor.
If I'm to speak up, I do believe this wouldn't happen without some sort of cause, would it?
That's why.
No, I think I just fed them maybe one too many champagnes. All in
Let
good
the
faith.
spray. Let the speech finish.
Now, to finish what I was saying, as I mentioned again, I will repeat, the three of us, the leaders of the Atelier, Solène, and the Vesperine, have decided that we will now enter into a truce. We hope for your cooperation in this manner, and for all of you to make merry, share food, wine and drink, dance, and enjoy the evening under a single veil of moonlight.
Wait,
Now,
who's
if you
that?
will, Mr. Luminous.
Each dog.
Sir Luminous?
Yes. Tonight is a night of celebration. One which we can all enjoy for once in these many weeks of tension.
So tiny.
Please have the time of your lives, for after this, we must all stand hand in hand and get to work on any problems that may arise.
He sounds a little different, huh?
What problem?
Oh.
Sounds minorly ominous.
Azor!
Okay.
I don't understand.
Oh.
I do believe there
Wow.
were tensions between several of us
Right.
before.
As the leader of the Atelier, I've always believed that the factions can work together rather against each other.
He sounds a little
I
funny,
know
don't we
there's many
think?
different beliefs, and I know there's many different things that might divide us, but I also, too, at the same time, believe that there's many things
Yeah,
that
he
connect
normally
us.
doesn't sound that
we all
evil.
live in this world, and we all want to cherish this world. So I am overjoyed to be able to enter this truce with both of the leaders of the other factions.
That's a great thing.
Who's good?
That's fantastic.
I do agree. That sounds wonderful.
I like truce.
Sounds positive.
Hmm.
I still hate you.
Oh.
Is there a name for this alliance?
Hold on.
Said the triarchy, I believe.
The triarchy.
Yes.
Oh, triangle. Oh, sounds like triangle.
Yes, because there are.
Yes, it does, Duber.
Then, to the triarchy?
Then
To
shall
the
we
triarchy.
The triarchy.
Super like triangle.
Raise your glasses, one and all.
Triangle.
I don't have any. I don't have any triangles. I mean, any. I don't have any glass to raise.
Is that
You alright?
Wait, is that Hoffman?
Oh,
Let's go here.
hello,
You look
I'm
good.
Duper.
Alright, you know what? I'm not trying to be coy. While we're gathered here, I must say something.
Beautifully. You look fantastic.
The three of you, I've heard there's a
Someone
poisoning bout.
is here.
What happened? Poisoning. Something's wrong.
I've heard there's a poisoning about, and I've heard that it's going to be some sort of bat that's being poisoned.
Everyone,
And
please
while
calm
you've
down.
seen here,
Hey, is that Hoffman over there?
I must say it.
Someone said the professor is here.
We have a guest. This is the Oh goodness.
I recognize that noggin.
Yo, what's up, dude? You made me heat.
Don't think so.
Oh, it's the human meat guy again.
Oh, it's the meat man I hear so much about.
Recognize him.
Someone shows some meat and everyone goes to him.
I really liked it. It was a 10 out of 10.
I like your funny words, meat man.
The health benefits of your meat were overly stated.
To the center.
Everyone, please move away.
Stay back, everyone. He's a dangerous man.
Please step back, everyone.
Everyone back away.
Yes, I hope you all are doing mighty well. I decided to come today because I have some news for you all, actually. But before I start this speech on my paper here, yes, I just wanted to say it's really good to see you all here tonight. Like seriously, seeing everyone enjoying themselves, laughing, dancing, it is something I missed while hiding in the deeper down for some time. For a moment on the tension of faction lines, it fades.
Step back.
It's very interesting, especially with this new truth. Step back, step back, step back, step back, step back. And now we get to remember what this place is supposed to be. You know, a community, and I think that's pretty nice. Not enemies, and that's actually why I need to say this. Because as you may notice, there are a lot of people with some mysterious eyes, and people have started to say that we are now the pale eyes. For some reason, I've been told that's quite interesting. But I assure you, we're not some of what you think we are. We're not monsters just because our eyes are different. We're not some
I hope you guys can hear. Sorry guys, we can't move any closer.
Really, look around.
They're shoving us back.
People as well, human beings.
They're wanting us to move back.
Not to disrupt it, but to be a part of it, to celebrate, to connect, to exist alongside everyone else. The same way you are right now, in fact. And even there, look at there, Aurora and Enobo, in holy matrimony. It's quite beautiful. It really is. It brings a tear to my eye.
Thank you for the pat pat.
I only peered through the window, but it was quite lovely, I must say. And now that is what we all need, right? That's why we need peace. But I do apologize for this, but something bigger may or may not be happening. And I sincerely apologize for doing a perfectly good night, but I wouldn't be if I didn't think it was serious.
Sound super suspicious.
We are in danger. All of
Are you
us
danger?
in Horizon's Edge.
Danger?
There is a relic here in Horizon's Edge. I've
Cute.
been told. I was aware of this while under the research team of the attempt.
Everyone, their fucking backpacks, I swear to God.
Very much loved. They're like family to me. However, the course, as some of you may know, has told me that this relic is actually incredibly powerful, and In the wrong hands, it could give a single god the power to wipe this entire city off the map.
What? What? What?
I know, it's alarming, but you must know that there are people already moving to use it. The chorus has told me that there is a splitted group within Solen. Of course, they don't speak for everyone there, but they do exist. And they believe using this relic is the act for true purity. And this purity can only be accomplished by glassing the heretic. These heretics, they are you, they are me, they are the Vespery, the Atelier, even those who would condone it in the Solen. And now I must say, please, heed my words that we must find this relic before it is too late.
Stand aside!
What the fuck?
Whoa. Oh, it was just Phoebe.
I can't tell if that was meant to happen or if someone was stupid and decided to be extra.
Miss BB, come on, stay with us.
What was that?
What just happened?
What happened to the professor?
Everyone stay inside.
Remain inside.
Remain inside.
Everyone remain inside.
But there's like a
Everyone
fucking
remain
someone
inside.
blasting
It's
shit.
okay.
Well, how? Yeah.
What happened so fast?
What just happened?
Duper saw Professor. He kind of
got
just walked out
slighted.
the front door. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
Super small again.
I'm kind of with you. I saw the same thing.
That can't be good.
Listen, gather around.
Listen to our leaders.
I understand we may be all in a state of panic after this occurrence, but I ask you all not to worry for the time being.
It's locked.
Please stay inside.
I want to go home.
What's outside?
What do you mean not worry? We just watched someone get murdered in front of us.
Everybody remain calm.
I demand to know why
I
we're
want to go
not
home.
Listen to the lies of the professor. This is the test of our new unity.
Why did I?
The walls are closed.
Did he? Or was this a setup?
He died for the
Why?
truth, right?
Oh, we
They've
must
sealed every
work together.
exit.
What?
It could have just been every exit is sealed.
What would Hoffman have against the Solen?
Where are you?
Duper
Hold
saw
it.
him get
Window
killed.
closed. I'm so confused.
Everyone needs to stay calm.
Crazy style.
Not sure if safe in here.
So we can
Duper
look
thinks we
out.
got locked inside.
You're safe within here. The magic
Are you all right?
protects these walls.
We're gonna find it.
God allows
I am fine. I'm just quite confused.
Are you saying that?
Good, I was looking for you.
I'm good. Are you all right, boss?
I'm
This is
good.
crazy.
What do they mean, the Solen?
Where's my brother?
I'm Duper.
There have been rumors about the Solen.
We haven't done anything. Or at least,
Yeah.
not the Solen I know.
Hmm.
I mean, have you
not
seen
believe
this
these
sign in
lies
front of the
that seek
Vespery
to undo
base?
our newfound unity.
But,
There was.
but, why would they lie about the Solen?
Okay.
Because they seek to undo what the faction leaders have been trying to build here.
Maybe a whole lot.
Seek to undo this
Welcome
new
back, Duper.
alliance.
I'm Duper.
I mean,
BB and the professor were
Oh, Duper thinks the duck is armed.
Lyle, may I speak to you in private really fast? I need someone to help me gather my thoughts. Not to throw anything at his luminance, but I think he sounds quite different today.
Different how?
His luminance usually has a warmth to his voice, but today it feels quite cold. I had a dream, Lyle. I had a dream where they were telling me I must pick a side before something happens to the world. I rejected the voices and I woke up throwing up.
I see, I had the same. That is the infection that Hoffman spread.
Yes. And now all this is happening. What are we gonna do?
And do what we continue to have done. Look out for our people.
And people now have weird eyes. Their eyes look soulless.
I'm afraid so.
I would not trust the pale eyes.
I don't. But
don't worry, everything's going to be okay.
Oh. If I can help the good soul, and I will. I don't know what to trust anymore.
Just have to stay together.
But I believe in her light still, in my lamp.
The light will not abandon you.
I hope not. I'm a little worried.
Trust in Selene and trust in me.
You won't betray us, right, Lyle?
By word of my oath, I will fight darkness to the very end.
I will help you, Lyle, to the best of my abilities. So long as you shall have me fight alongside you. Do we actually have a second Selene faction? Oh, they closed the windows. Oh, they shut everything down. Oh, we are locked inside. So is this traitor.
I don't know anything about a relic. This is the first I've heard of it.
The relic Van Hoffman spoke of.
Can't
Were you
say
around
it
for that?
much.
Yes, I did hear
of the
Nice.
That was the first time I've ever seen it.
The poor traitor. He got yoinked in here. Hi Jamie, welcome in. Stream's going really well.
Willow's been looking up there ever since the whole thing started.
Feels
I
like that
returned.
watches eyes on everybody.
What happened?
It's been strange. Well, they said don't enter up there on that side. And they're all chatting, and Willow's just been... That's the first time I've seen her look away, but she's been staring.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we Selene are just going to be standing over there for a moment. If you come with me, I'll explain.
Okay.
I see.
By word of my oath.
I'm sorry,
we will
dude.
fight
I'm
with
so
you
sorry.
until the end.
I'll be back, Duber.
Yes.
He's trying his best to be as manly as possible. He did not like it when I said he was pretty, but he is pretty.
Yes.
That's
pretty together for
Right? He's like a beautiful flower.
I apologize. It's quite hard to hear you right now.
No, I know. It's very loud.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. But yeah, I think he's trying to also hide his identity,
My
which
friends.
I think after this incident,
but, we're just all
after this incident, I think it makes it a little hard.
Yes. I was gonna stand with Duber if I believe Duber was alone.
Have entered a
You want to stand with Duber?
I will return.
I'm not sure we can trust what they have to say. They'll be able to root it out in their conversations.
Oh god. I am back, Duber and Vin. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Duper.
I'm a little scared that they're separating the factions like this.
Yes, I believe this is what they want. By they, I mean the man who came in and was offering the black meat to everyone.
Wait, there was someone
I still have the black meat.
Yes.
Yes,
Do
it's
not
the
eat
red
it.
flesh.
Do not eat it.
I did not eat it because you guys warned me. I kept it on me in case if we need it for something.
Maybe someone can like examine it or something. But do
Exactly.
not eat anything that man gives you. He is bad news.
I just like to stick to my infinite ham and pray.
Yep, that's exactly.
I don't know if I trust any food from anybody at this point. I'd rather just eat my infinite ham.
Yes.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh, Tulip seems to be enjoying
You know, everyone seems stressed
been
out.
having
We
a
should
lovely time.
all like share a drink.
Oh.
I don't
you.
drink anymore though. Not
Why
not
don't you drink anymore?
because I got too used to drinking my Felix.
Oh dear.
Well, that's what drinking's for.
Oh, incredibly fair.
Cooper has some. Yeah, you can have a drink.
It's his fucking size.
I unfortunately don't have any more. That was all I smuggled.
I do have cherry wine if anybody would like it. It does make you invisible from what I've understood.
What? There are some items that do make you invisible.
So these doors are locked.
Yeah.
I think we just
to be
gotta
fair,
wait until they open them up.
To be fair.
So are we ever gonna get out of here? Like,
There
what's
are
what's going on?
emergency exits if it's incredibly emergent, but
Where?
they do
Hey-
request
hey,
we stay
Sumire.
inside. Well, let's see that
Remember,
people
we
are making
have
their
always
way in
been
and out.
labeled as the enemy. But
What the
I
hell
will
is
do my
that?
best to make sure that if there are any traitors, that we rule them out. But I have not. I know everyone in Selen, and I've made it my effort to know everyone in Selen, and I've not found any traitors. We are being labeled as the enemy once again, so just do be careful, because I know that your shop is right in the middle, but we can't let them.
Yes.
We can't let them sow discourse.
I will hope that my friends will defend me if anything
There's an open door
happens.
over there.
Of course.
I've been asleep. I just trust the people that I trust. Though I have heard bad things about you. Unfortunately,
What have I
every
done?
single time I woke up from my slumber, I hear things about different Celine members. So I do apologize that there's been ruckus.
Oh. I mean, like, in terms of me, I just like hitting things hard. I go hunt wardens.
It is
That's my
true.
thing.
I've just been told that you
He's just a
are
warrior.
part of whatever they might be ploying.
Oh, well, in that case, you can rest assured I have been nowhere but the forge, helping everybody around and helping them. Every single
I
one
respect that.
every single
He's
person.
he's a very big community person.
That is true.
I love that.
I can
but
vouch
the
for
one-
him.
But get in, the reason I am a big community person is for the sole reason of knowing and making sure that everyone in the family is okay. I've gone and talked to every single person that I can. I would call myself more of a protective father.
He is like everyone in
If you will.
Solen's
love
big
that.
protective dad.
That is
Aww.
But just remember, you guys, we have been labeled as the enemy time and time again. People have stolen from us. They have destroyed our buildings. They have placed spawners in our library.
They did?
This is nothing new. Yes, that
They
was
place
the whole thing.
spawners in your guys' library?
That was the
There
whole
phantom
thing.
spawners right outside the solarium to attack
Do you guys
anyone
know who
who
placed it?
revives.
The gods
Do
won't
not.
tell us,
Oh,
but they
no.
have been severely punished.
Yes.
I
But,
would hope so.
But
But
yes,
despite all of these rumors that have been spread the past 11 days, Selen has remained an ally of the people. Our
Well,
order
people
remains
are-
open, and we
I
remain
am still
committed
working
to
on
protecting
Project
people.
Lamp.
yes, then thank you for that, Sumire. Honestly, Project Lamp, I think it really has allowed us to help so many people. I think there's an innumerable. It is a preventative measure. And
Yes.
preventative measures often go unthanked, but thank you for keeping the people safe.
Yes. Project Lamp was
course.
very
It's
successful
what I
in
can
lighting up the
do.
streets and preventing monsters from
It
being
is
there at night.
extremely important, yes.
I am still
If you
working
ever
in
need anyone
atelier.
People say.
Sumire right here has been lighting up all the streets that more of the newer visitors do not get attacked
With
by
my
dangerous
precious
creatures.
lamps.
Mostly don't come to our city.
This is why.
I see.
This is why people see that. People see the light you bring, Sumire, and that's why I worry that you will be a target.
I hope
So
not.
just we'll do our best to protect you.
We'll protect you. We're all together in this.
Oh.
But you're also very strong, so I will say
I
that.
am.
That is true.
I can kill a warden on my own.
But we are strong.
Wait, you beat a warden on your own?
Yeah.
It's been
Oh well.
happening for a
After
while,
this,
I
let me.
feel.
Well, after all this, let me welcome you to the spears.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Once everything's done.
I also have killed several more.
You do? Oh, the spears
I've
grow.
been walking around
Yay.
trying to make sure
We have an
everyone's
initiative
alright.
from we have an initiative to encourage our members to grow
Yeah,
strong
I
enough to
just-
kill wardens,
I don't know
and
what's
we
about to
reward them with a
happen. I
title
hope
of spear
nothing
once
bad
they do.
happens.
Oh, that's incredible.
I think I'm mostly able to because he can't reach me when I'm flying everywhere. Yes.
Yeah, it hasn't been a day.
No, yeah, the sun
I'm gonna go around and make sure that the rest of our people are right?
We should
Split up if you guys can, especially if there's some people that are scared, because like I said, not everyone is used to being called a villain.
Yes, that is true.
I think the moon is still there. You see it right here.
Really? Am I just too far?
When do you think we'll be free to go?
I don't know any of what's happening.
Me neither.
Anybody have good here randomly, you might find yourself dead.
I do not believe in anyone but myself.
They're really trying
You
to-
must understand, this is not the time to be
What is
out.
happening?
It's the time to actually ask questions that make sense.
I mean, I was
If we
And what
don't
is a
know
question
anything,
that makes sense?
we need to ask the leaders.
I think you have to be
And they're just discussing stuff.
I don't have it.
That's why we're here discussing this, our own course
Oh,
of
I have
action,
it.
while they're not
Yes,
here with us.
We shouldn't distress other people because we only have
Why not?
ourselves.
There's no reason to not just you can distrust somebody without being, problematic with them.
Well,
I'm sorry,
trust
like-
you, clearly.
I'm a little afraid.
That's good.
You know I am friend,
is good.
right?
The bakery's awesome.
No,
Thank you,
at this
Duber.
moment, unless something changes, nobody here should be looking at each other as a friend.
Oh wow. I know.
Currently, we're all wearing masks.
I
We don't know
know.
anything about what's going on. Why would you believe your own friends are safe? Because they're friends? People have been poisoned.
Please
People have
listen
been,
to
have
me.
been
Please
clearly
listen to me. I
Yes,
know
Mila.
my eyes. I know I have something to say.
Oh,
I have something
boy.
to say. Come to me.
There's so much lag whenever anyone walks.
I didn't poison the food though. If you ate my food outside, I didn't do anything to it. And I wouldn't do anything to it. I can't tell you what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But I know that I didn't poison the food. And I know that Aura's a good person.
There is much drama.
So I don't think it's fair the things people are saying when my wife pours her heart and soul into that cafe. When I pour my heart and soul into that cafe. And I didn't do anything to it. And you don't have to come to it.
Calm down.
But I didn't
and
do it.
we leave this mushy.
And leave my wife out of it.
I don't think anybody blamed her though. Don't worry.
Did someone die? No, but someone came in to start shit about the Solen being bad people.
I believe just like there are bad eggs in every faction, that perhaps the actions of one person with pale eyes should not reflect that. With all
I was told by several people they think I poisoned the food. And I
No.
just wanted to set the record straight.
No,
But I didn't do that, and
They
if
do not
anything-
speak for us.
Mom, I believe you, I believe you, Mom.
Well, I will
I
say
believe
this.
you too.
Would you
Someone
think
came in
if
and
I
was
could
like, "Oh yeah, there's an evil faction at the Solen,"
of the investigative force.
and now everyone's not trusting the Solen yet again.
That's a different rumor. Those of you that know me were investigating whether or not the food was similar to the meat that we were being fed by Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Hoffman, as you know, has given us meat
Why am I
that
so
has
short?
led to all this. So I do not believe that
And the dreams.
And the dreams, exactly. So while I do not believe that the meat could have been poisoned,
They're up there having their own RP moment.
investigating as to whether or not it would result in the dreams. But the poisoning was, I believe, a different issue that seems to have gotten mixed up with this one.
Do you know what the poison is?
I believe
there
it was
is.
the rotten, ruined flesh she was handing
No,
us.
it was
Like
someone
this.
else specifically mentioned poison. It was the small person with the backpack, I believe. They
Wasn't it
overheard.
specifically Hoffman feeding people the ruined flesh?
If I
It
may
was.
speak
This is a really strong assumption. I don't
as
know who made
the
that.
rumors of a
'Cause
second
there are already
poisoning
a few
were
here at the
caused
mall,
by
and they
a
haven't done anything bad, have they?
misinformation of somebody who had not been awake for
feels a little
several
mean.
days.
I see.
I think it's the evil
The only
discrimination.
infection we know of at the moment is the one that has been spreading.
I got one.
The voices did speak about uniting.
Sorry, we're pointing fingers at first as a culprit.
We believe
Hoffman
that they are
and Facade because I don't trust Facade.
Yes.
I have never once trusted the facade.
Yes.
And in the coming days, our
And I'll be honest,
will be tested.
I don't really trust
Myself as
Fudashi
captain
either.
of the city guard and as a loyal paladin of Selen, remain dedicated to protecting all of you, no matter your affiliations.
This is the time we need to stick together.
Yes.
Let's hear it for
Can I, Herbie?
Hip hip. All right.
If I may. Hooray!
Yes.
Please, Miss Val.
All right.
Underling. Underling.
Are you alright?
Right here.
You may have heard word.
Oh, where have you been? I've been looking for
Mr.
you.
Hoffman.
I was hoping Nalu, he was hit.
You've heard his promises, you've heard his
Oh
warnings.
my god.
I am a popsicle.
I only ask of you to trust your leaders and to trust us.
I don't want to trust my leader. My leader sounds fucking funky.
At the moment, we would never come to this agreement if it weren't in the best interests of everybody. As you know,
can't we leave? I'd like to know what those interests were.
this interest is not all of us fucking blowing up and dying, yes.
That's a fair point.
That's about fair.
That is fair.
That is quite fair.
Was that a
Yes,
possibility?
Quite the selfless one.
Well, allow me to explain. Mr. Hoffman has revealed to you information in order to sow discord and conflict amongst us in a time of unity. I only ask you to not listen to these rumors, and most of all, within your power, to not listen to this Deep Mind's promises. This creature known as the Deep Mind, or the Everlasting Chorus, as it also has been called. It speaks to you, it promises you.
It's
anything
talk about
from power, unity, peace, your loved ones, the dead, something you never thought you could have, something you've lost. It feeds on your sorrow, your grief, your love, everything that you hold
My
valuable.
fucking
It
sorry.
feeds on
I'm
what
staring
makes
at my
you
model. My fucking eyes just randomly
do not
scoot
listen to
everywhere.
what it says. The dead can never come back to life. And what is lost is gone.
What about the
My eyes
artifact?
are just going
Did
wee.
he lie about the artifact?
when I refused to call me food, what did the deep line mean?
Guess my husband can't come back, huh?
If our so-called leaders knew so much about this, why weren't we told earlier?
I agree.
We
I'd
have
like to know as well.
informed about this sooner. We have informed all of you as much as we can. I'm not sure how long most of you have been awake, but those that have been awake quite frequently should have already heard whatever we've spoken of.
I can vouch for her. Vesperine tried their best to know about this knowledge way beforehand.
And
Vesperine have worked hard
as
against the
I'm-
color
as I-
magics that have perverted this land.
And speaking
there
of
was
First
a joint
Selen,
effort between
speaking for
Vesperine,
Selen, we have
Atelier
always
and
Perverted.
Solane to clear out the desert and the Mushroom Island from the color magic corruption. So we
Yeah.
have to remain united, despite what people are
But-
trying to do.
but also if I
What about
could,
the relic? Did you guys know about the relic? Does it actually exist?
Didn't the Atelier bring this upon us?
No idea.
No.
Is
I
it as
asked
powerful
for
as
you
they
to-
say?
I asked for you to listen. The Atelier is not to blame by itself. The actions of a single individual, or in this case two, Mr. Facade and Mr. Hoffman, are not to be blamed on the entire faction of the Atelier. They are individuals who are working for their own purpose that do not align with the beliefs of the Atelier as a whole. The same can be said of the people of the Selen and the Vesperine.
So what you're saying is that there's no truth to the Splinter Cell?
Can you elaborate? I'm
Hoffman
sorry,
also
I'm not
mentioned
sure what you're asking. Though.
Hoffman also mentioned that there's a few people in Selen that are seeking our evisceration.
We have no knowledge of
There
such
is no
existence.
such
These are rumors.
Absolutely.
I have.
Impossible.
We only
If I
ask.
could-
We do not ask.
Oh, yeah.
It's
believe.
baseless.
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
I'm not-
I mean,
if I could,
can I
Yes, no,
please?
yeah.
I'm not
Yes,
saying that such a thing is a fact. I just want to know if there's any truth.
If I may, the Solen like to say things like burn at the stake, put people in cages, put a leash on.
Cages was not us.
You know, that's just.
Was not us.
I know, maybe not you, but maybe you don't know what kinds of things your people at the Solen are up to.
You said something about
You
a leash
know,
one time.
behind closed doors. I'm just saying, maybe.
You're kind of
You
crazy
know how
like that.
rumors can get. Some of you may be freaky
That's
and
okay.
then start thinking that cage equals actually burning people alive. What if these
What?
are just members of Solen who are a little bit freaky? Anyway, moving on.
They are pretty freaky. We're gonna get through this.
I would like to ask you all to simply enjoy the night, make merry, make friends.
Are we allowed
and
to leave?
do not fumble your date.
Do not fumble your date.
What about the
no
artifact?
fumble
Did
date?
the
No
leaders
dates
know
to
about the
fumble.
artifact, yes or no?
Why are we?
You probably should have said that
Doesn't matter
earlier.
that we have
Yeah, why?
yet
Can we leave?
to properly have substantial information.
So we're just gonna let Solen hoard the artifact?
Information about it. Rumors, anything. This is the first time any of us hear about a relic that can destroy the entire city.
We know nothing of this relic. These are baseless rumors.
We don't. But did they know? Did the leaders know
At the
about this?
matter-
That's what I'm asking.
At the moment, we too have only begun to hear of this now. We believe that Sir Hoffman is just saying things. As we may say in a certain dialect, he is saying some shit. Yes.
If
What
that's the
about
case,
facade?
would you know anybody that would want him dead for saying it?
Perhaps.
Wouldn't
Did he
seem
actually
reasonable
die?
for
Where's the
us to
body?
want him dead?
I did see him
I'm
run out
sorry?
the door.
He did not die. He was successfully treated, and he escaped from the ballroom.
Oh, okay. It was a bit crazy. I apologize.
Nobody died.
Yeah.
That's good.
But there was an attempt still.
Yeah.
All we
That's-
ask is, I do not ask that you trust every one of the Order. I ask that you trust your friends and your leaders, as you have done these past 11 days.
Isn't it 12?
The captain is right.
You still have my
I
trust,
trust
listener.
only you.
The city guard has done nothing but protect their
Same
city,
here,
our city.
but I
so
think I could trust a few other people as well.
Sir Lyle.
And
Yes,
also,
I largely trust
I'll
Lyle.
try my best to trust, but only when it's.
I see. I'm supposed to have a few people, not
Speaks to the
everyone.
peace, but are we at war?
I agree.
I know you just want to
In the
reap
first place?
chaos and stuff,
What more
but
peace do we need? I've seen people marry through factions. I've seen trade between factions. Just yesterday, I hired Mr. Z to build me a wonderful little room for my warden art. I see no need for further peace. I think
I
we all get
agree.
along just
The
fine.
only unity we need is here in this room together.
Solen believes in the light and the truth in the light. Why would we hide any secrets?
Trust them, considering this did come
And
from my own
also, one big
scientists.
thing that I will
I
say
think we may want to do that, yes.
Samir got overstimulated. Bitches don't stop talking. Blech. Sorry.
around the place to label us further. All I ask as a member of Solen is, do not villainize us unless we give you a reason to villainize us. People are trying to sully our name. We are nothing but a family. We help each other. I think every single person in Solen here that has been awake as much as they can will tell you, we love one another as a family, and we just wish to share that with everyone. So please,
I
do not
don't
make us
think I want to
villains.
drink
Let's
right
give you
now.
a
My
reason.
stomach's a little
Thank you,
upset.
Esno. Huzzah.
Huzzah to that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's alright.
Huzzah.
Miss
But
Fudeshi,
now
do you have
we're
anything
trapped
to say?
inside.
Alright. Well,
Oh.
most of you know, I am Fudeshi, heir to the Koifish heritage and the leader of your atelier. And here, and I guarantee you this, to fight for the world we live in.
I thought that was Doomer.
Threatened by forces not from this world. Do not believe their lies. We have reason to believe that Hoffman is not what he makes himself to be. Formerly a part of the science team, he and I ventured into the depths unbeknownst to us. Things have gotten out of hand since
Sorry, I'm laughing because I can tell she's reading it.
for our morbid curiosity into studies that probably would have been best left untouched. However, not only am I working with my close ally Marcus and Cantia on a cure, No, I guarantee you that I will not rest until this world is safe. I will make sure that the unity between factions will stay together as long as
Like, I know why she's doing it. I know she's fucking nervous about talking in front of everyone, but I can just tell she's reading it off of a paper or like her computer screen.
Friends, family, and allies be deceived. I've always believed in a union between factions. I still do. Now is the time for you to decide. We have a common threat, spreading ruin across the surface and threatening our very lives. The black liquid, the midnight solution as we call it,
mute your fucking mic.
is incredibly dangerous stuff. It sucks out the life of everything around it. So if you value yours, you'd best stay away from it. I've been venturing into the place that everything came from, around places where it's spread, corruption site to corruption site, and cleansing the rot that is consuming the world around it. Now, I'm not going to fully pretend to predict their plans or their motivations, but I do know that they act as one, and they are many. But so are we. No matter the dangers we face, our strongest weapon has always been our spirits. So no matter how scary this road is that we lead, we must stay as calm as we can. Despair is a great foe, and I know we can make it through this. Together.
Let's get it for unity.
Huzzah. Goodbye, then. I wanna ask Smitten at some point if they want to do something together, like post.
Have already been consumed.
Post
Do not trust anything that
post SMP.
A form of corrupted color magic known as ruin.
That person that spoke,
It infects
it is
all
no
terrain it
longer the
touches.
same person they once were.
I can't tell if he's sick
Report it to
or if it like the voice changes on purpose.
any leader you
I can't tell.
We have the cure.
Was this brought about by the research?
They will seek to.
I believe it was brought about by both research into color magic and the portal that Facade opened within the ancient cities.
I am not going to lie to you.
But he does sound different.
Spread that is different from the skulk. Yes, that came from the depths below and our studies. We've done our best to contain it. Everything had been contained until someone decided to use it against us.
Oh my.
And who was
I'm
that?
working on the cure. I'm working on making sure that everything will be returned to the way it was. And I guarantee you that.
Sorry, I'm laughing to see my little popsicle eyes go. Wah!
For unity.
For unity.
For unity.
Huzzah!
For my overstimmed people watching, I hope you're entertained by my eyeballs moving at least.
I still believe that we can talk through this. And as much as we're allies, I will make sure that the general public stays safe. If anyone, and I mean anyone, decides to use whatever this relic is for themselves, I know that there'll be even more people willing to help stop it.
I will.
Of course. I will as
Me
well.
too.
I will as well.
Yeah.
So please, make sure you look out for your friends, you look out for your allies, and look out for your family. This is about staying together. Alright. Are we clear? I really don't want a divide between us that doesn't have to be.
It's the most united we've ever been. All of us
And
together.
I know there's mistrust
Understand.
now about like speaking of relics and other things.
Blows up
that
pancake with mine.
we've
Thank
never
you.
heard about.
Bro, I
I
want
just
pancakes.
guarantee you, whatever your leaders have done,
I want pancakes now.
always been in the best interest of your safety. The more word would get around, should we even have known about it, the more the word would spread to those people that shouldn't have even heard of it.
Excuse me, apologies.
If such a relic does exist, I would sooner destroy it than see it in the wrong hands.
Maybe wake up. Give it up for some.
And how do we know we can even destroy it?
Good choice then.
Why destroy it? We will see. If not, if we can't destroy it, we will see.
Not too much, you're fine.
Okay.
Can it be destroyed?
We do not even know if it exists.
We don't know much about it, and we're going to keep researching. Whatever I find and whatever I can share, I will. And I hope that you can put, even if this is blind, trust in the people that lead you.
Trust the people you have always trusted.
Lady
Slushieghhost needs to be a permanent. I mean, I could put it in. I'd probably throw it into like the chibi one because it technically counts chibi.
I'm sure
I have already seen Fudeshi destroy much of the ruin that has begun to take hold. She has begun to help produce a cure for other people who are affected by the ruin.
I love this little guy. It's so fucking cute.
It seems that the ruin was placed deliberately by someone around Selen, around the Solarium.
The patch I saw was closer to the crossroads as well.
Oh.
Remember,
Tulipsy patch earlier.
The ruin comes from above. Miss Fu described that coming from below. The two patches I found both came from above.
Ever had a cramp in your foot? All the time. I got a lot of cramps very often.
So someone placed them there.
Yes. There is a
I tend to
liquid
get
known as
cramps in like my leg and my
poured
foot.
upon the ground. It spreads.
It
the
is
ruin.
awful.
I believe
It
that
hurts
is
so
how
fucking
they
much.
The only way that Midnight Solution can naturally occur is through experiments that have been failed. We tried creating a perfect compound, a combination of all Kali gems, and upon trying to do so, it did explode into a giant ball of Midnight Solution, none of which have ever reached the public, might I add.
Is that why you're hiding it away on the mountain?
Oh.
Stay away. Mountain?
There's a mountain?
The mountain found experiment is something real. It's something that we discovered, but 3 of us, Ren, Fudeshi, and myself, went there, sealed it all away in pocket dimensions. Based on our current knowledge, the only ones who had ever had access to Midnight Solutions were the core researchers, and every single one of them sealed it away. Now, whether or not some leaked through, I do not know. But regardless,
Is that the ruin
if
that we
this
see
ruin is
everywhere?
on the surface, I advise all of you to be careful.
Like the one by the
Advise
sand
caution,
temple.
and
Yes,
please
yes.
keep away from it. If you do see it, let
Or no,
someone,
not that.
anybody know.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm ADHD.
Any of your guild
I'll fill you in later.
masters, Someone. Do not stay quiet about things like this.
The city guard.
We've been stuck in the same room for like a while without doing anything besides like sitting here.
Any other questions?
My brain's fucking ADHD.
You're telling me we're not supposed to stay quiet, but you stay quiet about it the entire time?
I need you to understand that since the day the guard captain died, there have been so many secrets spread around, and I would hear a word or two that was said in quiet. Already having passed halfway across town, it was of the utmost importance that we make sure that people stay safe by making sure the information doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
And as your current guard captain, I remain committed to driving out this ruin and protecting every single one of you. If you see the ruin, report it to me.
Love you, Lyle. You're the best.
Roger that, Lyle. And thank you again for your service, Lyle.
Thank you, Lyle.
Yes.
Huzzah.
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 Excuse me.
Yes?
May I say something?
Yes.
Hello?
Huzzah, Z.
Hi, Z.
Hello, Z.
Hello, Z.
Hi, Z.
Him in his little froggy suit.
In all this division with the factions. Truly, Vesper called out to me because what she said and what she offered to me made sense to me because I was born, or at least what I remember, is being alone, isolated, and separated from people of my kind, and living with people that did not appreciate me and hated me for what I was, man. But here, despite our differences, we built this entire land together. I've seen within the past few days, you guys have
I'm eating my
made
cookies to make sure I
this
stop
barren
ADHDing.
land into something beautiful, into palaces, cafes, shops. You made statues of each other. You showed, you know, like gestures of grandeur and love towards one another. I've seen people marry across lines and things like that. That's something that I always thought was impossible. It's not impossible anymore. It's here. It's us. Ever since I came here, I felt like I was looking in the wrong places because I just wanted to know who I was. But I know what I am. I am us. We're us. We're all a family together.
To unity.
Yeah.
Family.
That will break up that family.
Yippee!
Do we want that family to be broken up and lost to time?
No.
Then I say, why not give unity a shot then? I know that we don't exactly have all the answers, but I trust our leaders in that everything that they did was only for the good for the rest of us, because as we saw, despite the fact that all of us thought we could trust one another, there are just a few people that we had to keep secrets from, but those people do not define us. We are better than them. We are stronger than them. I've seen it, and I believe in every single one of you to make it happen.
Huzzah!
I thought he was actually crying.
Huzzah!
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 To unity! Huzzah!
To unity!
Huzzah!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
He's back in order.
That was an amazing
The
speech.
strength potion wore off.
Well done.
All right.
Yeah, I did.
Can we leave?
So, are we ready to take up arms and help our fellow men and women and people?
I'm behind you.
Tulip have two
Take
arms.
up arms where? We're stuck in this room.
I'd like to say
Not anymore.
that's quite a good point.
Why did stop
Oh,
there?
I've raised
I run.
The doors
My
are
arms have
open.
been taken up.
Fucking finally. I'm sorry, my ADHD's like, you gotta move. I was lied to, the doors are not open.
Let us out!
Please, my ADHD is begging to be freed.
Can we not get out?
Nope.
Arcade?
Yeah, nope. Facade.
Facade!
Made their startlingly
Oh.
fast advances together. There have been a number advancing on their own. Marcus, perhaps you would like to share with them one of the critical milestones that every individual studying color magic comes across? Yes.
You would put me on the spot like this, Facade, after all you've done yourself.
Answer the question.
Indeed. I do
What's he
believe they
talking
desire
about?
their answers.
Oh.
My way straight.
Sorry, Duber makes me so happy.
What is this?
Duber is ye.
Hello, everyone.
I am
My
Duber.
name is Dr. Marcus
Oh.
Alzia. Many of you know me as one of the chief researchers at the Alzier. And yes,
Makes
it
me
is true
so
I
happy.
have done an immense amount in the efforts of color research. And it is also true that I was one of the first people to discover this midnight solution. And in my attempts to seal it away, some of the infection spread. But there is a way to destroy it. Something we discovered shortly before the midnight solution is another solution, known as the decay. You see this bottle in my hand? This bottle here is the main method that we can utilize in order to fight the darkness that seeks to destroy our cities. And from my understanding, one of the only ways.
Wished.
Indeed,
is
however,
true.
I do believe you have dodged around the question.
What are you
Upon the pathway of researching color magic, that is a fair bit down the line. Well, before you do so, there is, of course, the ritual of attempting to create the perfect unity between the gems. And do we understand what the result of that is?
The midnight apparition?
Yes,
That was a
it
failure
creates.
at best.
Indeed, and yet it is one step along the line that every individual researching color magic will come across inevitably. So, what, pray tell, would happen if someone who is independently researching and is keeping it a secret were to come across this step? Perhaps in an isolated location, such as a desert, or maybe on a mushroom island.
Oh, well, if the infection continued to spread and they lacked the bottle of decay, I would assume the infection would spread across the entire island, consuming it entirely.
And I do believe you recall that the bottle of decay is not obtained prior to that point. Do consult your own book, my friend. If you have decided to continue towards the perfect compound without first obtaining azurite, you will never learn of the decay away, and thus it will spread.
Why say this now, Facade? Why in front of all these people?
Because I simply speak the truth, as
Because
I
it's the
always
perfect
have.
time to say it. This will create the most disruption and most discord. At this
Bro,
point.
if I'm standing here, why the fuck are you people getting in front of me?
Desire in answer, I will provide. When those in leadership refuse.
What
It's
people
not wrong.
desire is peace. What people desire is a reason to be. Every single person here, the Atelier, the Vesperine, every single one of them, no matter who they are, the Selene, the independent researchers, all of them came here because they wanted something else to do. They wanted something new. They wanted change. And so I'm not going to stop someone if they want to continue their research. But as leaders, it's our responsibility. As a researcher, it was your responsibility to show something like the decay to people who might stray off the beaten path, to someone who didn't discover the azurite, to help them. That's what our job was. Our job's not to sit here.
I'm gonna just stand here. This is better.
And try to
And now they
trick
can't get in
people
front of
into
me anymore.
destroying themselves. Our job is to show them the proper path towards researchers. As some of the first people who researched it, I know this because you were there with me, Dr. Facade. You were one of the first people to discover the Midnight Solution. You were one of the first people to create the decay away. I was there with you during it.
You and Miss Fu both, and yet here we are nonetheless, with the decay having spread to the
Bro,
point
Marcus
that it
is such a
was,
good actor.
because so many secrets were desired to be kept.
Like his name is I forgot his
We both-
Cryuk? I forgot his name properly. But
We
like
both knew that
he's
a great
so
many
good
were
at
already
role
doing their
play.
own
Like
research, even
bro,
whilst we were closing in on the peak that we reached on our own, and now it is researched openly in the public. You could probably ask amongst this room. I bet the ones who spread it around may even be present. Perhaps they might be a bit embarrassed, though.
What?
Huh? Let it be known that this research was outlawed in Selene quite literally yesterday.
I see,
Doesn't matter if it's
outlawed. But that outlawing it simply means that anyone who would continue to research it would do so in secret.
That is, he is not wrong. That is very true.
Which is exactly the point I had made. Perhaps if there were not so
I
many
feel like
secrets
negotiations would take a
and laws
nosedive
in
if that
place,
happened in
then
a
the
chaos.
individuals
Yeah,
would be more willing
probably.
to seek assistance.
Dr. Facade, you know as well as I do that secrets were kept for the sole interest of the individuals that came to these islands in order to find something new. I won't deny that secrets were kept. I won't deny that lies were spread, even by some of the leaders of the
What if I have to go
Selene,
pee?
Galaxia, and the Vesperine. But every
Chat,
single one
can
of
you
those
guys pay
words
attention to this while I
spoken
go
from their lips
pee?
was always meant for the good of the people. And granted, that was then and this is now. Now
I'm
we
sorry, I
have
got the
research
really
that's
big
spread across
urge
the
to go
world. We
pee.
have the threat of decay, we have the threat of complete corruption of everything.
I'm gonna go
we know.
piss.
But when
I
look
really
around
gotta go
this room, I
piss.
see
I'm gonna mute
adventurers,
up. I'm gonna go
researchers, mages,
pee.
People who've fallen in love with each other, and every single one of them.
Let me
wants
know
the
what
same
happens.
outcome. except for maybe you, every single one of them wants peace by the end of this. They don't want this decay to consume the world because they enjoy this world. Secrets and lies had their place, but now is the time for research. Now is the time where we need to work together in order to create solutions to this. And we may not find the artifact. The artifact may be destroyed. The artifact may fall into the wrong hands. And no matter what happens, no matter if it does, we will find a solution together. As the guild masters, as the members of the Altier, the Vespering, the Selene, and the independent researchers, we will find solutions because that is why we're here, Facade.
Now is indeed the time for unity. I agree completely. That is all Mr. Hoffman ever wanted in the first place after all, and it seems one way or another he has achieved his goal. And yet at the same time, yes, and yet at the same time, Mr. Hoffman's desire is, well, to stop the search for the artifact, despite the fact that it seems that it will be located quite soon, even amongst those who do not desire to share what they know. The artifact is the most dangerous thing. It is not simply an artifact that can destroy a whole town. No, no. It is an artifact that will tip the balance of the gods, put Selene into power should they obtain it, or Vesper into the position of number one should they. I do believe this was around.
You would speak of secrets and lies, then stand upon a pedestal and scare people.
Perhaps the people will learn what they desire soon enough. May not from my hands, but from another they may trust more so.
Trust?
So long.
Trust? You talk about trust, Facade.
Indeed.
You remember when I trusted you? When I trusted Hoffman? I remember you and I were some of the first people to ever discover some of the later solutions.
Oh, are they still fucking going?
The unbreakable barriers. It was you, me, Dr. Hoffman, and Miss Fishmaster. We were the first ones to ever find it, and that was
Marcus,
when I
what did you
trusted
say?
You, Facade.
Indeed, and I you, and yet I have still not told a single lie to this day.
The roleplay goes really hard.
The truth will reveal itself to a great many more quite soon on their own terms.
I really like the way Marcus's actor voice acts for this.
I must take my leave. Do be careful now.
Like-
and remember, unity is that which we seek regardless.
I really like his voice acting work. It's really good, IMO.
Did you break through bedrock?
She's gone.
It's too confused.
Marcus?
Are you like...
Hubert don't understand.
Unity that this chorus speaks of is no unity at all. I've seen the cure that Marcus speaks of. I've seen it used.
Did you get
Violet.
Can beat the infection.
Talk your shit, lad.
Who the fuck is crying?
Somebody's crying.
Captain Lyle? If you have something to say?
It's okay. It's alright.
I trust Sir Marcus and the cure that he speaks of. I've seen it work. I believe that Sir
What
Marcus,
happened?
while he was part of the Altier research team that first
Sorry, I really
discovered
had to
the
go
ruin,
pee.
believe he remains loyal to his mission of discovering things that to the benefit of all. This cure does exist. It can stop the ruin.
Not much. Was it the same stuff they were talking about the entire
And
time?
we will find it wherever it is and exterminate it.
Because they kept mentioning like, oh, we were the first ones to go here. We were the ones who did this, and I come back and it's still the same thing, and I'm like, plink plink. I missed nothing.
Chorus offers no unity other than
I do really like their voice acting though. It's so fucking good.
Do not give in to these voices. You are all so much stronger than them.
And if I may say, Facade is not here, but we are.
Can I ask?
Facade is merely what his namesake says.
No. What?
Exterior, offering you what you seek in exchange for submission.
What was that about the unbreakable barrier? Because I have found two.
The ruin leads
Either
to a
of them
dimension
being
below.
Friend the mouth of the snake.
This is the unbreakable
Leave me
barrier.
alone.
Dimension below bedrock where the secrets of ruin are laid bare.
What?
Oh, I'm not giving in to the voices. I feel like that's very out of character for Sumire.
To leak out and consume our own.
I'm so sorry.
I had my option already to like get into the voices or not.
Yes, Crunch accidentally fell in, but me and Fudeshi saved him.
Crunch, are you okay?
Scary.
That is.
It was very
Oh,
scary.
Crunch.
For my blaze
The
plushie
mushroom
had fell
island
down
in the
there.
desert have already been
I would have
cleansed of the
swung by
ruin.
and
We
grabbed
did
you,
so
but
yesterday.
Unfortunately, I was forbidden from
Any
the
other
area.
ruin will be cleansed the same.
Wow, what a gentleman.
If you see ruin,
If I manage
tell
to
your
stay-
leaders.
To the lamp.
Unfortunately,
All right, guys, let's wrap it up.
Yes.
Please proclaim the question.
Does anyone else have something that they would like to say before we conclude this?
I'd like to say something short. Just a few words.
Do as you wish, Mr. Mont.
These speeches have been going on for so long.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll make it quite short. I like the speeches of unity and family, and that's cute. But do yourself a
Shao, what should I
favor,
order
and
for
I'm
food?
not on anyone's side. I'm not researching color. I am a part of the Atelier. I'm just a very, very
What should I get,
local guy.
guys? I
Do
kind of want
me a
pizza.
favor for your own safety. Just watch your back. Look, these talks are cute, saying family and unity surpasses everything, but come on. We don't know who to trust right now.
What
I'm
do you
not
want? I
saying
kind of want some
create
pizza.
a mayhem or discourse, but just
See, a
trust
part of me
anybody
wants
like
the
that.
K-pop Demon Hunter meal,
That is all.
but like at the
Keep
same
yourself
time, I
safe.
don't like McDonald's unless it's breakfast.
Oh, where's your date?
Hey Z,
KYS.
come over here.
See, but if I get a pizza, it's gonna be oily as fuck.
Believe we are free to go about.
Are you alright, Sumire?
Oh,
Violet?
what?
Oh man. Are you alright?
Aside from worrying for my life because of the earlier statements, I believe I'm okay.
Quite a first date, huh?
Alright.
Yes.
For those of you who still remain,
Yeah.
afterwards, go. We'd like to show you.
Oh, there's more.
If I may
Oh, there's more.
We would like to show you the fruits of the labor of the color magic research of the
Back to
Altair.
ordering food.
You know what? Not of the Altair, but of the entire people, the Vesperine, the Selene, the Altair.
Yeah, but then
This is
pizza is
something that
oily though.
And something that I do think all of you will find much joy in.
Fine, should I get Little
Your
Caesars?
research, your magic, your fighting, your search for the artifact, your search for everything that you hold dear, it does still matter. Your lives here still matter. Your loves here still matter. And the things you do will always matter. And they will be remembered for all
Popeyes is an extra $2 because it's further away. Man.
Maybe the next 15 minutes.
Oh.
Already forgot it.
What? Uber.
Big fly?
We need
Should we follow?
we need to prepare.
Are we
Samir
done?
tunes out and
Are we
tunes back
done?
in
Are we
10
done?
minutes later. Oh,
what's
you're
to
right,
come.
you're right.
And
I can do that. Yeah, you're
because
right.
Right now,
Maybe went on way longer
if I had to say, Selene right now will come on top no matter what
I
happens.
think maybe.
If they end up being traitors.
What?
Okay.
I don't know, man. I think we just gotta watch out for one another for the time being.
No.
Hello, Crunch.
I'm okay with that.
Hello.
Crunch. You still see me as friend, right?
Yeah.
Yes, why?
Thanks, Daniela.
There's a
I
lot
really
of talks
appreciate that.
about how we
I'm sorry
can't
that
trust Solen,
things were
and
a bit
and I
overlooked
just
on
want to
my
make sure my friends can still trust me.
Well, I will say, nearly everyone I've met from Selene has been quite nice. Same with the
Thank
Vesperin, to
you.
be perfectly honest with you. I will say that I have really, to be quite honest, I've seen none of this faction-on-faction warfare. Everything has seemed quite pleasant up until
It
now.
has actually, aside from maybe like during the election when Miss Tora said what she said, but she's changed.
I hope it's going well.
I will say she is much calmer.
She is much tamer.
But
I love Miss Tora.
I think Daniela and her were fighting earlier.
I think that's something completely different than faction related.
Oh.
Yes,
But
yes.
She changed.
Yes, she changed. That's a completely separate ordeal. We don't question that one.
But I said that's still part of it.
Yes. That's. I think that's called what we call relationship issues.
Oh.
Yes, yes.
Baby. It's okay, I just need to breathe.
I see you're off your leash now.
Yes,
you're okay too?
Thea disappeared.
Are you serious?
I don't know
Oh.
where she was.
Looks like I'm gonna be very busy.
Oh, maybe she ran off with her mother.
Available
Yeah.
now have been killed to extinction.
There's a lot
Do
of
you,
work to be done.
have y'all seen Boss?
Oh no.
Who's boss?
My boss.
I believe her name is Bells.
You know, there's a lot of uncertainty.
And
I also only hear her call her boss.
Oh, Otto.
A lot of darkness shrouding what might be ahead in the future, but
Are you alright?
I'm going to go and say hi to Ote really quickly.
I know what
Oh, I also need to say hi to Ote. Where is he?
Porcelain, so
He's right here.
Female too.
I'm sure it'll all be okay. Everyone's doing their own little role, you see, right?
Oh, Ote, you look so dapper.
It was.
Oh, hi. Yeah, thank you. How did you
What would happen?
get into the door with that?
What do you mean?
I'm trying to
I
find
turned off my
Boss.
eyes. That's my mask.
Oh!
KBBQ. KBBQ would be expensive.
Can you see us?
It's so tall.
Oh, yes.
But your hat is
Right.
wrong.
Nice today, though.
Oh, yes. Miss Thea wanted me to be taller, and so now I am taller. Also,
Oh.
I got my nails painted.
Yes, do you see his toes?
Those look really good on you.
You think so? Many
Yeah, don't you
people
think,
have been
Sumia? Oh,
commenting.
hi, Junk the Monk. Yeah,
Yes,
you like these
I
toenail
complimented
paints?
him on his toenails earlier. They're really
Toes for
pretty.
Selene.
Toes for Selene. Toes out for Selene. Praise be the lamp.
Praise be.
For Selene and the Triarchy, yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Toes
yes,
out
the
for the
triarchy.
triarchy.
It looks really good on you. I'm very happy about this, Crunch. Maybe you should just keep
I
it.
think they're sleepy.
You think so?
You should keep your toes painted.
I genuinely think Polly fell asleep.
I understand taking off the top hat and the bow tie, but you know, maybe the toes should stay. I kind of like them.
That's why it's kind of like a statement, don't you think? It's like a
Yeah,
statement.
yeah.
It is a bit of a statement.
Bobsy.
I will consider this.
I punch him
I know that. How are you holding up, Ote? I know that many things have been happening.
Yeah, I've been doing okay. I've been doing okay. I'll be fine.
Good.
It's
I have two things I must do with you. Number one, check up on you. How are you? Are you okay? Are you nervous? Do you need a bodyguard?
I think I'll be okay. My
Okay,
bodyguard. That seems. I mean,
I think
it wouldn't hurt.
Or like
but-
company.
Yeah, sure. I mean, only if you. Well,
something he does frequently.
only if you desire. But I should be okay. I'm trying to learn how to be more confident. You see, and be myself. That's the lesson
understand.
I've learned recently. But if you ever want to, you can.
On his feet.
We can read the Yuri in the library together.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Crunch, do you know what Yuri is?
I've heard some tell, but I have not heard too much.
Would you like to
Have you
learn?
ever read? Yeah, because there's a few pieces that I consider canon.
Yeah.
Have you read like Our Yuri started with me getting rejected at the solarium? Have you read that one?
No, I have not. I've not heard.
How about Kisses, Thighs, and Cherry Blossom Pink?
I haven't read that one yet, actually.
I don't know if I've heard of this one either. No.
Okay, how about Ring My Super Hell?
I've heard of Super Hell. I don't know if I've heard of this book though.
Yeah.
Okay, how about
I've
this
read
one?
50
After
Shades of
being bent
Eclipse.
by my breeder.
All the way back to the atelier.
No, this one also is unfamiliar to me.
I think we have a lot of work to do soon.
Oh my god, we better get started.
Yes, he's doing a great job.
Crunch,
Ooh.
one of my personal favorites is the time I was blackmailed by my church's holy water wench. That was a good one.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was a really good one. I loved it when the blackmail was happening.
Oh,
By the holy water wench.
Yes.
That's my favorite.
Right. You know, I've heard a lot of good things about blackmail and debt.
Oh, yeah, I was in that at one point, actually.
Yes, I am currently indebted to Miss Fu.
Oh, is that blackmail as well? Sumi, did you know about this?
I only knew about the debt.
I shall return.
Oh.
I have an idea that I may need to grab.
Crunch, well, I'm not gonna yuck your yum. So if you're into that, good on you.
But you
Crunch?
probably shouldn't say it out loud to people like that.
Guys.
Oh, that does. You don't think
Push
so?
him in?
Yeah, if you say it out
I
loud.
need to return home.
I didn't know it
I'll
was
go
a
to the
secret.
museum.
She just gave
Do
me
we
a-
mind coming
she
to the
gave me a
chairs,
copper
maybe?
dragon. Oh yes, it's very loud.
I cannot sit.
I also cannot sit.
It's you know I think
These
they
damn
do take away
protection
the plastic
spells.
coverings.
Oh, I see.
But yes, my favorite one personally is 50 Shades of Eclipse, you know? It's about the sun and the moon.
Oh, 50 Shades of Eclipse? That one's really
It's
good.
really
that one,
good. I
that
learned
one's
about
really-
whipping.
Yeah. The whipping is actually. I mean, I know it doesn't need to be like whipping up like the faith, you know, like I've done so many sins. Flagellate me, Shalane. Flagellate me, Shalane. It's not that kind.
What you were asking Thea to do to you?
What?
Oh.
You asked my ex to what?
That was your ex?
Yes.
No, I mean that was just punishment. That was not for that kind of whipping. That kind of whipping is crunch though. I don't know if you ever. Do you feel what love is?
Do I feel what is?
Love.
Love or even attraction.
I'm not magnetic, no.
Oh. I think we need to give him a course on this.
I think. So,
I do like people.
That is good.
You know the birds and the bees?
What I know of birds and also of bees.
Oh. I mean, I'm not the most qualified to talk about this kind of stuff. I just read, you know.
We read a lot of books.
Yeah.
I'll find him randomly at the library past dark. It's quite entertaining.
Yeah, past dark. You have to get to a certain section of the library, Crunch. I don't know. Wait, you are old enough, 100%, I do believe, because you were here before all of this was around. So you must be qualified to go in.
Teaches how to train my robot.
So. Yes. Is it age restricted?
It is, yeah. But
yes.
I do fear. I'm scared that it might not be to your liking because that kind of stuff is kind of how do you say? It's very
mature.
Explicit.
Explicit.
Yes.
Do they swear?
I think they go above swearing a little bit.
I mean, sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, a little bit. Not too bad. I'll sometimes find myself reading these books, flying on my dragon.
Do they say do they do illegal things?
No.
No. It is a lawfully abiding kind of set of stories.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are darker ones, but
they could be doing illegal things, but the ones we read are not.
Like
So
there's
they're-
some really like wholesome ones.
Wholesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wholesome swearing.
No.
No. Wholesome stories.
Wholesome stories that might possibly include swearing.
Passionate swearing.
Passionate swearing.
Yes.
Like huzzah.
Yeah. Huzzah in a certain way.
Or like swear to a god. Like
They do also do that, yes.
I see. I'm learning much about this Yuri.
Yeah, I mean, if you maybe a good starter piece would be my cute little nya.
What is it about?
What's it about?
Yes.
What my cute little nya, this really shy girl meets like this really like confident like sporty girl. It's kind of like in this academy kind of setting, but then the soft like shy girl realizes that she kind of likes being leashed. Oh, actually maybe that's not a good one.
No, he understands what being leashed is like now.
Yes, Miss
he was
Thea
leashed
has
to
me on
Miss
a leash from the
Thea.
ball.
Yes.
You were leashed?
Yes,
He is quite
she kept
lucky.
walking and I would stay still, so she put a leash on me so that I would not get lost.
No, not war.
Did you enjoy it?
I liked not being lost.
That's what some people explain in regards to why they like certain activities. You know, not being lost, being guided and controlled and led through the dark as Solen's light does for all of us.
Oh, I see.
I believe that is a very nice intro.
By Mr. Luminous?
Wait, could you say
I
that
think
again?
he
What'd
would
you
very
say?
much like to be.
Me being released by
yes.
Father Luminous?
If you said, you always say that you like being, you always enjoy his guiding hand.
I mean, I wouldn't say anything like that, but if it would help advance the faith of Solen, then I wouldn't mind being leashed, because that would be what Solen would want me to do.
I believe I must. I believe I should commission an art piece.
Of me being leased by Father Luminous?
Yes. I wonder if the Oracle or the other one by the train station would agree to this.
Who's that?
I believe their name is Selza.
Doing artwork.
Yes, we got a piece of each other up together.
Indeed, it was quite nice.
You got a piece of each other? Like, as in, like, you took a bite out of each other?
No, we
Some
got an
people are into
art
that.
piece.
Oh, is that?
Of me holding Crunch.
I was like being carried, like a backpack.
Yes.
Oh. So you like being carried? You like getting leashed?
Well, I don't know if I can.
Crunch, I think we're learning a lot about you. Oh, but some people like, like for so long they are the ones being strong, and they are the ones needing to carry people and whatever because they're so strong. And then finally someone's carrying them, and they're like, "Whoa, I love this feeling so much." Finally.
I understand.
I see.
Right?
Will you
And
read
that
to us
gets
again?
there. Wait, what?
Will you read to us again sometime?
Oh, you want me? Yeah, I can completely be open to that. Yeah, I have a lot of new material now. But what would you want it? I know you commissioned me to continue that thing, but is there another genre or storyline that you would like me to
I was
continue?
going to commission you when I found you earlier, but I did not find you until today. I was gonna ask you if you could write a commission of me and my beloved lamps.
Okay. What kind of story?
A beautiful romance.
Beautiful romance. Okay, got it. Is it nice and fluffy?
No.
Is it?
As they say, the raunchiest shit you can give me. Of a lump.
Oh. Okay. When we say raunchy, could you describe it in terms of, let's say a clean,
very
clean
similar to the other fanfic. Yes.
So like, okay. Do you have a preference in the power dynamic? Is it lamp?
I must
X Sumi, or
command
is it
my
Sumi?
lamps.
You want more than one lamp? Raunchy is like, you know when the copper be rusty.
Yes.
And then people like that and keep the rest on.
I suppose, does that make
I
me
love
raunchy?
Ty.
That's. Oh
No.
my god! I think Solen is gonna strike me down. I think Solen is actually going to put me in super hell.
Does that also make Sir Marcus, who was speaking earlier, raunchy? When he was high on fentanyl, he licked me quite a bit.
Oh, I think he might have a different issue.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I believe that's a different issue. He might have to go to the doctor for.
He did indeed, before passing out on the ground.
Oh, that's why.
Crunch,
Oh,
I'm really
okay.
proud of you because it seems like you have what many people say is called
Riz?
motion. That too.
Is this
Hello,
related to this
Succubus. Gracias por
what
los
I've heard.
nuggets.
I just
Gracias,
learned about
gracias.
this recently from my two daddies.
I see.
Crunch. I believe you are what they say, get bitches.
Really? You think
Yes. I believe
Well,
you get
this is
the
quite
bitches, which is more than I can say for Duber.
Poor Duber, I guess.
Duber did not have a date to the ball tonight.
Oh, Duber didn't? I thought Duber did.
Oh, Duber got one very last minute.
Oh, last minute. Like
Because
at
the
the ball?
person, yes, because the person woke up from a coma in time.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Well, I'm happy because Duber deserves the world for all the things that they do.
Yes.
Did Mr. Luminous end up actually getting a date?
Well, about that, I had a date with someone, and it seems like he took the date, but not in the way that you think, but kept them company while I was
I believe he
coming
went with
over.
Miss Ron, didn't he?
Oh, I think
From what
people
I
wanted
heard.
that to happen.
Ah.
I think people desired that, but it just didn't.
It was one of those
pan out.
ships I keep hearing about that are not actually on water.
Exactly. Like, okay, like what out of all the people that you know, what would be one of your like favorite ships? If you don't mind me asking.
Ennoble and Aura.
Oh,
I have followed their beautiful love story this entire time. Oh my god, the amount of tea I get from my jewelry shop is amazing.
Oh, did you supply their rings? I missed the wedding.
I supply everyone their rings.
Oh.
I am the
You
one
also
ring
supply-
maker.
The one ring maker. Do you supply all kinds of rings, like finger ring? Do you also supply earring?
I do rings for your hands, your fingers, necklaces, blah, 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 blah. Engagement rings, wedding rings.
Oh, okay. A lot. The whole spectrum, huh?
Yes. I have been quite busy. Everyone's infected with love right now.
That's what it seems like.
Which
Florence,
leads
are
me
you in
to
love
my
with anyone?
next point. You! What have you done
yeah?
to my beloved Appa?
I didn't do anything. I didn't.
Did you
I swear.
do something
I
to
promise.
Appa?
No,
I know that Appa was asking you to the ball, and Leah, that was
I
a yes,
wish.
but I didn't see you with her the whole time.
I was going to be with her, and then we had to. I wanted to talk to her about what was going on, and then she's just mad at me because I guess I'm not the best communicator.
I heard you told her you love Solène more than you love her.
But isn't? I mean, now I've learned that I can love Solène as much as possible, but I can also prioritize the people in my life.
You can have
It's just
room
that-
for another in your heart.
No, of course, but I don't think I love people that well.
Oh, hi, Noble.
Congratulations on your wedding.
Are you
how's it
okay?
going?
thank you.
How are you doing?
Could be better, could be worse.
It could be.
Well,
I
what
agree
happened?
with all that happened recently.
Besides everything else that happened.
Oh no, we're still happily married. Everything is fine. It's just
Hello.
the long-
Oh, hello.
This is the Atelier.
hi.
Yes, I am alive, yes. Is that the Atelier or what?
I don't know.
Oh, the
I saw a duck.
pulsating
Yes, the portal.
over there?
I believe
Why is
so.
it pulsating? Why is
No.
it pulsating? It's just a portal.
Why is it pulsating? Well, sorry, I was just. Sorry, I was.
He was being scolded.
Yeah.
When am I going to get that thing you say fan fiction, huh?
Okay, sorry. I've been doing my research. Like I was reading. You know, like I highly recommend the text, the tome. I married my Vesperian crush to shut my parents up. That's a really good one. I'm using that as the basis of inspiration.
Well, I want to read that one.
I've never heard of that
really
one,
good
Jose.
one.
That's very
Never heard of that
interesting.
one?
I like that.
How about after being bent by my breeder?
I've never. No, I think my mother barred me from that one actually.
Oh,
I believe your mother
that's
would
right.
bar you from quite a few of these.
Actually, she doesn't like that I'm talking to a tapey, but I like
Oh.
to anyway.
Why would I be a bad? Why would I be on the blacklist?
Oh, you're not blacklisted. She just thinks you're a bad influence, but that doesn't stop me from talking to anyone.
But bad influence? I'm not a bad influence. Look at me. My influence allowed Crunch to have the most beautiful toes in all of Shalem.
It did.
Oh, did you paint those toes? Yes.
No, I just suggested it, but I can paint your toes next time.
Ote has been telling
Would you
me
paint
about
my toes,
Yuri
Ote?
and raunchiness.
Yes, we are learning about raunchiness in Yuri.
I wasn't the one who brought up the raunchiness.
The raunchiness was
No,
me,
no.
yes.
Ote, would you paint my toes?
Sure. What do you want? A little design?
Yes, I do. Are you good at what the hell is it called? Like a nail.
What is it called? Nail magic.
Ah, nail magic. Ah, yes.
I didn't know.
I mean, I
like
could,
that.
but I feel like our amazing Uma Cafe royalty here would be very good at nail work. If they're good at hoof work, then it just so follows that the toes would be beautiful.
Oh, Mary, would you like to paint
Right?
my toes? Yes.
No, but you could do that for your new partner.
Yes. Yay!
If you're into that.
No, I could, yeah.
Oh yes, but was there a reason you stopped by?
Yes, you seemed slightly distraught.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted company.
Oh, come take a seat. Come take a seat. Join us about our Yuri and raunchiness.
Wedding day.
Here, have
Why do you have the ring on your hand? What's happening?
I'm fine. Well, it's my ring.
Put it on.
I wear it. I wear it. My ring.
It's in your hand. You don't have it on your finger.
Well, because if I put it on my finger, you don't see it.
I
see.
Yeah, I guess I understand. Yeah.
Yes.
That's from yours.
Yes, those are the ones I made. I made them based with their colors.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I know my work.
okay.
My work is really good.
Oh, make sure to reference the jewelry in the commission work. I have.
Well,
have you.
I can make you Solen Vesperin rings for your ship.
Oh,
Yes.
Maybe okay.
I got a
Just keep it on the down low a little bit.
I will. It's okay.
I will learn more about Yuri and raunchiness later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I learn too? Yes.
I mean, there is a restricted section in the library, and I don't know if you'd be allowed in there. Crunch
Yes.
is like 6 million
Ask your
years
mothers
old.
for permission, Nepal baby.
I'm like 20. What? Why wouldn't I
You're
be?
20?
Yes.
Yes, she was
Your
lying
mothers
before.
seem to be
almost
very
lying?
protective.
Yes, I was lying because I learned of lying. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, are you a good
Yes.
liar?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't.
Okay.
Now I will tell you.
Bye.
I love you, Mary. I'll be there soon.
I will follow. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Everyone has
Would
left
you say
us.
we're friends, Ote?
Yeah, why not? Even though you made me eat raw meat.
It's a good thing. Yes.
Yeah, I ate that whole
Is
thing.
it?
Yeah, wasn't
swallowed
it
whole.
yummy? Yes, because otherwise he would have just died, I suppose.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You was either that or.
Attacked.
Oh.
Well, well, yes.
Crunch, you knew about it too?
Last it was. Well, I was there.
Oh, right. I keep on forgetting. All I could think about was just chewing.
How delicious
chewing,
the meat was, yes.
And chewing, and
Right.
chewing, and chewing, and chewing, and
This
how
is
it
why
just
you get
never
an
ended.
infinite ham.
It had a little bit of char from the, meteor strike you did to them.
I think I did, but okay, I'll take it. I'll take it on the chin.
Well, there's really no one else, and someone said they saw you do it, so.
Yeah, I do you think it might be maybe perhaps that suspect splintered group that Dr. Hoffman said before his untimely passing? Maybe they're framing me.
Maybe.
Well, but it's such a small crime to be framed for. I feel like it doesn't matter, no?
I believe he would
Why would they
go
do
all or
something like that?
nothing.
Maybe they
Yes.
just don't like a guy who likes to read "I Want to Be Liked by My Shy Goddess" or "Ring My Super Hell" or
I
maybe
don't
they
know
just...
these titles. I only know
What was
Shaka
the
Spirit.
one?
I understand. I know what
oh,
you
my
are.
cute little nya.
I smell mint around us.
I know what you are.
Magnolia, hello.
Hi, Magnolia. We're learning about Yuri.
Oh, let's go to the atelier. Goodbye.
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 Okay, well, I guess I'll head over there too. But
We were talking about our
congratulations again.
Yuri and our mutual bond over it.
I see.
Yes.
Yes. But it was. I might have gotten a little caught by, I guess the word's the vice principal. But, I'm all good. But I didn't want to. I couldn't just leave without saying goodbye to you,
Oh, right. We were on a date before all this happened.
Yeah.
A very, very long monologue.
A very, very long monologuing, yes.
Yes. If you break Appa's heart again, I will break your legs. Understood.
That's what I need to do. I have to go talk to her.
Do we understand?
We understand. We
Her
comprehend
sister,
completely.
listen to me. Her sister won't be the only person beating your ass next time.
Okay.
I will find you,
Okay.
and I will hunt you down.
Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come along, Inobu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, let's go.
Sumire,
Yes.
thanks for the evening. Despite
Yes, it was
being
very fun, despite the monologuing.
everything. Yes.
Yes.
But I'll see you around.
Yes, of course. Do you know that leads us to Atelier?
Yes, but I'm going somewhere else right now.
Oh, okay. Be safe.
Yes. You too.
Come on, would you like to talk about your feelings?
Do you want me to talk to you about my feelings?
Yeah, let's go talk about your feelings. Come on, buddy. You look like you need it. Come on.
Yeah. No, I do. I really do.
Would you like to go in the shop, or would you like to stay out here in the pretty chairs?
The shop is safer, I guess.
Okay, let us go.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm more. It's like I want to take some air and go outside, but I feel like we should talk inside.
Yes, we can take you to a dungeon to clear your mind afterwards.
Oh, I mean, huh.
Listen, sometimes people just need a good stabbing.
No, your windows are really like thin. So.
Oh, we can go to my basement, but it's a mess.
I mean, we could talk about it while clearing a dungeon if you want to do an
Oh yes, let's go.
Beautiful.
I do need more money.
Yeah.
I have spent quite a lot.
Is the TP still up? Oh, it is. Perfect.
Oh, quick, we should run to it before it goes away.
Everyone's eating my food and no one's turned into anything. Oh my god.
Hiya. Fuck. Hiya. Alright, buddy.
I also wanted to try and check up where my wife was, but...
Oh. Wait, where did your wife go?
She said she wanted to take her sleep for the night, but I don't think she did.
Oh.
So...
Sorry, I gotta pick that up before someone steals my stuff.
Oh yeah, do, take your time.
Hiya. Hiya.
If I learn my work... Oh yeah, no, everybody's is at the Uma Cafe. I heard a lot of noise, but yeah, it seems like everybody's there.
Why the Uma Cafe?
Because Mushi has white eyes now.
Oh.
So that might be a thing.
Oh, I see.
Oh. Hi. Funny seeing you here. You're kind of cute. What's your name?
Hello, Marcus.
I'm gonna punch you.
Hello, Sumire. How have you been?
Oh, better.
Oh? What do you mean?
I mean, so much happened.
Well, I mean, yes, that is a bit true. Apologies for the long-winded, fancy speech. I know that was probably quite boring to most people, even though
No,
a bit
boring at all.
No, it was quite entertaining. I just began ADHD at one point, but that is my own mental issues.
No, it happens. It happens.
Yes.
Speaking of.
I am better now. We can go. Let's go, Noble, before he does it again and I get distracted again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus.
Of course, Sumire.
Sorry, it always happens with that one.
Yeah,
I believe he sees me like a dog.
Hold up. Oh, your name is long to type.
Yes, I apologize.
No. You're good. Don't worry. I'm always trying to find like cool names for the thing, and that is taking me longer than actually typing.
I
your
just
name,
always
so you
call
know.
mine Lump. Lump, lump, lump.
Lump is good. Lump is really good. Also, just because
Are we making a mind tether?
yeah, just in case.
Okay, okay. I forgot to put my music back on. Hold on.
Okay, so it's called We Be Sipping Tea, and the password is tea.
I love that. Wait, tea with a cap?
No.
I didn't even know you can make private channels.
Oh yeah, no, you can. That's super useful because of the range.
Yeah, yeah.
So because we want to talk, and I don't want to like think about, oh, am I close enough?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was a long day.
It was a very long day. Tell
Yeah.
Mafi what is wrong.
Oh my god, so much and so little at the same time.
Can I just say
Because
I wanted
she's
to
just-
yell at people during your wedding because they were not shutting the fuck up.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, you should have. Oh my
Ooh,
god.
I was so tempted. I was like, ooh, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Put your backpacks away.
Same for the monologuing ones, to be honest. Like there was the ending monologues, and like some of them were like, "Yeah, we need to." And I'm like, "No, no, don't. It's fine. Don't launch it again." The thing started at midnight 30. It is 4:20,
Oh no.
and I wanted to go to bed early after the wedding and the thing, so I'm fucked.
Oh, that fucking sucks. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like, I get people want to be involved in it, but God, they also need to shut the fuck up sometimes.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not against like. He says starting more things. That's not the same. Okay, that's not the same. There is a difference in between like doing actively something and listening to fucking monologue number 25.
Yes.
No, yeah, I just feel like I love my wife. This is not a thing I'll change. I love my wife. I love her very much, and I trust her. And and on paper, she's still the same. She didn't change. Her ways of doing things didn't change. Her way of talking didn't change. Nothing changed. Like actually nothing at all. So I'm lost because it doesn't seem like it is like the pale eyes curse or how you want to call it. I don't. Doesn't seem to be an actual problem for me right now, but at the same time, it exists. I
never
can
know.
like make like exactly, and maybe it's fine now, and in like a few weeks it's not, or a few days, or tomorrow even. I don't know. And with what we heard about in what you surely heard about also in the meetings is like, be careful because you don't know.
The
Because
whole
you
you don't
can't
know who
know.
to trust.
Yeah, and you can't. It's not even like them being saying mean things just to try and get into your brain. You don't know nothing. Don't know if nobody's your ally at that point, you know? And so I don't know if my wife tomorrow will still be my wife to a certain extent, you know?
Yeah.
And so now I'm just scared because I'm like, do I put my trust? Do I keep my trust,
Not
or
my
do I
old
still have to
man.
be wary about a few things?
No, my old man. He just got
And
married.
I think there is no answer to that, and the only thing I can do right now is hoping that everything will be fine and that my wife will stay my wife, and that we find something maybe eventually to
cure her.
I mean, if she's fine, do I even need to cure her, you know?
Yeah. I mean, maybe you can try experimenting to see if she acts any different. Maybe if you ask her a question about faith, she will speak up about something.
Maybe. I mean, for now, she really feels exactly the same. And when we talked about, after that whole thing, we talked about it a bit, and she seems to still be the same I knew, and
This is very good
one
music
I
to
trust,
have for
so
this.
I'm just unsure.
I can see why. The world is currently getting really scary right now.
Yeah. And there is no easy way out, out of that whole thing anyway.
Yeah.
And that is basically where we are at the moment.
I apologize you're going through all of this right now. And on the day out, like the same day of your wedding.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you could do anything about it
Yeah.
anyway. I feel like this is just gonna follow me and that's it.
Ugh. This is so deep right now, gang. I wasn't
It was
expecting
nice.
this
It
to
was
go
a nice
deep.
wedding, though.
It was a beautiful wedding. As I told your wife, it was one of my favorite weddings, actually.
It was nice.
I didn't have a big pillar blocking my way from seeing.
Oh, that must have felt good.
It was
That
great,
must have felt
actually.
great. I discovered the venue last minute, so I'm really happy how
Oh.
it turned out because I didn't know the thing at all. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's great. I think you got a very good bang for your buck.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I thought first we thought it was gonna be in the ballroom, so
Oh.
yeah, so we were looking at that specifically, but
I mean, it worked
there
out.
was
It worked out.
Oh yeah, no, definitely a little miscommunication left and right, but in the end
It was
we found our.
beautiful.
Oh yeah, no, it was great. It was really good.
I cried
And I'm-
during the vows.
Oh, I did too. Don't worry. I did too.
My bones.
And she was right to wing hers because holy, you run for that.
You must send a thank
It
you
was
at some
nice.
point.
Hmm?
You must send a thank you at one point for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I should. It's just, right now is my must be the best moment.
No, I agree. They seem quite busy. But once this is all blown over, mayhaps then.
Yeah, and I got reassured by herself that if it's still possible to save her, he will try our best to do so. So that mentally helps a lot.
I know she will not give up until it is fixed. She seems very dependent, that one.
Foo?
Yes.
Eh.
Eh?
It depends on the day.
Oh, I see. Depends if she doesn't have people flocking her.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
Because that is most of the time, honestly. She's being overrun by business and everything else all the time. She's trying her best. I do appreciate that.
I am sinking to the floor again. Fuck.
I got lucky finding them, honestly.
I believe they were lucky finding you.
You
You're a
can go both
very
ways.
good lad. It's why I cried so much at your wedding. I'm a very emotional moth.
Oh, I shut up so many times. Don't you worry.
Well,
I cried multiple times with a lot of tears.
No.
Yeah. Or. Yeah, no, that was a day.
It's been nothing but a wave of emotions for you.
Oh my, I can't even tell you how much. Well, I could, but
I saw you running around everywhere trying to get your wedding set up.
yeah, because okay, the wedding was like, oh, by the way, we need to change. Like, God contacted us, and we're like, oh, by the way, there was a misunderstanding, so we need to move the wedding a bit.
Oh.
So it was actually set up at the right time before, but there was some miscommunication before the whole thing. So that's why we had to rush the whole end of the... Like, that's why I went running around, because I just learned that the hour changed. Well, it was gonna change. Because it was supposed to be the opening of the ball, that's why I thought the venue was the ballroom. Because that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. It would make the most sense.
Yeah, miscommunication happened. It's fine. You know, it could happen. Like, I'm not blaming anyone, but
yeah.
When that happens, you kind of feel like, that's annoying.
It is your big day after all. You kind of want everything to be perfect that day.
At least you don't want to think too much about the preparation. That's also why she wang her vows. Because, like, even I kind of, well, it was not winging it, but it was made last minute.
I see.
Because yeah, what happened was just like, oh, by the way, we're moving the hours, so I thought I had like 45 minutes, but I had 15.
Yeah, no, we were all running everywhere. I'm like, oh god, they asked me to be the ring bearer. I need to go find them.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, you will see us at the wedding, so that was fine.
Yeah, but I assumed you guys were gonna also be really busy.
We were, but because everything changed last minute, we actually were not that much. Because, well, we didn't have too much time to think about stuff then at that point. I mean, I was still like,
another one,
but not because of the wedding, but more because of life.
Yeah.
And everything happening with the Pale Isles and everything. I still don't like that name, but
the what name?
Pale Isles.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. More money.
Because for me, it's like, it feels like it's derogatory.
Yeah.
And I don't want to call my wife that type of thing.
Yeah, that might cause some wedding drama.
Yeah. I was talking to her about like the whole thing, about how I felt about it, and she was like, and I was like, I don't know if I can trust. Like, I can trust her. I know that I can trust her, and I want to trust her. But I don't know if I can trust the pale eyes thing. You know?
Yeah. They came to me in a dream as well, trying to recruit me, I believe.
Oh, same. I said no.
Yeah.
Politely too, which apparently they know about. Apparently it's like a collective thing, which is scary at the same time, because now I'm like, if it's a collective thing, well, if it's a collective thing, is my wife my wife?
Oh, yeah. I see why you're stressed out. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean they're still their own person because I talked to some stuff with Baby and the Aura was like not having the same opinion about the thing, but
It's still scary to
still
think
like
about.
yeah, and that's the person I want to spend my life with. I'm like, "Ugh,
Hi, Paul.
just raided with 4
Welcome
viewers.
in.
what am I supposed to do? What's the plan
I'm soothing a broken man right now.
now? And
Welcome
even
in.
the other people, like I do want to trust all of them, but a bunch of people I knew and trusted
Thank you for
are
the raid.
not really the same anymore. They have that, and I don't. And I went through this to me that I need to be careful and stay safe, and you by default feel scared because you're like, who do I want to trust? Do I want to trust my new family that protected me and that wants the best for me, or do I want to trust my wife, which I love more than everything else?
Yeah. Hi, I'm
is no
soothing a broken man.
There is no opinion
Give me
better
a
than the other.
second. Thank you for the raid. If you gotta go, I understand.
Kind of feels like
He's broken
Kinda
from the
feels bad.
wedding. It does feel really bad. I'm sorry you've been going through this.
yeah, no, that's
I understand your
marriage,
stress
I
now.
guess. Oh yeah, and that was I was going through all day, thinking about those
no.
stuff.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun, honestly.
No.
All I've learned these past few days is marriage seems complicated.
It really does.
Yeah, no
It really
worries.
does.
Thank
But
you
that
for the
was also
raid.
what was funny. Was that
Thank you.
like? Oops, sorry.
No, you're good.
Was that? I'm going through that, and Fu is like, "Oh yeah, no, wedding is stressful." I'm like, "Yeah, do you remember what we're all going through at the same time?" Like, she was like, "Yeah, no, you're right." Because if it was just the wedding part, it would be fine. After it's done, after you're just happy. It's done. The stress is done.
Yeah.
But
And
now
now you
there's
have all
that whole
this on
thing.
top of it too.
Yeah, that happened recently. Like for me, the eyes was just something that happened, maybe from her past life, maybe a Vesperin thing that happened, or the moon, or I don't. You never know. But now that's like a bigger thing than I thought. I just feel like nothing. You know. Well, nothing maybe a bit too harsh.
I'd say to maybe continue enjoying your marriage for now.
Yeah.
But keep your thoughts in mind as well, though.
Oh yeah, no, that's. I'm just gonna continue spending time with my wife and doing stuff, but I can't lie and just say that I'm not worried about what's gonna happen next. What? Did you put your shulker down?
Yeah. Well, I lost the shulker box. It's fine. Oh, well, I got my stuff out of it. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
I have more on me. I didn't know I was gonna do that. Oopsie. Sorry.
Well, yeah, instant thing. Well, it's only it's you. Like it's fine. But you know that's the whole wedding thing basically now. So I'm happy. I am happy. I love my wife and everything is fine. On that regard. But I can't even deny that. Like it is way more complicated than I thought.
It is worrying. But I believe in Mrs. Fu. I'm sure she'll find a way to make it all to fix it.
I mean, I trust her. I mean, I want to say I trust my wife more than Fu. But at that instant moment, it is hard to say that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I do trust Aura that she has my best. I trust both of them that they have my best intention in mind. But it still is a lot of questioning and wondering.
I understand your complication now.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. But that's why I kind of like, I'm not at top energy right now. Because yeah, my brain just is thinking about that all the time.
Honestly, it's very understandable. It's so much to take into one day.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's not even considering the whole color magic relic thing that we're all gonna die in a few days. So
yes,
I
forgot about that.
Oh yeah, no, that's just at that point in my life, that's just like a little sweet bonus.
Yeah.
And like oh, also do you remember that? Like yeah, it's cool. That was just die if you want to. Yeah.
That happened.
You know.
Oh, I need to go back and watch the pod.
I don't even know if I want to stay at the tavern as much anymore. For tomorrow at least, you know.
Maybe we should enjoy whatever time we have left, you know.
Yeah, no, maybe we should
go on a walk, adventure a bit more. I believe we might be able to fight whatever this is, but it's all a lot.
I would love to, but yeah, and I'm not even equipped for half of the thing. They talk about magic, they talk about thing. I can't even cast a spell. I have a sword, and it doesn't even do that much damage. So.
Would you like a really nifty sword? I can't use this anyways, but I grabbed it from the dungeon.
Oh no, I really like mine. I mean, it's beautiful, but I really like mine. It is a family heirloom. I just need to try and find some. I just need some people to try and find maybe a way to improve, like enchant it or put some sockets or stuff like that. You know.
Oh, I can help with the socket stuff.
Yeah, I need to look more into it, honestly.
I've been learning a lot about it recently. Oh, there's so many people here.
That's true. Yes, I've quite gotten that impression. I believe I'm relating more with.
I just want you to look at who's here, you know, and I just want you to like be like, oh man, who are the bad guys?
Hello.
Frankly, that's quite close to where I'm at.
I am Ma.
Your wings are as beautiful as ever.
I wanted to know.
Oh, thank you.
What was going on? I believe you.
I take very good care of them every day.
Well, I wouldn't suspect you of anything ill.
I must keep them nice and shiny.
I'm not so sure about nice and shiny and pretty and bright.
Well, okay. Well, yes,
what is happening here?
A lot of things, apparently.
I just said.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know exactly what this is.
No. How come it's okay when anyone else is a pervert, but I assume?
Oh dear! And there he goes.
Struck down by God, I suppose.
Oh. Inobo, I do have to head to the Oracle for an appointment I had made.
Yeah.
I will see you later, though.
Yeah, no, tomorrow.
I hope you feel better.
What do I call your group?
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know if hive mind is something that you
Let me
take
put my
energy
shit away first. I always just lag out there. It's always just right fucking there. How do I leave a party again? P. P for party. Bro. Imagine getting married and then your wife might be not good. I feel bad for him. I feel for that man. He has nothing but a sweetheart. What troubled times we live in. These are truly troubling times. Oh boy. I hope he may have his happy ever after. Before the gods apparently smite us. I don't know anything about that actually. Dude, I ADHD'd so hard during that. Here's the thing. I can focus on things. But when it gets to a point of like longer than like 10 minutes of something, not that I'm not involved in. But like, number one, something where I have to be like quiet, cause you know I can't say anything, or like I just kind of can't move. Cause at least if I'm in Minecraft, the reason I crouch so much is because like I'm trying to ADHD and I'm like pressing my buttons. But I don't know.
I did see you.
I got so confused. My god, I ADHD'd so hard. Is this the shop? Pigeon to Oracle. I am here. It is the one in the atelier, right? I'm pretty sure that's hers. I still need to order food. I have not ordered food. Oh shit, it's been 5 hours of streaming already. Oh my god. It's not even, what time is it? It's 7. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, bye now. Oh, I see. The fridge. Sumire. Yeah. Oh, I should probably change back into my clothes, huh? But I look so fancy. I look so cute and fancy. Fine. I suppose there's not really reason to celebrate anymore, huh? Hi, Coffee Addict. Thank you for the pop. Thank you. The Oracle is not around. Hello. Hi. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. The Oracle. Where is the Oracle? Is the Oracle online? I will feel really bad if the Oracle is no longer online.
Like, do you want me to give you upfront payment or like?
I believe her name is literally the Oracle. There she is. How many players? The server is 100+ players. I don't think all of them are on right now. But it is quite a few. It's a bunch of VTubers. Oh, I have so many of these now. Oh, yeah, no, there's so much lag sometimes here. There's quite a lot of lag sometimes.
A lot of angst.
Yeah.
In what way?
Specifically here, because there's a bunch of redstone.
You know, there's the whole, like, oh, I'm gonna yell at you.
Right here specifically, because there's a bunch of redstone underneath us. So I lag a lot here. And it drives it just right there. And it drives me fucking crazy. Not that one. Where's my redstone lamps? There it is. Might as well continue. One, two, three, four, five. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go through here. I'll be right here because this looks more even. It's not gonna be perfect because the gods have spited me and did not make this symmetrical. He will keep glaring at me until I shut the fuck up about it, but I refuse. Looks at thickums. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Yeah. Hop up. Hop up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm currently lighting up our town because everyone keeps getting murdered by monsters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that was a thing. Okay. Dot, dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know what to eat. I want pizza. I do want pizza. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm still really sus of our leader, man. I don't know. I don't know if he sounds different because he's sick or something, but ooh, he sounds so different, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fuck! I don't see the oracle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did tell them I was gonna end up breaking into some stuff of theirs. If they want lamps, they kind of have to deal with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't put shit here. There's gonna be a random ass big patch of ground here. Bruh. What's up there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motherfuckers! Amateurs. Amateurs. Everyone's a fucking amateur. I swear to fucking God. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're really fucking killing me. They're fucking killing me here. Both in terms of lag. Both in terms of lag and in, like, the fucking floor. They're killing me. Miss Fu.
Oh, I did too, actually. Let me put that back on.
Your entire
Oh,
town
super.
forsakens me.
What?
You see those coal blocks that are sticking out from the ground?
Scary sign where?
Yes.
I can't place my
Give me your
lamps
first.
there.
Tulip, wait, sorry.
Sorry,
scary sign,
Tulip.
show me.
Scary sign.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'll
a
be
scary
back,
sign,
Sumire.
scary sign.
Okay.
It. Oh.
Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am not Duber, but I am distressed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, four, 5, 6.
I must say something. I must say something, Sonalo.
Ah, fuck.
Otto is quite mad. Oh, they want to murder you. They want to murder you, really.
1,
They want to
2,
burn down. They
3,
want to burn
4,
down the entire city.
5,
to be perfectly
6.
frank with you.
Otto wants to burn down the entire city?
They're quite mad at you, yes.
1, 2, 3. Excuse me. 4,
We had a
5,
discussion.
6.
Did you?
We talked about this!
Did when?
Lamp.
Literally right before the ball.
Oh yes. Oh well, I talked to them at the ball when you were away, and I will say that she was still, or they were still.
1,
like,
2,
like-
3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
And
My pickaxe is too fucking
they're no
good.
longer upset at you. You think?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm being punished for having a really good pickaxe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Samir, light up the town! Samir, put the lamps down so we don't die at night. Minium, fucking redstone contraption underneath where I must put my lamp down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't believe this shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Welcome back. Angie moth noises is Angie because Samir put down the lamps. Also, Samir can't put down the fucking lamps. The redstone did everything wrong. Not the redstone, but where the fuck they put the casino. They knew I was gonna put lamps down and they couldn't have moved it down maybe 2 more. I have been smited. I have been spited. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess there's just gonna be a fucking dark patch there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where the fuck is my pickaxe? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna leave that fucking dark patch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm not being compensated correctly. I'm not being treated correctly. I am angry. Meh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we're gonna put redstone where the lamps are. Oh, hello. Are you okay?
What are you up to?
Oh, I'm putting my lamps down. I'm still trying to light up the town, even though all that happened.
Yeah. Well, I think at least for today, at least for me, worst is over.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just kind of mad. Not over what happened, but they put the casino in the way of where I have to put my lamps down. And now it's a major inconvenience.
I'd be mad too. I would be mad too, I tell you
It's
what.
all about Samir. Put the lamps down so no one dies in the city. Samir, we gotta put the lamps down. And then I go to put the lamps down, and there's casino in the way.
Yeah. Oh, that's rough.
I'm just trying to do my job to get my mind off things.
I want to do that too, but I'm afraid no one's coming to Uma Cafe for a while.
Wait, why is no one coming?
People just have their preconceptions.
I'll come to Oma Cafe. Let's go. You can make me food. I'll go.
All right, I'll do my best. You know, even though I'm the owner, I'm famously the worst baker.
Oh boy. No, it's okay. I believe. I love the Yuma Cafe.
So I think that's pretty easy.
Yes.
I heard people were talking about stuff, and I think that's all malarkey.
You know, I think so too.
As a person who's hello bucket. As a person who's also being judged. I feel you, Mary. I understand.
I just feel like I got some hooks in me, and I'm split just about 1,000 ways. Here. Some cheesecake.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's just being very on edge right now. Understandably so, but they're taking it out on, I feel like, the wrong people.
I mean, all of us are getting our fingers pointed at. We don't have anything to change. Nothing. No power to do anything.
We can't.
I mean,
I know a lot of people are pointing fingers at the Solan right now.
Yeah.
It makes Moff sad.
I'm sorry. So yeah. I don't know too much about this, so I don't even know how to go about talking about it, but...
Me neither. I'm just trying to live a peaceful life here.
I know. I just want people to come home to my cafe and... I have people saying that our food is poison.
You weren't even catering the ball.
Yeah, well, we just had we had a stand outside like yours. That was it, really.
Yeah, I remember that. But I feel a lot of people ate the food from inside the ball. I don't understand why they're blaming you.
I don't know. I really wanted the ball just to be a ball, you know?
Yeah.
I'm kind of upset about that. I was having so much fun. Oh no. Oh no. And what are you doing? Why are you coming here?
He senses you are sad.
I guess he wants to come in. Thank you. His name's Indirect Kiss, but I give him a direct one. He's
that is beautiful. Your bond with your horses is great.
I think it's just because they got just about brain power as I do, you know? We're connected. Oh, I'm so sad. I got all dressed up for nothing.
I
don't even get to dance with the people I wanted to dance with. The people who did want to dance with me ended up being the ones pointing the fingers.
No.
I don't know how to feel about them.
Wait, who pointed fingers at you?
Not at me, but...
Oh.
I always trusted Marcus, you see? I mean, look at this. You want to see something? I mean, look at this.
Aww.
Yeah.
I love Marcus.
I mean, me too, but he's all mixed up and all of that, and
yeah,
it's just so frustrating.
It really is. Oh, hello.
This might be a bad time. Hey.
What? No, it's fine.
Sorry. Do I need to go upstairs?
No, we were just talking about how sad we were that the ball didn't go on longer. And it wasn't just
really?
a ball. Like,
I should have known. It's always in books. It's always in books. The ball is the place where things go down. Oh, I thought it was gonna be a romantic evening for weddings.
Right?
We all did. I was so ready.
I do declare.
Well, I heard there was a lot of drama with the suck and stuff, so I imagine you got a lot of buys and then a lot of refunds. How did that go?
No refunds, actually. I think she realized it's not my fault.
Wow. Here, do you want some tea? Here,
I love
spill the
tea.
tea with our tea.
Can we do a tea spill around a table like some
Yes, yes.
Oh, I needed this.
Here, I'll take a seat here. Oh man, I actually really love this corner. I didn't intend for the plants to be like this, but I'm really happy about it.
And look,
That's
mosquitoes
Mosquito,
here
my
too.
favorite.
Yeah.
Here.
We tried to sell them.
Wait, no. I'm so glad we didn't
Tried.
succeed. I'm so glad. That was the stars aligning. Hold on, how do I place this?
Actually,
Oh, I forgot about that part.
What did I just do?
I broke things. Ignore me. Oh, you place it. Oh, I also have coffee upstairs if anyone wants.
I think I'm okay with my tea for
I
our
want to
tea.
talk to Ren. I need to talk to Ren. I just realized.
Oh, okay, but
Where
we'll
did
come
Ren
back because we're about to spill tea about.
Oh,
what
damn, I
happened.
forgot.
But
ran
not
away
right
from
now,
him.
you know. It depends how
I was
long it's
mad.
gonna take.
And I think I need to talk to him about it. You
Well,
know,
to who?
Ren. He wouldn't eat with me, even though he ate everything all day and was in the kitchen as I was cooking, helping me cook, might I add, helping me cook. And I got mad and I ran off from him. And
Oh
I
yeah,
was
I
really
haven't said a
upset.
single word to Marcus after everything went down.
Yeah.
Or not Marcus, Ren. I was thinking about Marcus. Because I was
Everything
supposed to
is
meet
so
Marcus
sick
the
and
other day. He was
twisted.
How do you feel about your secret admirer being...
Oh
quite,
yeah,
quite possibly.
being in like the whole kit and caboodle of the whole thing. Oh, I'll tell you how I feel about that.
You have a secret
It's
admirer?
mighty disappointing.
Yes,
Yeah,
come
it was.
here. Let me tell you.
No,
Let
I
me
did.
tell
I
you.
showed her. I showed her to the.
Oh, is that what that was?
I showed,
My
or
God,
showed
did
them.
you see
Yeah.
the signs outside? It's been a horde. I'm having to fend off people from my wife.
Oh.
They always
No,
use my
yeah.
past against me. I'll have you know it was 50 years ago I married everyone. 50 years and 50 years no contact.
I'm glad you guys seem to have resolved that.
Oh,
For the most
yeah, we
part.
worked through it. You know, we have our qualms. I admit I had a bit of a swervy past, didn't I? And swervy curvy, shall we say? And
You do
I
think?
should have told my wife
Oh.
sooner. No, how's it going?
Oh?
Are you okay? Nala, what's happening?
Why did you just run through?
Interrupted during daytime.
Oh god. On the
I have no
lamps
idea what's
above.
happening. Oh, you okay?
I almost got arrested.
Oh!
Oh,
did you
for
do?
being a pervert.
Excuse me?
You're not giving us a good name. Get out, Nalu. Get out.
Wait, let's hear him out. Wait.
Stay here. You can talk to me from this. You
He
can
could have
talk to
been
me
reading
from
fan fiction.
Okay.
Wait, what did you do? What did you do?
Okay, all I told Otto.
Speak
it was coming
behind
up
the
a letter, and I
fence.
said, "Oh, thank God you're not wearing a skirt. Am I right?" And then they turned around and said, "Oh my God, you're a pervert, aren't you?" And then
I'm gonna keep ordering my food. I
they're
haven't ordered my
selling
food.
feet pics. Okay, and then they got
What?
mad that Thea was
Yes.
curious about the feet pics, and I was like, "Oh,
Hello.
like blah blah blah,"
Hello,
And then I am
Hi,
selling feet pics on
Emma.
Only Blocks. By the way, you can buy them for like $5.99.
Quite. I'm glad to see
and
you,
then also,
shall we say,
I was
survived the
going
events of the
to get
ball.
arrested for
Survive is a strong word.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna
so-
get arrested for not paying my employees,
All the same,
but I
I
don't
am
even get a
glad you
stipend. and
made
the
it through
museum's free.
somewhat unharmed.
Yeah.
Okay. There was so much missing, and
scared.
also for threatening my employee to go to the ball with me, but that didn't happen. Lady Ron was like, "Hey, you don't want to be bitchless, do you? You should take him."
Oh.
Admittedly, you know, I think I'm
The
not gonna lie.
listener is
Just like, you know,
always
you
interesting like
said,
that.
"Oh, thank God you're not wearing a
Yes,
skirt," like you were
Hmm.
hoping for it, you know.
I can get two extra most bestest
No,
pizzas
I don't know
and
why I
one
had to
2
mention
liter
it.
soda for 15 buckaroos.
My wife has a boy.
Well,
Kind of want my
but, you know,
Detroit
still a
style
freaking house,
pizza.
you know?
hope you have a wonderful
I
night.
think,
And I hope
I
that
think,
everything goes
freaky.
well.
Well, maybe a little bit, but not like that.
Your company is great.
well,
I'm
I'm
not freaky
second
like
thought.
that.
Let's not.
to you as well.
You just talked about a
Oh
few
my God.
feet pics.
No,
Nalu.
I'm okay, but like I need money. It's okay to sell feet pics for money.
What?
Are
you ready to be arrested, Dogo?
I
Yeah, I'll
certainly
take
can
some
agree
as
to
well.
that, Miss Mary.
Well, hi, Icarus.
We're gonna be
Were you
making-
able to get
Welcome
tea?
to tea
We're able to make
time.
hibiscus tea if it makes it better.
Ah, yes, I may
Oh,
add
hold on. I have
little
a
bit
really
something
loud voice.
from
I'll
the
be
flask.
back.
Your horses certainly are affectionate, Miss Mary.
Yeah,
Well,
it's just mosquito. Oh, Matthias, where have
I'm
you
trying to
been?
figure out what the fuck to eat because I haven't ordered
Just been doing
food.
A little bit of exploring myself.
Oh, hi,
How-
Adrian.
Okay,
How are
I
things
put
over
a
at the
pizza.
Oh, it's.
Do I want
it's all better.
breadsticks?
Oh, sorry. Mosquito
That's good.
really likes you. Mosquito really likes you more than Kirby.
Mosquito liked me so much he just kicked him.
Oh no,
Freak
Mosquito
out.
liked Icarus too much.
Chat, should I get cheese bread or should I get breadsticks?
Oh, welcome in everyone. Can I offer anyone tea? It's okay. Sorry.
I'll do the
understand, I
cheese
understand.
bread.
No. I'll take some before I go. I must meet Otto at the museum, but.
You sure you want to? You didn't say that earlier. Moth. Oh, yeah, Chair?
Nalo got arrested.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
We did indeed see the before that.
Oh no!
There's never a dull moment here.
Doubt that he committed
I think he's gonna learn from being arrested. I'm sorry. You drinking
he was
this?
climbing up a ladder behind Otto, and he said, "Oh, thank
I
you
think
for
she's still
not
just
wearing a
sitting for
skirt."
me.
And then he tried selling her feet pics.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So it seems.
Why
that-
is everyone selling
Oh,
feet
God,
pics?
Sexually harassed. Poor Otto.
Oh my goodness.
Poor Otto.
There's so
now
much going
well.
on. People are still finding time to sell feed pics or whatever. That's bizarre.
Apparently.
I'm very proud of. Well, it's how he's funding the museum. He doesn't
Oh,
make it
Sumire,
that
have
from
you
the
heard?
museum, so he kind of has to.
Mr. Grande Pesos has gone missing.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
has
yes, yes,
he?
yes.
Apparently.
must
I'd,
say, I heard
I'd
he's been
spoken to him
spending
at the
his
ball
money
briefly,
elsewhere.
but no one has seen him since.
Yes,
That is so weird, actually. Did he leave any message behind?
Well, I must head to the museum anyway.
Not from what I've
I will be
heard.
on my way.
I just passed
But
through
I've
when I
also
was
heard.
being
Of course.
accompanied by
Thanks,
Miss
Matthias.
Bibi through the street that people were looking for him, but I had
Oh,
not
no.
seen
I'm
any
gonna go
information.
find Ren.
Alright, you go do that. Good luck.
Today has been a very
Look,
eventful
Fisherman,
day.
hold
Hold on.
Certainly, I find myself in need of, well, something a little stronger than tea, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm sure Mary has
Mary,
something
are you taking care of
around
yourself?
somewhere.
I've heard Mary does enjoy a
taking care of
strong
yourself?
drink occasionally.
That makes sense.
I hear they
Oh.
invented a cutoff rule at the tavern.
I mean, it's
Due to
great and
Ah.
everything, but you sound pretty worn down.
I forgot to put a pizza in my order. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
the
there
day
anything
has
I can
been
do
a
for you?
day and a half.
I am worried.
Oh, so sweet. I don't really know.
Everyone is doubting everyone. People are doubting the moth. I feel like I've done nothing but good here.
True. You have a very
Moff, you
beautiful place
have
here to hang out,
been
play your
certainly one of the members of Solution.
Well, here,
have
I'm
the
sure
most
this
trusted.
is probably
Oh,
the last
thank
thing
you.
need or want, but I got this earlier, and maybe
Yeah,
you
but
have
now
more use
so
for it
many
than me.
people are pointing fingers at each other, including Moth.
Oh,
Yes, I know.
Oh, thank you, Trin. This is just what I
I'll
need.
admit, even my faith was shaken in the events that transpired.
What the hell? Oh, I
Mhm.
forgot.
It seems everyone is hiding secrets, though.
Ugh, so tired. Well, Adrian, how are you getting along?
I've been about as
I
good
wish
as
we
you
could go
be
back
with
to the
all of this
way it
happening,
was
you know?
before
It's,
today.
So real.
kind of
I
all
feel
over
like
the
everyone
place.
was so happy and
I've been talking to a lot
united.
of people trying to figure out what they think and maybe if they have any leads, and let's just say a lot of different people have a lot of
And
different takes on
now,
what happened.
now everyone seems to be want to be away
I've
from
heard
each
the
other.
same.
Yeah, complicated
Well,
for
perhaps
sure.
there's still hope.
But
Yeah,
We are sharing tea in a cafe.
That is true.
Yeah, I think.
I hope things will be okay.
I think I'm just gonna.
It
stay
may be
around.
naive of me to hope so,
You
but
know what? I think that's super smart, and I think I speak for everyone when I say
I can
that
only
you
hope.
are a shining light
all
in an
we can do.
otherwise
I
very
feel
difficult
really
time,
bad
so
for Mary,
take care of
though.
yourself, okay? Because if something happens to you, a lot of people are gonna be sad.
I know people were pointing fingers at the Yuma Cafe for stuff that happened at the ball.
I'm gonna stay here, stay in my corner,
preposterous.
take care of
I
myself.
agree.
For
Save
sure.
my lovely wife.
I came to comfort Mary and to spill the tea.
Alrighty.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna
I
go out
see.
and search for I don't know anything really regarding what happened, but like I said, I'm just a pigeon
I
away.
can't imagine why anyone would have any ill will towards Miss Mary or Miss Mishy.
Yeah, of course. I see you around.
I really do agree. I think people are just scared and pointing fingers at the wrong people. Or, well, at anyone, really.
I know there are some who are very eager. Mr. Mont seemed rather incensed that we could not trust anyone anymore.
Yes, and that part specifically makes me very suspicious of people like that.
I can certainly agree. I had exchanged information and resources with Mr. Mont, so to see all that dried up in just a mere matter of moments.
The fact that people can turn against people they've been friends with for a bit in the snap of a finger is insane to me.
I can certainly agree.
It seems Miss Mary has left.
Yes, I wish you well, in light of even all of the things that have been going on. I think I'm going to cross the street and find something a little stronger.
That is very much, yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, so I'm not going over there.
Best of luck then.
Thank you. The music I've had on this entire stream is very fitting.
What happened?
Oh, it's
What
yeah,
happened?
it's actually dead.
Who was that? Who was the horse that died?
Hello?
Oh?
You died again? Wow, you suck.
Buddy, we have more important things to worry about. There's a dead horse.
What?
God damn it.
It's very dangerous here.
I see some people like are not being
It normally
affected
isn't,
at all.
But Nalu's around, so that means it is.
Like a 6.
Sorry, I gotta make Minecraft ugly for a bit because it's the redstone here lags me out a lot.
A 6, I guess.
What happened?
Oh, thank you. Is your rating one that trumps the other rating?
Could be.
Could be. Okay.
I feel like I walked in on a
I'll take
bad
that.
moment.
Rip horse. Wait, I didn't hear that. What happened?
Anyways,
what happened, Seth?
What on earth are you doing?
Oh, hold on, I can do this.
You might need to. Yes.
Are we obstructing the train? What's going on here?
Oh.
I think he has been.
Crunch said the train would go
I
right
think
through
he
Gal
was.
Gal.
I think he was
Oh.
revived.
Oh yeah, he was definitely. He
Someone ran to evade arrest.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a lot, guys. I can't even start to explain it.
Oh, I see. See, I was worried because I was really hoping we don't break the train again.
No, surely that wouldn't happen. Well,
where is he?
do you know where Nalu went?
I do not, Gal Gal, but I can hunt him down if you need.
That might be necessary.
Okay.
Oh, no rewards, anything? Just like this go. Damn. Wow. Maybe.
Spill the tea. Oh, this is a full-ass tea shop. That's so cute. Okay. I think I need to relog really fast.
This is from the Uma
There's a certain point where like my Minecraft starts lagging a lot, and typically that means I have to like relog really fast. And this gives me time for food or like order food because holy shit, I have not ordered my food yet. Me, I'm gonna order my food. Also me, I have not ordered my food. I just want my pizza, man. I just want my pizza. 4-in-1 sticks. Is that just a bunch of stick pizza? What if I get a Hawaiian pizza? I love Hawaiian pizza. No, maybe not right now. I just want pizza. We're gonna just get this. It's fine. Okay, okay, okay. What the fuck am I hearing outside? Okay, okay, okay. I have finally ordered my fucking pizza. About damn time. I feel like I've been trying to order pizza for the past 3 fucking hours. 4 hours! Oh, well, technically 3. No, I'll say 3. We'll still say 3. Hi, Bog! Excuse me, apologies. Eepy ghost. Eepy sleepy ghost. I think it's more like the fact that I have not eaten much besides a bowl of ramen. Listen, when my food gets here, we can watch, we can watch Father Gordon. As I keep calling him, Father Gordon. Mr. Big G himself. Ah, my quarter! Bro, there's been so much happening here today. Well, not really. Yes and amount of stuff happening here today. You did not hear my crippling addiction to energy drinks. No, you did not. I do not want to hear anything about my crippling addiction to energy drinks because of what you heard. Go away. Bro, I keep seeing fucking... Okay, for people who don't know, my friend Kato made his stupid Discord server channel have a massive fucking like notification button, and I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm going to fucking kill them.
Okay, that is actually really bad.
There you go. You see, I solved it. Nothing like a little white lie.
So
It died
actually,
on, died on the tracks.
Was that the one that went to prison?
Yeah.
Was
No,
it,
wait.
like-
Actually, no,
What?
it wasn't.
All right, go again. Go again.
Oh.
Anyways. Okay, we can take off this music now. I feel like that one song's about to put me to sleep. It's just been the same piano notes over and over again, and it's relaxing the fuck out of me, dude. Holy shit. Okay. Bum, bum, ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ba-da, 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 ba, ba-da. What the fuck is... What? Oh! I almost fucked something up. I almost did a big bad. Oh boy. Which one? You have stuff. And do you have stuff? And do you have stuff? This can stay in here, actually. Why do I feel so short? In game! Before anyone says anything, because I swear to God, someone. Oh, swear to God. I have a lot of iron. Where did I get all this iron from? Do this. Hiya. That and that. Alright, guys, it's time to go back to the mods. The mod factory. Put this in there. The operation is get swole. We must get decently beefy. Because everyone else is strong and I want to be strong. Everyone else is swole. I want to be swole. Eat my back. Owie. Oh, my back. That was a nice crunch. Oh, my back. I need to stop slouching so often. Stellar. Put that there. Upstairs I go. That. I have too much stuff, not enough space. I'm going insane. Where did I put my flowers? Over here. Alrighty, that goes there. I want to put my little hat on, but at the same time, it's like I get more mana from my little crown. So part of me doesn't see the point. This. I'll be honest. I wasn't as overstimmed today as I was last time. Last time I was really overstimulated. Today wasn't that bad. I thought it was like tolerable. What more bugged me today was my crippling ADHD and being like, please, I need to start moving. I need to do something. Now that was the one thing I had difficulty with today. I'll get through that soon. Which I'm very happy about. I have a fuck ton of redstone. Holy shit. Well, I say a fuck ton of redstone, but if I start using it, I'm gonna I'm gonna run out so fast. Back from 4 o'clock's lesson. How was the ball? Hey, what? The ball got crashed. The ball got crashed. Someone came in. Someone came in and was like, "Herditor, I am big bad villain." So guess what? The Solen have a secret faction trying to fucking find an ultimate weapon that'll destroy everything. Ooh. And the Solen are like, what? When in reality, they're the ones who have a secret third faction. The people with the pale eyes. Discord ensued, and now no one trusts each other. Yay. That's what you missed. Paleta jump scare? Yeah, it's my April Fool's model right now. Para los que no lo han visto. There was a lot of monologue. A lot of fucking monologue. Holy shit. Holy monologues. Also, hi, bestie. Are the people with pale eyes? I don't know. The only people who really know are going to be the people who are pale eyes. That's a lore piece we get entirely dependent on our answer to a roleplay thing. So I'm not entirely sure. Thank you for the pat. Like right now I know Bo's going through the thing where he's like, dude, my wife is one of those. Can I trust my wife? I guess the whispers. See, here's the thing. I don't think there is a third faction. I'm pretty sure they're just trying to start chaos. Oh, there's lag happening. Oh boy. Because I haven't heard of a third faction. I will say, Mr. Luminous is seeming very sus. IMO, like, bro sounds different. And everyone's like, what do you mean? I'm like, do you not hear him? Bro sounds really fucking different. Earlier, based on the discussion, it felt like they were possessed or skinwalkers. Kinda. It seems like a bit of a hive mind situation, but not really. Because as Inobo said, his wife is still acting the same. What is that block? What block? This? We made a gem case a while ago. A little bit ago. Yeah. 8 Sigils of... Oh! Sigils of Rebirth. How do I do that again? Oh! This thought... Deep Slate. Okay. Deep Slate. This is actually from Bridgerton. So, yes? That's normal Deep Slate. Ugh. Cobbled. Put this in here, put that in there. If you want to listen to like the full like thing they talk about lore-wise, feel free. I'm sorry though, because I kind of yapped through it a bit because my ADHD was tripping. Like, they kept this in there for like maybe a good solid hour of mostly monologuing, and then people kept jumping in to monologue as well who weren't a part of the main RP. And so I just kept sitting there like, bro, let me go. Like, I appreciate a good RP, but my ADHD was just tripping at that point. I'm like, I really want to move. I really want to kind of do something that's not just stand here. I felt so bad. Should I watch Bridgerton? I will, like, here's the thing. If you like romance stuff and like go for it. It's not gonna be for everyone. Fire. 10% under. Reduced by 17. Slushical. Hi, I am Slushical. That's not the best. Gain instant health. But I want the sockets. How do I see how much health I have? Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yes! We are becoming beef! Where's my things? I'm thinking Sumire is gonna be the first one taken out by the pale eye. Should I say converted fully? I don't think so. I don't know, maybe. Oh, that's cracked. Ah, that's flawed. You're flawed. Brawlers. That. Flawless. I can't do anything else until I find another one. Fuck. Like, here's the thing. They're kind of stupid, but they're not that stupid. And again, they're one of the, like, the stronger ones. You can add a fixes, i.e. additional stat boost via the god augmenting table. Okay, I did hear about that one. I don't think I want to make it. I have to get Godforged pearls, which I have not seen a mythic item at all yet, mind you. I have not seen a single mythic god pearl. The world tiers do not matter. From what I was told, these do not matter. It is locked to everyone. Hi Lucky, welcome in. From what I was told, there's a chance I'm wrong, there's a chance I'm not completely sure. But as far as I was told, that's what I was told. Minecraft is going really well, actually. I'm having a lot of fun. I was a little overstimulated earlier, but we're doing much better now. Get that. So what's that set to? Ascent. If you mean this, Ascent. Because before something normally, I mean, I don't know. We can kill the wither. I don't know. As far as I was told from people, as far as I was told, it's kind of what I was told. Maybe we can check. Yeah, I'm still being a jeweler, but I'm also trying to beef myself up right now. I'm trying to become stronger. Also, I'm gonna pick up my pizza in a moment. My pizza's here.
There's a different one.
But yeah, I'm kind of like a all around, like a rounded person here. Swath. Here, we'll take it on in like the cave we were at downstairs, like below my house. If it's in a global, then it might be one of three things. Global setting and advances slowly. Admins choose one. Probably that one. Probably the admin one, because the admins don't want, because the admins don't really want, like, people being strong, like, overly stronger than others. Which is, as far as I've seen, is kind of too late. Some people are really strong right now. So instead of interactive event, you got an hour long. Yeah, basically. I thought it was entertaining at parts. At the parts my mind was able to focus on. Again, Marcus, I forgot their name. I forget their IRL name. But like Marcus is really fucking like good at acting. I love his voice acting so much for Marcus. Sino, thank you. Really, really good at the whole stuff. Bro has emotions. I love the emotion he brings to it. I really do. But yeah, no, I began ADHDing and like, cause I need to move. I need to move. I need to do stuff. So, you know, we were doing the like whole, they gave us the exposition and the lore and shit. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is going great. Yeah. And then more people kept coming up to talk. But it just kind of felt like they were repeating the same stuff at times. Just like in different fancier font or some shit. And my brain just kind of began spiraling more and like, I want to move. I need to move. Please. Oh my god, I need to do something. And it's not the fault of anyone, obviously. It's just the way my brain is wired, but my brain is just wired in a way where I'm like, I need to do stuff. I gotta move. Also, my pizza's here. Give me 1 second. I gotta go grab this before someone takes it off my porch. Because they will do it. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Did you get refunds for the non-existent dates? No, because everyone realized it's not my fault. Like, no one's come up asking for, like, a refund. And I think it's because people realize, like, yeah, not their fault. Kind of wish. No, I wish it was like an event, something that like involved everyone, rather than like only, I suppose, like the main characters. I suppose. Like that's personally something I wish that happened. No worries, Lucky. Get some good rest. Thank you for stopping by. Again, I'm not shitting on it. They're doing what they can. I'm just saying things I wish could have happened instead. But like, I know for myself and maybe a few others that were there. Like, we're VTubers. A good amount of us have crippling ADHD. Or it's hard for us to like listen to exposition for that long without like something exciting being on the screen. So that's just kind of a wish I personally have. I would have really enjoyed instead a what's it called? A like event or something. Like something that led all of us to battle together. Yeah, or like actually let people have their dates. It would have been nice. Oh, no, yeah, I can't help you out with that. I'm sorry. I'm so surprised I'm even in this. Sorry. If you want advice on joining SMPs, Twitter. Twitter's your best place. There's so many people who post things on Twitter about SMPs. And if you don't like Twitter, I'm sorry to tell you this. Most VTubers host, like, applications on Twitter. I'm so sorry. It's just the easiest place to do it. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, for like, I think the problem is that there's such a wide gap in the combat ability. Some people are level 2 yappers and others are, yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna take a better bite of my pizza really fast. Oh. I mean, that's in the nicest way possible. I respect wanting collabs, but I do have a major rule of like, please don't ask me for collabs while I'm streaming. Please and thank you. It puts me in a spot where I, you know, don't know how to respond. Also, right now I'm currently clearing out like an area to fight this. Usually Twitter DMs. Because I don't accept Discord friend requests unless here's the thing a lot of people are gonna tell you. Number one, we tend to wanna like actually know the people we're gonna collab with before, at least personally for me. Like, I don't know, I wanna make sure I can actually vibe with someone rather than like just hop into something. And that's personally just because I've had experiences where I've hopped into collabs with random people I've never met and they've said / done things that I did not vibe with. And so now I'm just very cautious about it. Apologies. I know it's not you, but I've become very cautious about that kind of thing now. Can I just say 3 days, 3 models? Oh, thank you! I have a lot. I have like 15 models. I love them all. They're all my children. Fuck, I was hoping that was Mithril. It'll be fine. He'll make a hole somewhere, right? Let me... No, you're okay. Thank you for understanding. I'm always more grateful for people understanding. I've had people get mad at me for setting my boundaries, and I'm like, hopes this person doesn't get mad at me. Okay, that works. All right, buddy. Hopefully this means this works. First, my infinite ham. Oh, also my other things. Hold on. Take you off. Take you off. Sorry, I have to change every 5 seconds when I'm doing this. This. We go. Well, bam. Well, bam. Well, bam. There we go. Hee 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 hee. Well, bam. Oh no, you're ready to level up. Well, bam. That. Yeah, hearts. So if I understand correctly, I mean, I actually, like, I know you. I've talked to you for the past 12 days, you know. I would be down for that one. Because I've been able to get a chance to actually meet you. So if you actually want to, hit me up later. Yeah, no, I know, but still. Collab when for us, Slushy? When I get back on the Slushcord. When I get back on the Slushcraft server. Lamau. Oh god, I have to play the end with chat at some point. I have not done that. No, I feel that. Like Sunday, I have a family, like not a family thing. I have a thing I gotta do, like an important thing I gotta do. I got an important thing to do, and then what's it called? And then I'll be back probably. I might take Monday off. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyways. Hello. Good morning. Thank you, Lucky. Have a good rest of your night or day. Yeah, bye. Yeah, bye. Hold on, canceled. Ah, fuck. Die, 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 die. Get withered, get withered, get withered, get withered. Oh, Dragon Breath is on cooldown. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. You have a shield? Why is everything on cooldown? Idea. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. This is reminding me of pre-healthcare slushy. I mean, I'll still do 10-hour streams every so often. I just have to make sure I eat so chat doesn't yell at me anymore. Because chat used to yell at me before. Slushy, you need to eat! Slushy, you gotta sleep! I did it. I did it. I'm actually 144 deep in it. Jesus. Wait, how long am I? Hold on. Tell them what they. I'm 20 hours behind. Fuck! I need to step up my game. Chat, we're not sleeping tonight. Ow. I'm at 122. I need to catch up. $122 hours. Holy shit. I'm catching up. I gotta catch up. Oh! But they told me it doesn't work. Okay, we can't do that one. We can't do that one. We're locked here. This is it. This is as high as we go. Because we can't slay the Ender Dragon. Oh, okay. This is basically what levels up your world and changes like the tier of things you get. So now I just killed the Wither, so I'm at the summit. I gotta find mythic stuff. 5% chance, but I can find it. Also, no, the Ender Dragon's not in the game. I'm pretty sure they took him out. Or took them out. Took it out. I like how you're Metreon. I like how you're yelling at him when I'm only 20 hours behind. I was pregnant and dying at the summit. What? Wait, can I? Ender Dragon is canonically. Oh, is she? Nice. Like this? This thingy. But I know you have a partner that forces you to stop. Oh, he doesn't force me to stop. He just comes to feed me. He's learned he's not winning that battle. We still need that. Yeah, that's not happening. I feel like every time I hang out in the stream with somebody else, you're playing a different SMP. It just depends on what everyone's doing. Yeah, I'd rather not accidentally spawn an end dragon and then get people pissed at me, you know? So I think we'll end it there. Like we'll stop trying there. All I was told, listen, was no, you cannot fight the end dragon. You cannot go to the end. Or do the end. So I assume that specifically means stop. Don't try. I'm just an innkeeper, man. I don't know relics, charms, world level crafts. I mean, if you want to, I can help you. If you want. I think I'm a brawler's gem. Knockoff? Knockoff what? Like, I'm a knockoff? I have so many hearts now. Yay. If you make a gateway 1 level below the pinnacle gear, it gives you flawless gens. Oh, I see. It should give you a bunch, tons of flawless gems and Godforged gear. Like este? This one? I do have one more. The apothic ones. I can make this one. Gateway to the Thundering Summit. Oh, this one. I have this. Just beware. I mean, I could probably drag someone. I have some people I can drag into this. Looks at Crunch and Duber. At a certain innkeeper if he wants to get on. You may die during this battle. But it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. It's 6 a.m. No, why the fuck are you awake? Why are you here? Because I love you? Okay. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the answer. And FOMO. Soul desu ka? Doobie! Doggy! Doggy, 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 doggy. Doggy, doggy, doggy! Wait, where's my fireworks? There it is. Doggy! Fuck, he's not home! Ugh. He fails me. He failed me! He failed me. Some H. But if I'm here, specifically it's because I love you. Less than my Minecraft wife, but still. It only summons 3. Like, at a time or individually? Like, all at once or by themselves? In the meantime, I'm gonna eat a piece of pizza. Because I'm hungry. That's not that bad? I feel like I need a babysitter. Like, in case I go down, I need someone to just slap me with a potion. Is Wallow on? Wallow is no longer on. No, my wife is still on. Not my wife, but my wife... my wife, IRL, quote unquote.
Very so.
My work wife. Wallow is on. Yeah, but she's not here. By the way, my girlfriend's not following the SMP when I told her I can't respond for a bit. I have my wedding to do in Minecraft. Her reaction was praise. I can imagine. Hold on. Slash message crunch. Fuck, not no. So. Hey, Crunch. You wanna help a moth with something? If you're not busy, you can say no. 'Cause I know that one. I know that fucker. He will tell me yes. Bro will be like, oh, runs over. You can tell me no. Just tell me though. Excuse me. Tell you got 3 subs and thus got 7.5 pounds for it. Or euros, wrong one. Oh boy. I see Crunch is busy with some stuff. I totally didn't peek over just to check. Wait. Dude, I like how stupid my model looks. Do we know if this is destructive at all? Is this gonna, like, you know, hurt any buildings nearby at all? Shouldn't be? Okay. It does spawn gas. I can kill those really fast. I just have to, you know, hit it with, like, acupuncture. I feel like I should move out. I should move further back. Okay. Maybe here. In case someone passes by my body or some shit. I have a bunch of totems of undying, so I think I'm fine. I'm a lot beefier now too, so I feel better about this. 아래 이거죠. What's the worst that could happen, right? Ah, experience. 이거죠. The gateway can only be opened in a world tier summit. Am I not? Am I not? This is the second time. This is the second time. This is the second time they've done this to me. Ha. I'm sorry, but you look I'm sorry, but you look upset, but your popsicle model can't make me take this seriously. You leave my popsicle alone. My popsicle is just... You can't. I realize just me saying this screenshot means you now have the tea for my Minecraft and I... This happens so often to me, actually. Like, that does sound weird, but like... This happens a lot more than you think, actually. I'm apparently like a very trustworthy person with a lot of stuff. You said you were going to bed! Go to bed. Cállate. You said good night earlier! Go to bed! Commit to going to bed! Sumire. I can't with you guys. Done more ender pearls. I should. Eddie. I was given a lot. Where the fuck did they go? Oh, there they are. Oh, I should not put it there. Knowing myself, I will accidentally cast it. Slushy, need I remind you the whole 120 hours in 12 days? Oh, this isn't the worst I've done. This is not the worst I have done. Smiley face. There has been significantly worse. Whee! Nada, nada, igual. Ba, 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 ba. Hee 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 hee. Ikuzo. Come on, motherfucker. Fight me, bitch! Ah, I did the wrong spell. Die. 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 Apple. What the fuck was that? Perish! Why the polar bear? Why is it always the polar bear? Stop casting. Stop casting. Oh, there's lag, isn't there? I think there might be some lag, because I was casting for a lot longer than it's supposed to be. Ooh. Yeah. Da-da. Can I Starfall now? The spell's too powerful for you. Ah! I'm now able to hear Nobo's voice in text chat. I know! I can hear his I can hear his voice when he speaks. It is true. Come follow me. Yay, come follow me. Whenever he types in like the chat, I hear his voice. It happens when you hear someone's voice enough. You can associate their voice with it if you have heard it enough. Jesus, I cannot talk. There you go. I've done it. I have done it. I did it. I am great. Yeah, like in my head. Yes. I did it. I have fucking done it. I am so cool. Anyways. Who said it was in my head? Ah, yes. You just hear Noble's voice everywhere. I'm not gonna lie, guys. That wasn't as exciting as I thought it was gonna be. Doko desu ka? Are. Ah. Did I miss anything? Whee! Yep, everything's gone. Hiya! No, honestly, talking loudly is good. Especially in this fucking SMP where everyone's talking over each other. Helps a lot more than you think. Yeah, look at how bright the city is. I wonder who did that. I wonder. It is quite brilliant. And radiant. Yes. It is Facade and the Professor. I don't know if I'm allowed to approach or not. I cannot tell if they are having an RP moment. Also, this is just gonna be the dark spot because y'all fucking put the casino underneath. So anyone who dies from that specifically, that's not my fault.
On guard, as they would say.
I suppose to deal is
Inobo just shared 100 bits. I wonder who light the city up. If you know, give that money to them.
I don't know.
Rather pleasant conversation with Mr. Enkansha as well.
Oh, is that
Professor
right? What did you
Hoffman.
say to Mr. Marcus?
I think you should go, Mr. Hoffman.
Why?
Because I will kill you if you don't.
Sorry, the shitty ass face my model makes. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So interesting to see you alive, Professor. I thought surely you had perished at the ball.
Well, I almost did, but thankfully I would. Well, maybe I should talk later.
Yes, perhaps
I wonder
you
who lit
should,
the city up. If you know them, give me money.
Mr. Marcus
No, don't give me money. No, it's fine.
Friend.
But yes.
Friend. Right, Facade. Right. You don't belong in this city anymore.
Mr. Facade.
I see.
It is most interesting seeing you again as well.
Yes, indeed. I was attempting to assist this individual who has met with a most unfortunate fate.
See, I don't believe that was yours today.
I do believe you've just taken their entire inventory.
No,
Yes.
no, listen, man. I have just take it from me, please. I'm sorry. There you go. I'm too fast for my own good.
It do be like that sometimes. Sometimes that how it be, yes.
It do be. It do be.
Would you appear to be able to interact with the floor as normal? Yes? Does everything appear normal from your perspective?
Why is he phasing to the ground like that?
Indeed. To us, you are still incorporeal. However, I do believe it will return. Yes. However, I do believe you are yourself still quite normal. It is just from our point of view. You are quite normal, but it will be resolved soon enough. Yes.
Are you able to perhaps interact with the warmth of the atelier found within the tavern nearby?
I do believe they are not currently dead. It is simply a visual issue on our ends. But it will be resolved once the world goes to sleep and wakes up in the morning. Yes.
Oh, I see.
I see.
That's cool.
Very well. Continue as you were. Simply
Thanks.
do not mind the odd stares others may give you for some time. But yes, carry
Yeah,
on.
I'll just tell them like it's like a.
It's just a phase.
Indeed.
Yes, just like Mr.
Thanks.
Facade's
Thanks, I
phase
appreciate
of
the help.
perhaps dragging us to an ancient city and having us do his bidding.
Yes.
I do believe the results of that. I do believe the results of that expedition were quite beneficial to a great many, yourself included.
That may be, but the benefits are somewhat outweighed, I feel. I'll be watching you, Mr. Facade, as well as the rest of the Vesperin.
Indeed. Whilst I simply led the group to open a singular portal, it would seem that beyond such time, a great deal others have opened portals of their own
Oh,
in
boy.
similar cities. I do wonder if they know the risks in opening more.
Mayhaps.
Indeed. However, I had nothing to do with such. Simply, the first was my own doing.
I see. Most intriguing to know. Do take care, Mr. Facade. It would be unfortunate if something untoward were happen.
Indeed. I am quite good at making a hasty getaway, though, so I do suppose that will be quite fine. I bid you adieu.
I don't want to relate to the bad guy, man.
I can't stand
Oh boy.
I think I have become quite disgusted by his
I
very
feel
presence.
like he's quite cowardly if he runs away every chance we encounter him.
That's what I said, man. Like I was over there at the ball. It was just like, you know, y'all are staying, he's leaving.
Like oil through our fingers, he continues to slip away. I worry what he is building in the background.
Yeah, also do not worry, I'm just a tiny bit tipsy.
Oh, oh
Still feeling
no.
the effects of the ball.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I couldn't sleep, so I'm just like, I may as well go out for a nice walk. The night's brilliant, man.
Do you like the lamps on the
beautiful.
ground?
Oh, yeah, the lights are beautiful, man.
Thank you.
Oh, Moff Sumire, speaking of lamps.
Oh yeah.
Whilst I was wandering the nether gathering some ingredients for potion crafting, I happened across a few glowing vines. I wasn't sure if that was quite your expertise or interest, but I would be certainly willing
Next
to
time we
contribute
see
them
that
to.
dude, you want to give him a
Oh,
wedgie?
unfortunately not. I'm just really looking for the frog lights and redstone.
I'm glad I asked them. If I, had kept them
I
in my
appreciate
pocket,
it
this would have been
though.
rather awkward.
It would be rather awkward if you just had a bunch of vines in your pocket.
Certainly, but if there's any everything I can assist the moth in their pursuits, please. Let me know.
Thank you, Noble. Yes, of course. Let me know if you need any help as well. I believe it's
I shall
important
bear you
we
in
help
mind.
each other right now.
You among a few are the first of the Solane I would certainly trust my back and my life with, Moth.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Your trust means the world to me. What was that?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to take it as a cue, perhaps, to be about the business I had said about the atelier.
That is very fair.
Be well.
Thank you.
Point taken?
Was he in my shop?
No, door was open.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was about to say, is Mr. Facade a crook now as well? Shakes fist angrily.
He's ex-nay on the Assad Faye.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the Selene. Maybe Selene has some... What's it called? Maybe Selene has more glowstone I can use. It feels so weird not being able to fly. Having to use a spell to fly now, so my hearts are all there. Unquief. I'm not gonna lie, Inobo does seem like a uncle.
I've had to call the gods for help like a few times. It's happened. Being trapped in things.
Inobo does seem like a like uncle vibe. Sorry, does seem unquief vibes.
The west of here. I might have accidentally set that on fire. It's like down to its roots.
I'm not that old, but you seem like a dad, like uncle dad vibes.
How did you? I thought it was, saved by the gods, but it just burned down like most of the world tree.
You burned down the world tree, Mary.
Well,
You just
by accident.
You just accidentally burned down the world tree, Mary.
I have a fire. I have like a fireball that does that. Oh, hello.
You burnt down a tree?
Not just any tree, the world tree.
That sounds awful.
It's to the west of us a little bit. But yeah, no, there's a tree there. I accidentally set it on fire while casting Meteor Swarm, and I came back 2 days later and it was still on fire. And most of the roots are now gone.
No.
The
Yeah.
afflictions that are going on this weapon aren't amazing. Would you like me to just keep re-rolling until I run out of stuff?
I mean, I don't want you to take up your stuff.
No, I mean it's literally your stuff that you gave me.
Okay.
Oh boy. Out
Armor
of
pierce, holy
curiosity,
spell power.
do any of you have any glowstone I can have?
I have glowstone powder.
Yeah, I'll
Wait,
take anything you got. I'm trying to
Is there
still.
none?
I took what was in there.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I'm so
Yeah, I don't
sorry.
have enough for you then. I
Oh.
think you're looking for like many stacks of such.
I'm bothering Mrs. Fu again. This is her town. She can fund this herself. Grr. She want lamp she can fund. Hello? We give them a moment to answer if they're here. Fuck, the door is closed again. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt. I thought that was actually Thea. I was gonna be like, Thea, can your Nepo babiness please grab me some glowstone? But that is not Thea. That is merely a picture of Thea. Hello? I cannot come in. I'll take that as a no, you may not come in. It is Thea, what you talking about? Hello, Nepo baby. Can I get glowstone? Nepo baby does not answer. Damn, bitch, you live like this? You live like this? Here, I can just send a pigeon to Fu. Pigeon to Fudeshi. Hello, may I please grab more glowstone from or fancy chest room for more lamps for the city? Also, if you want to see the top floor of my place, it's Aura's room and it's fully made. Of course hers is. Of course hers is. I love seeing all the empty ass rooms. And then having that one room be so well decorated. Other door. So I can close it. I'm not a heathen. Dump chest. stuff, I think. Oh, passive. But things in bottles, imported materials, gemstones? No, not gemstones. Ores? Would it count as ores?
I've been trying to get her to actually have our honeymoon for days now, but the world doesn't seem to give us a break.
No, it hasn't.
Hello, Nepo
Hello.
baby. I was wondering if you knew how this worked.
Ah, yes, you just go on it and you look it up.
Oh.
You need the glowstone, yes?
Yes.
There you go.
I just did not want to
There
fuck
you
up the
are.
computer looking thing.
Oh, good, yes, no worries.
Thank you.
Enjoy the glowstone.
I just don't know anything about this stuff, so I don't want to fuck it up.
What's she doing?
Thank you, Mrs. Fudishi.
You're welcome, Sumire.
I just don't want to fuck up, like, the complicated ass looking computer that they have going on there. Make sure that the wife is happy. Also was waiting to invite her to live at my place. Hey, can you fix my house? Like, I just got used to the one in the, Selen area. I don't want to, like, you know, fuck another one, like, fuck one up. I haven't not fucked one up yet. And to make that perfectly clear, I have not fucked any of them up yet. The room was just, oh, that's cute. Oh, that's actually really cute. She got so many gifts, this woman. All for her to go become evil, I swear to God. Or, well, misunderstood, whichever you want to call it. You can tell I'm tired from the long-ass stream yesterday. Because I cannot remember right now, for the life of me, how to make redstone lamp. Soldeska. I understand now. I see now. This is how you can tell I'm tired from yesterday still. I'll be honest, today's probably not gonna be like a massively long stream. Just because I was really overstimulated as fuck during the dance stuff. It'll be like normal length probably. But I am still a little tired, not tired, but I don't know. When we do like big events like that where everyone is gathered, it's gonna probably be a little bit shorter than normal because overstimulation. Still not as bad as the wedding, the last wedding, but I'm still a little overstimulated. Today's not gonna be a massively overlong stream. They say it's 7 hours long. Okay, listen, my streams the past few, like, SMP days, have you seen how long those have been? Do you want to go ahead and try again with that? I have done really long fucking streams this entire SMP. Without the whole pale eyes thing, my wedding was nice. That's good. I'm glad you had fun regardless. I still stand by what I said. I wish there could have been like a nice, cool event that included all of us instead of a lot of monologue. My ADHD was throbbing. Ooh. Yeah, no, it was so long, and people kept coming up and being like, I have something I want to say. And I'm like, guys, please, I need to move. I'm ADHDing. I'm literally looking at my phone because my ADHD stopped me from listening anymore at one point. I'm like, please, this could have just been a badass fight event or something. I started ordering food. That's how long it was. I just started ordering food on my phone. I'm like, hey guys, what should I order for your food? Like, I don't know, I'm hungry. My partner ate outside today, so I'm like, you know. I'm like, you know, what should I get, guys? That was literally like the entirety. Like after like the first maybe 20 minutes? Because I think that was like an hour long. I'm like 90% sure it was like an hour long like monologue session. I just kind of clocked out. I was like, dial-up noises. It was like Sentenced to Be a Hero. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I still had fun, but holy shit. 2, 3, 4, 5. It just really did not have to be that long in my brain. Season 2 has been announced. I mean, it was a popular manga. I kind of figured 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still not for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm depressed, uncle. I know, depressed uncle. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna take good care of you, buddy. 2, 3, 4, 5. That. Anime question? ¿Qué pasó? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, I did hear that Fire Force, the anime, is over. And I'm desperately on my knees hoping and praying that we get a Soul Eater manga remake. Or like remaster, whatever the fuck you want to call it. 2, 3, 4, 5. I am hoping and praying. 1, 2, 4, 5. 4, 5. Yeah. Ugh. Sorry, Floor. Sorry, Floor. That. Oh, good. There you go. Boop. Boop. Harper. Harper. My pickaxe is too good for the normal floor here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I keep singing his praises, but Marcus did such a good voice acting in this. Or like, you know, like his part, I really liked his a lot. He's so passionate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do that. Depressed might be big words, but I'll definitely be less enthusiastic for the next few days. And with the talk we had. No, that is fair. Aww, someone has. Aww, they're gonna go on vacation. They probably won't be on anymore. Aww, Kyle. 4, 5. Dude, I'm gonna miss this when it's over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone's been so nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, I'm gonna join the VSMP, like, 7 Days to Die thing, but I'm gonna be missing the server a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do really want to hang out with a lot of people. 1, 2, 4, 5. I'm gonna do my best to like extend an olive branch. ¿Cómo se dice? I'm gonna do my best. Because I want to hang out with some people still. Are you melting because your eyes are moving? No, I'm just dumb. I'm just stupid. Don't worry about it. It happens. I think everyone playing the server has nothing but good things to say about the server and the people in it. Yeah, it's been really nice. I think the one common, like, enemy we've had, and the reason I'm talking about it is because people have talked about it so openly in the fucking Add a Character chat. The one thing I feel like people have had, like, a gripe with is just whoever the fuck was stealing stuff for a while. Yeah, like, I still don't know who that was. We're probably never gonna know, but everyone's been so like everyone's been so like openly like fuck that guy, and I find it funny. Yeah, someone was going around like taking stuff from the chests at one point.
Agent_storm_ just
Hi,
raided
Agent
with 2
Storm. Thank you for the
views.
raid. Hello, raiders. My name is Slushieghost. I am your ghost overlord elfwitch VTuber thing, trying to expand my lovely ghost cult one ghost at a time. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. Hello. I am also currently your so popsicle. You're so slushical. Yeah. I am a slushical. Da 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 da. I can do something now. Lamau IR. It's just like a message. Bro, I already did it.
Oh, what did you do?
Oh, I was doing like these. Have you seen the World Summit stuff?
No.
Oh, okay. So there's like a World Summit thingy that helps you like level up your world tier and gives you like better loot once you defeat it. I was fighting one of like the portal thingies where you can get really cool loot, and that's what I needed you for.
I see.
Yeah, but you never replied, and I looked over and you were busy in a thing. I'm like, ah, never mind. I'm like, I'll let him do his thing.
It's okay. Yeah, we were busy with workplace trauma.
What?
Yeah, with Otto and Nalu.
Workplace trauma?
Yeah. Yeah. It's bad. If you want to talk, if you want to know about it, you can ask Otto. Otto would be more than willing to tell you there was. They're right there if you want to know.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, do you want to come to the Nether with me and mine more glowstone?
I wanna find Lyle and do stuff with the whole end of the world thing.
Go on. Run along, little man.
I will try to find them. I'm
Yes.
guessing they're gonna be in the Solan.
If you need more party members for whatever you're doing, hit me up though.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye.
I love seeing you crouch. Okay, run along, little guy. Run along.
So long.
I love how half the time we talk to each other, it's him in some conundrum because of Thea, or both of us out of character because he's like, oh, dude, I'm tired of talking in the voice. I'm gonna just drop it. I'm like, okay. I find it so funny. I do want to hang out more with that one, with fucking. I'm gonna mess up his name, and I feel so bad every time I mess up his name because I always forget if it's Salo. Is it Salo? Oh, I'm so sorry, my little man. No, I mean like how to pronounce it. I know what it is like typed out, but I always mess up like how to pronunciate it. How to pronounce it, not pronunciate it. Bleh. Streamer's good, been here a while. Been a while since the last time I rated you. Yeah, it's been nice. I've been playing a lot of Minecraft, honestly. A lot of fucking Minecraft because of this SMP. So it makes sense. But I'm glad Woowa went well. Is there like a new banner in Woowa? I don't really know all too much about Woowa. Yep. I'm currently just lighting up the town so people stop dying. It's been a very long task. I think you guys can probably tell, but I stopped kind of giving a shit about how, I stopped giving a shit really about how the lamps are like put everywhere. Cause I just kind of want to be done with this. Every time like mobs come out, they're like, Sumire, when are you finishing the lamp project? And I'm just here like, motherfuckers, when it's just one moth finding stuff. I'm like, when it's just one moth looking for everything on their own, it takes a while. I should sleep. Go to bed. Tomorrow I'll help you. I need to do some. Okay. Like I've been working on it because it's like a mission I was given by the Solen, and I'm like, oh my god, but there's so much shit to do. I'm like committed to my project, but and then Fu stopped handing me glowstone as often, and now it's just really me working on this entire town on my own. Oh. Die. Oh, hello, Nepo baby. Goodbye, Nepo baby. Oh, my dragon's fully grown. I haven't really had a chance to drive it around very much because of this. The lamps. You see how nice everything looks? You see how well lit everything is now? I did that. Oh, cries. I'm not fixing that. I can't be bothered. Praise be light pollution! Not really. Do not praise light pollution. Moth is life. Moth is lump. Moth is life. I'm gonna put this there. I have so much redstone now. Motherfuckers being like, we don't trust the Solen. The Solen. Here, Sumire, take more glowstone to light up everything else. I find that shit so funny. The Solen encouraged me like, oh, here's Sumire, here's some what's it called, glowstone. Oh, you want redstone for your project? Here you go, Sumire. And I'm just here like, thanks guys. Oh, I can just take my dragon. What am I doing? There's a train coming, right? No. Let's go, my baby! Let's go! To the skies! Whee! Where was I going again? I just wanted to fly. Oh, that's cute. I think the Solen hate was mostly because nice church being secretly evil, such a common trope. I guess. I suppose. Dude, I just want to fly my dragon everywhere. I'm gonna see if they have any more gems for me. I can yoink. Come along, Babby. But it's really funny because, like, you know, the entire time we're like, oh, yes. Hello, random people. We can help you with things. Solen fucking sucks. And I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, the ateliers seem like...
Seriously, Yo, what's up? I am unable to suck some gems into my ancient codex, and I do not know why.
Oh, let me very quickly empty my inventory. Alright.
I'd like these. There's so many gems of the royal family.
Let's see.
Okay, we're not talking about you and Noble. We all know you're a good man. At least I hope you're a good man.
See, I saw it too earlier. I do not know what it is. I believe it may be someone's power.
Betray me, I will stab you.
But yes, which gems are you trying to sell?
This ancient codex, and I want to put at least one gem of the samurai.
Let me see. When the world decides to catch up. I worry that it's...
These are not mine.
Okay, let's see.
These here are not mine. These are of the entire Solen.
It's because the gem of the samurai can only go on staves, not spellbooks. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. That's rough, buddy.
Then what can go on spellbook?
Like, I think luminous opal.
Oh, it's the
like that.
brawler's gem.
How is it that I've watched the Slush for a week and this is the first time I realized their cursor is themselves? Yeah. Yeah. It is me. You can get it on Discord. On our Discord server. In the announcement pin. You're okay. Again, I'm one of the... It is available to download for free. If you're on PC and you go into the About page, you're gonna see a very chibi pixel slushie. If you click it, boom, you get taken to the Google Drive where you can download it. How do you upload it? I don't know, look up a YouTube tutorial. In the nicest way possible, look up a YouTube tutorial. But yeah, no, it's okay. Listen. In this server alone, I had to do a global message in Discord like, hey, moth goes by they, them, or by moth. You know? Please, can we respect that? The person behind Moth doesn't like she, her all that much. It'd be really nice if you guys could try. Nothing. A few people did change up. Like, I know Tay did. And I know Inobo did as well. Like, every so often. No, you're okay. You're okay. It's fine. I know not everyone. Okay, number one, I wish we had the pronoun thing that popped up like at the name tag. I was really hoping that was gonna be a thing because I've seen that be a mod. But yeah, like I know all we had really was the character sheets to go off of. But you know, like it's okay. Worry not. It's okay. I give you pat pat. Pat pat pat. The Oracle. I am so sorry. I was there earlier and did not see you there. Just in case I was at the wrong shop. You are the one in the atelier, correct? Is she the one in the atelier? Is that her? That is her, right? I feel like it was. I was at wrong shop. I apologize. I'll be there in 8 minutes. Oopsie. I don't know how many oracles we had, honestly. I thought it was only the one. Where is it? Ship. Big ship in sky. It's so hard. Not having pronouns written somewhere. Yeah. Which is why I try not to take it too personal, and I was like, hey guys, just as a reminder, Moth goes by this, if we can do our best and try, maybe. And you know, like, a few people were like really understanding about it, like you and like Ote and a few others. And I know Fish also apologized about that as well, because she was also slipping up and calling me she. Where is, oh, there you go. So like I appreciate to the people like genuinely attempting. Like I can tell there's been like a bit more attempts. I keep going, oh, I am Moth, and people just look at me and they're like, yeah. And I'm like, god damn it. I'm like, I am Moth when they call me she, her, and I'm like, and they just look at me and they're like, and I'm like, ugh, Christ, the commune, apothecary, the oracle, the listener. No, she is the oracle, not the listener. No, like, genuinely, here's the thing about me, and, like, a thing about, like, most people who are, you know, like, of different pronouns. I think a lot of us just appreciate the attempt. Hello! I'm so sorry I went to the wrong shop.
No, it's okay. People mix me up, but honestly, I'm a way better fortune teller than that guy, so I'm not
Probably,
offended.
I'd say so. I mean, I haven't seen the other one open.
Well, it's good to finally see you. I should have specified where I was. I do apologize.
It's okay. It was just a little mix-up. Don't worry.
I hope you weren't waiting long.
Oh! At one point, a little bit. I was like, oh, she must be out. Okay, she'll be back any minute now. Oh. I'm like, I'll wait for her to send me a pigeon that she is here.
Oh, no. I actually saw,
Thank you,
like,
Dark.
3 other people while I was waiting for you, so, So
I mean, I'm
sorry
here
I did
now.
not send you a pigeon immediately.
No, that is okay.
Yeah, but, like I've said before, payment is just, you know, a personal story, and, if you'd like to know the future, I also do a free fortune telling. Is there anything that's troubling you? Anything you would like to know about your future? Any concerns you have about the people around you? I'll do my best to communicate with the spirits to see that for you.
I mean, I suppose right now the big one is just kind of, I don't know who I can trust.
You know, someone actually came in earlier and said the exact same thing to me.
I feel like today stirred that, like, a lot of emotions in people like that today.
I agree. Well, I'll tell you what I told them. You should never really trust anyone in positions of power. So just because they're Soline or Vesperine or Atelier does not necessarily make them, you know, our enemy, but rather the people in power amongst those factions are what we need to watch out for. And when you're talking to the people around you, the most important thing to keep in mind is their motives and what they want, because people can change if they are given a power. And I think, or at least I've heard, that there's been a god that's been granting wishes for being on their side. So if there's someone you know that has cloudy ambitions or unclear morals, I would be careful around them. Of course, you could still be friends with them, but don't tell them everything.
Just be
that
wary.
You know. Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
I don't bring any personal tales, but working at the jeweler's, I do have a bit of tea from there.
Of course, I'd love to hear anything you'd like to say while I sketch you.
Lovely. Okay, so, oh boy, there's a lot of drama that goes on over there. Have you heard about the Umas?
Yes, I do know Merry Manhood and Mush.
Yes, it is a whole mess over there.
What's been going on?
Lovely ladies, but apparently Mary is married to a woman who has been married to another woman for the past 50 years, and there was this whole conundrum about it. You know, a lot of gossip, a lot of tea. I've had Mary cry at my doorstep because she didn't know what to do before. Oh boy, it's so much. I walked in on them arguing countless times in front of their child P as well.
Oh, poor P.
I agree. Oh boy. But I believe, apparently, according to Mary, it has seemed to have been a misunderstanding. Because, you know, her wife has been separated, well, not separated, but didn't even know their other wife was alive in the past 50 years. And has had no communication or any contact with her since. So technically, when her and Mary got married, it was technically, you know, a valid reason to. But the whirlwind I've seen at the Uma Cafe of just screaming and fighting and countless pouting, oh my. It is intense.
If they're fighting that much, I don't know if they're meant to be
That's what I thought at first too, but it seems like they have worked it out.
Well, that's good.
Yes, thankfully. I don't think P would have lasted much longer.
Yeah, I did give a reading to P when I first came into town. And I talked to the spirits, and the spirits told me that P would become very, very powerful. And I told P that no matter what, they must use their power for good. And I'm afraid that a turbulent home environment is going to affect that outcome.
I mean, I feel like this prophecy came true. Have you seen P today?
Oh yes,
my.
I did see P.
P became so strong.
Yeah.
She is also what they call caked up.
Caked up.
Yes.
I'm not sure I know what that term means.
From what I was taught by fellow people around the town, it means she has a very plump booty.
I don't think I'm not sure if I looked there when I was looking at P, but I'll believe you.
She's gotten so much taller. She walked to my
very surprised.
Yeah, she walked to my present stand that I was holding for the ball, and I didn't recognize her at first until she greeted me.
Yeah, completely different. But you know what? I think she's on a righteous path. All I've heard from P, or all I've heard about P, were good things, and how good of an egg P is. So
She's a very good egg.
I don't think she will ever use her strength for evil, and let's hope it keeps that way.
I hope so. I would not want to fight that beefcake.
Me neither. Not a very good fighter at all whatsoever.
I'm a good fighter, but I feel like she'd just crush me under her.
I think that would be very frightening.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of P.
Yes.
A lovely fellow named Z came to my shop, I believe, a few days ago.
Oh, yes.
They were looking for an engagement ring for P.
Oh, I did not know that they were so close like that.
I wasn't either. I was quite surprised. I've only met the Z fellow a few times.
I've been talking to Z the past few days, and he seems like a lovely guy. He loves frogs. We all saw that at the ball.
Yes, I thought his attire was quite funny. But dapper on him. I felt like it suited him.
Yes. It suited him very much and no one else.
But yes, he came into my shop and asked me for an engagement ring and a box for P. But shortly after, he came back, returning the ring.
I wonder if...
He said
he said something.
He said he preferred to attend the ball with P as friends instead. And I comforted him, letting him know that friendship is a step of the way there, perhaps. And if it goes down that path, it will go down that path.
I'm sorry to ask if this is abrupt, but isn't P very young?
I am not sure. P looks small, but as I've seen with the other tiny people in this town, like Crunch, I believe, is over 50 years old.
Ah, I see. That may be the case.
I believe she's just small.
I think so too.
I'm not really sure her age though.
I'm not sure. I might be wrong, but I think, or I thought she was born a few days ago, but...
Oh.
But maybe plant time is different.
Maybe. Mayhaps. They do grow at the sun after all.
Yes.
And water. And I mean, look at P now. She's massive.
Yeah. Whatever they've been feeding her, it's working.
I hope they keep feeding her. We need a very strong warrior, I believe.
Do you think there's a fight ahead of us?
Unfortunately, I feel like it is kind of inevitable. We might, I feel like we have to put a stop at some point to Facade and that scientist.
Hoffman?
Yes.
Hoff. I've only heard about this guy in passing. I don't think I've ever actually talked to them before.
Me neither, but I remember I did hear he gave a mysterious meat to everyone, and it gave everyone really bad dreams about voices, about destruction, and something incoming. Those who rejected the voices proceeded to throw up violently the next day.
Oh, someone else also came in and told me about his meat. Lots of people are talking about his meat. But I did not eat it.
Yes, his meat is a very hot topic.
But I did see, or foresaw the end of the world.
I remember this. You told me this in passing.
I did.
But I do believe there's a fight incoming, and we must be ready, unfortunately.
I don't feel ready. I am not a fighter.
If you need any magic spells, I can very easily teach you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you drawing me.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I've always been a popsicle, Mayo.
I've been wanting to draw you for a while. I just see your wings from afar, and they do look very beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I was born with them, and I take very good care of them.
They do look very good.
I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, that's about it for now. I'll probably finish up once I close down my shop, but if you have any more questions or concerns, feel free to come by and chat with me or whatever you'd like.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to see the final product.
No problem.
I wish you a very good night.
Sorry.
And I'm sorry for the mix-up earlier. I should have figured it wasn't there.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I will be heading off now, as I was going to take on the big ship in the sky.
Alrighty. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, of course. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I was always a popsicle, Mayo. You're mayonnaise. I'm a popsicle. I don't want to fight with my wife. Maybe the power of love. Maybe the power of love will stop whatever is happening to Aura. Oh shit. I wanted to take the upstairs, like the elevator upstairs. I hate you. He. Yeah, I know. I know all about how much you hate me. I won't for now. You better not go to the voices, I swear to God. Oh, that'll last for too long. Hold on. Are you playing tomorrow? For what, lethal? Or what do you mean? Probably not. I have more of this I gotta do. I'm sorry. Like, I assume you mean just like the new update, not the sweaty one, right? You're not gonna be sorry, Big Papa. Who the fuck are you calling Big Papa? Bro, die. Die. 'Cause you're a pimp. Am I? This is the first I heard about being a fucking pimp. mean, I'll take it. I'll live with it, but it's a frog light. Put all that away. Oh, I need you. Yeah. Dying ghost nose. I will probably wrap up stream soon, by the way. What? I'm fine. Can I please? Thank you. Like I said, I'm probably not gonna stream for too long today. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Can you not? My choices right now are Dashi, Aura, or Cyril, old friend, and Laura myself. Ah. I see. I hope I don't have to fight you.
Angelina Kimolo just raided with
Hi,
26
Lena.
viewers.
Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. My name is Slushieghost. I am a ghost overlord, elf witch VTuber thing. Currently a popsicle. Trying to expand my lovely ghost code and ghost at a time. Welcome, welcome. How was stream? I hope you had fun. Okay, that is my shulker. Ooh, I thought I lost my shulker. Ew. But hi, I am the moth. She just drew. I've been going around just telling everyone, hee hee, I am moth. I am moth. I am moth. Well, welcome in. I'm currently taking on the big ship in the sky. Because it is the easiest way for me to get money. It's good to see you on the server. I didn't see you the first few days. But it's nice to see you, like, now. Like, I don't want to force interactions to happen just because I knew people. And I'm like, one day I'll have reason to talk to her. One day! And it finally happened. I've been on only after midnight. Ah, I see, I see. Ooh. Fancy weapon. Oh, that's been of arthropods. Da-da-da-da-da. The ball has been super helpful connecting. It has been! It's been a lot of worry. Today's like RP has mostly consisted of, I'm so worried about what's to come. And I'm like, guys, please. Guys, no. Panic. Like, I understand why. But it went from being so happy and joyous to, we're all going to die. I'm like, understandable. Understandable. Thank you. It's really, it was my summer model last year, but I'm using it as my April Fool's one because no one saw it this year. By the way, if you need to head out and don't need post stream care, please feel free to, but I'll do my best to take care of your viewers. It's been good for me though. Now people have to worry about their future. She's like, hee hee, business. Finally, some goddamn business. I remember seeing in the Discord you posted your little like art stuff, like, hey, we're desperate for people. Do you guys want art? And I fucking laughed because that was so funny to me. This here. That and that. You summon swords. I still have not been able to use summon swords. Business was very slow and people were content with it. Now that everyone's full of dread, you're like, finally! People want to know what the future holds. It helps that the other shop is not open. Otherwise, I imagine both doors would be massive line out the door. Lightning strike that I can't really use. Oh my god, you're right! And Noble would need to see the Oracle! No, you're right! It makes the most sense for you right now! Oh my god, it's all coming together. It's all fucking coming together now, guys. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Hello? Oh, there it is. Ah. Oh, it's okay. He's supposed to be in bed. He's supposed to be in bed right now. Oh, more phantom boots. Smite, you. Is supposed to be in bed, is also still talking to me. Oh, you. I can't say shit, I'm the same way. Hee hee. I have been the exact same way the entire SMP. Do that. Do that. Come along, my little blocks. It's 7:30 a.m. All the Europeans, I swear to God. Beep, 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 bye. Me only comes here for items. No, yeah, I agree. It's a sign that everyone's having fun in the server. But I feel like a lot of us are about to fall like tanks after this is over. Like, the sleep deprivation is gonna catch up and we're gonna all just go... I feel that! I'm gonna be so sad when this is over. I've gotten so used to just getting on every day. My life will have no meaning. They are not dying. Ooh, there is some lag. Oh my god, I still think best dressed today was Duber. Like, I don't know if you guys saw what I've been calling it, elongated Duber, but oh my god, he was so fucking dapper. He was so dapper. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for doing the art. It's gonna look really pretty. I'm so excited. You. Feather falling, ray of siphoning, common ink. Grab this. You. I'm level 9! Yay! Fucking finally! Oh, that's took so long to get to? I am filled with joy. This is a joyous day. Oh boy. I just realized, does Duber have a last name? But yeah, Duber looked so good. Holy. I love that he had a tiny Duber and a tall Duber. It sparked so much joy in me.
Apollo_Neos, welcome
Hi,
home.
Apollo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost School. Welcome home. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Hi, hello. Welcome to Popsicle Stream. Oh my god. I love what he was doing. I love the bit he was doing where he's like, when he's tall, he was speaking so refined, right? He was speaking so refined and so eloquently. But the moment he went back to Duber, he's like, hi, I'm Duber. Yee. Oh. Good night, Frosty. Sleep well. Thank you for modding. Thank you, thank you. I couldn't find frog lamps. God damn it. No! My frog lamps. I just need more frog lamp. Bro, that's all I fucking need. Do I shoot? You. Are. Yeah, his name is like Duber Staris. It's a family Cinderella power that he can only turn big. Wait, actually? Is that the lore he put behind it? Oh, that's cute. Dude, I fucking love Dougie. Dougie is so cool. I'm glad I met him during the Hightail SMP. He's such a fun dude to be around. Hi, Arcaden. Welcome in. I've sung his praises multiple times, but he is just a very fun man. It's going well. It's hanging pretty well. I'm looting. I am in the middle of looting. Because it's April Fool's. I've always been a popsicle. Smiley face. Yeah, you gotta get your eyes checked. I've always been a popsicle. Come on. Keep up. The real cosplay was being the Ghost Overlord Elf Witch VTuber thing. That one was the costume. I just took off my costume today. He became such a good friend of mine. I love him. He's so fun. I need to figure out when the fuck we're playing Raft again. We were playing Raft with our friends from the Hightail server, before the SMP started. And we need to finish that. Yes, ascend! Ascend, I said! Bitch. I said ascend. Ham. Oh, Dougie made it? I didn't know Dougie made your outfit. I thought that was someone else. I know Tora was really busy with a bunch of outfits. I didn't know Dougie was doing some. Doing. Yeah. Okay, bye. They gaslit me about this when I fell asleep to Ghosty and woke up to Popsicle. I was so tired that it took a solid 5 minutes to realize they were fucking with me. Hee 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 hee. I just did not sleep yesterday. Real allies. Oh. Dude, I love the Popsicle model so much. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put everything away and then we'll probably wrap up for the night. I'm not gonna stay on for like ever tonight. Normally I would. I'll probably get back on afterwards. But oh boy, the ghost has to get some rest. At some point. Especially when I slept for like maybe 3 hours. Kato is streaming! Oh. Sorry, a big thing I really like doing is rating I don't want to call him a smaller streamer than me because it's my friend, but I like rating into like, yeah, basically it's what it is. I like rating into smaller streamers than me a lot. When the raid happens, you don't have to stick with it, by the way. It's just typically who I send people off to. Whee! You're a variety streamer and a variety raider? Yeah. Okay, so normally I do focus on like smaller streamers, right? But because of the SMP and wanting to do and wanting to like support everyone else in the SMP, I've been rating a lot of like people in the SMP. And it tends to be people a lot like people who are okay in terms of like viewership, you know? You know, not that they don't deserve love or anything, but I do typically like rating my smaller streamer buddies, companions. So I'll probably rate into my friend if he's still on when I'm done here. But you guys are always more than welcome to delve off into whatever other stream you guys want to. God, I love my dragon. My dragon is so cute. Beep, beep, beep. No, get in the horn before the train passes. Get in the horn before the train passes. If the train comes. Thank you. Also, hi, Rumbling. Thank you for the yonk yonk. Tar did black tuxedo, Num did the wedding suit. Oh, sure. Bro's got an everyone. Bro's got in fashion from everybody. Where does it is to say I do find that a chat more to small streamers? There is logic behind it. It tends to be because smaller streamers tend to be able to respond to like everybody a lot more. I know this because I asked an entire Twitch chat. I have the cold hard facts, and a lot of them tend to say it's because, you know, they gotta actually talk to the streamer in smaller streams. And I'm like, that is very fair and valid. That is fair. I'm not sure. I can't even argue with you guys. Ow! I don't know why when you did that, it made my fucking nose twitch. Ha! My entire nose just went twitch, twitch. Oh. I never thought I would ask one person, and now I've asked 3. Hey, and Nobo's getting around. Not in that way, in the other way. I'm glad you wasted all your points on that. I hope it was fucking worth it. Oh, my poor nose twitched. I do like how every time we, like someone logs off, it's like a little lag spike. Yep. There we go. Dude, okay, so not related to SMP, but I felt a little weird all day today. I think I know the reason why, but like, I find it funny that like something sus happened, like, no, not sus, but like something serious happened in the SMP, right? And it's the same day I'm feeling really weird. I know what it is. I got new glasses and it's like a different prescription. So for my people who wear glasses, you might relate with this. But whenever I change to a new pair of glasses with a new prescription, my eyes feel a little weird. Because you're supposed to adjust to the glasses and everything, right? And it's a whole new prescription than what you were looking at for like the past forever or however long you had it, right? So I've been wearing my new glasses all day today, and oh my god, I'm like, oh, whenever I look anywhere, I feel so weird. It's clear, and I'm happy because I've been using the wrong prescription for like the past 2-3 years, and my glasses were all fucked up and scratched and like peeled and everything, but I just didn't have the money to get new ones until my Slushathon that happened this past month. So my eyes went from being heavily strained to see in those glasses to now being able to see just normally. And I'm so happy about it, number one. Number two, oh, my eyes are like, ooh. My eyes feel like so weird about it. They're like, you're telling us we can see now without straining our eyes? Oh boy. I need to get new ones. I'm not ready. I feel, and I know, dude. It's such a change. I went from not being able to see shit to finally being able to see clearly. I'm so happy. I am so happy right now. Put it there. 11k points, 11 bangs, 110 mois. Or I continue saving for the stream kill. I will say, unless you're a tier 3, saving up the points to get to the stream kill takes a very long time. I have 2 chatters who have officially hit the 3 chatters who have officially hit the stream kill point. One of them is someone who's basically been here since day 1. Well, 2 of them are basically people who have been here since day 1 and have been subbed. The other one is someone who's been here for like, how long has Azzy been here? Like 3 years? 2 years? Pretty sure 3. And the reason they hit it so fast is because they're a tier 3. They're one of my tier 3 subbies, so they get extra bonus channel points. And I'm like, god damn, guys. Oh god. I'm a hoarder. I'll get there. Oh boy. How convenient. I like you. I intend to. Aw, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh. I need more wood. We're gonna go get some wood really fast. My pink wood is over here. I'm trying to keep the chest consistent at least. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hippie ghost, sorry. I like you, therefore I will wait 3 or more years to save up the points to kill you. Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know you liked me that much. God damn. How convenient. I hate you. I intend to hang around for a very long time. Oh no! Oh no! I have to deal with it, Noble. Oh no! Oh no no! Slushieghost does not talk to French people. Look at me. You're ready. You're ready for when you gotta switch sides for your wife, dude. You're so fucking ready. Bro is fucking devious. Holy. I had to take off my shaders and my Minecraft looks so ugly. When I have shaders on and I pass by the casino or like the tavern, because the casino is down there and it's like, you know, a lot of redstone and a lot of things happening at once. Holy shit, I lag so much. Chat has watched me stutter my way into my building. It is so bad. No, you're okay. See, my auto mod is just very finicky. I love auto mod, but I also hate it because it censors fucking everything. Boom. Whee! I love being able to enter my home without lagging. There you go. Da 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 da. Ba da ba ba da ba da ba da. Remember when Automod hated me for like a day and blocking every other message? Oh my god, I fucking remember. That was so annoying. Herbie was going fucking insane. Cause he didn't understand why it was auto-modding you so much. And Herbie was just pulling his hair out. Herbie's like, why is it doing it? It's not even bad. I was laughing so hard. Hold on. Yeah, you're not annoying either of us. Trust me. I feel like, okay, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I feel like I'm one of the more chiller, like, trans content creators on the platform. I have heard from a lot of people that they've gone to other like creators like channels and gotten bonked for saying for not calling them the appropriate pronouns. But it was literally like their first time going to that channel and they didn't know that the creator was trans or anything. Like, I don't know, like, I'm not gonna care. Here's the thing about me. I am comfortable enough at this point in my own, like, sexuality, gender identity. I don't really care. I'm like, okay. Someone messes up my pronouns. I'm like, okay. Anyways. Half the time someone gets corrected in chat of my pronouns, it's cause chat corrects them, which I appreciate. Do not get me wrong. I genuinely appreciate it. And I wish more people, like, more creators got defended by their chat when it came to stuff like that. But, like, half the time it's them. It's them than me. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, what? Oh, okay. Anyways. Like, I'm not gonna get mad at you, trust me. I don't want permission to fuck up. That's fair. No, that's fair. I do appreciate the attempt is more what I'm saying, though. Does that one work here? Oh, that's, okay, I see. Do I have any dye? I want to dye these all different colors. I have so many spells. Like, okay, here's like, I'm not excusing like the pronoun thing at all, whatever, you know, but like I feel like what upsets me more what ends up upsetting me more when I stream is not people mispronouncing my pronouns. It's people bringing up random ass streamers when I'm not talking about them. Like, here's the thing. I don't mind talking about streamers here and there. Especially, like, right now for the SMP, where we're talking about, like, a bunch of different people. That's fine. That one's okay. Like, right now it's fine. Because we're talking about a bunch of people in a server. What I mean more is, like, when I'm fucking, like, drawing or, like, I am reading chat a book, and for some reason... For some fucking reason, someone goes, oh, did you know your friend is doing this over here and they're doing this and that? And did you know? Did you? And I'm like, bro, that has nothing to do with stream right now. Why are we, I love my friend, but why are we bringing this up when it has nothing to do with what is happening on stream? You know? That's when I, like, get pet peeved. And I'm like, Again, love my friends. Love my friends. Do I need to hear that they, do I really need to hear that they, like, ate food today? No, not really. Not really. Sorgy. I feel like that annoys me more than the pronoun thing, honestly. the way I described it to chat when we were having a problem, like when we were having a problem with it, the way I described it to my chat was like, imagine you're working really hard on like doing your best performance ever, or like, you know, you post something you're really proud of onto the internet, and then instead of anyone like actually commenting on like your hard work or like how your performing is going, they like go, oh yeah, did you know that this person did this and they're doing it better than you? That's why I give a shit for those. Like that's how I describe it in chat as to like how it feels sometimes. I'm like, okay, thanks guys. That's how I feel about it. Other streamers have different rules. Always check with the streamers. We should talk about a Noble more. Oh my god, we should. Bro was so dapper at his wedding. Bro fucking like read the most like heartwarming like not voice lines, vows for his wedding. Oh my god, we should talk about a Noble more. Oh my god, guys, let's talk about a Noble more. But yeah, that's when it tends to bother me. I don't really care about anything else. Yeah, exactly. If a streamer wants to share that, they'll hear about it somewhere else. I think we should talk about how amazing a Noble is chatting while he's... I know! Holy shit. He's so fucking talented. He's typing while he's asleep. Oh, wow. Goofy ass. But Slush, your friend Slushieghost has streamed 8.5 hours, and after a 12.5 hour stream yesterday, they need a rest. You should talk to them. No, I don't really care. Oh my god, I've had people... Okay. I've literally... Okay. Side rant to my current rant. I've literally had people from like Fish's stream come into my chat and be like, you should tell Lakshi to go to sleep. And I'm like, I'm not her parent. She is a fucking adult. Why the fuck would I tell her to go to bed? My brother in Christ, I have been up for 16 hours. Do you think I have a right to tell her to go to bed? No. I think people need to realize streamers are their own fucking people. I find it so funny. You should both go to bed? I mean, I'll go to bed whenever the fuck I please. I'll go to bed whenever the fuck I want. I am my own person. I don't live at home anymore. Lux hates it when her seafood... No, I know. I know. I've... In the most respectful way, I had to go to Fish the other day. I forgot... Oh no, it was during the Hightail SMP. Like, I had to get... Like, my chat has been very respectful in terms of that. Because I have literally scolded them. I've sat them the fuck down and been like, hey, don't fucking do that. We don't go to other people's channels and bring up something about me. We don't fucking do that. And my chat fucking learned. Not saying... not saying that, like, she doesn't do it. But, like, my chat was a little bit more receptive to it than, like, I think hers currently. And it's just some people are fucking dense and will not get it through their heads. No matter how much you tell them. I have to snap on my chat sometimes and be like, hey, I am an adult. I can take care of myself. Thank you. I appreciate the concern, but I can take care of myself. I believe it was for like the Hightail SMP we were in. I had, oh my god. Like, I think it was the final day. It was the final day or the day before the final day. Where, like, I had some of her chatters coming in being like, you should kill her! Oh my god, you should kill her! And I'm like, Hey, can you tell him to stop coming into my chat asking me if I can kill you, even though I just told them no? Like, I didn't mind the first time, but then I said no, and then they kept saying I should kill you anyways, and I don't plan on doing that. I'm kind of working on Archmage stuff. Because, you know, I was an important person for the roleplay. I was the leader of, like, my Red Mages group, and I had people just coming and being like, can you kill her? Can you kill her? And I had to DM her, I'm like, I'm so sorry to bother you about this, but, like, can you please let them know that they should not be doing that? I'm like, I'm planning on banning them already. I am this close to banning them. But, like, you know, PSA for them might be nice because they might just not know. Dude, she's like, what the fuck? And I think she gave them a PSA. I don't fucking know. But, ugh, it was so annoying. That type of situation does unfortunately happen a lot with, like, SMPs. Where, like, people start seeing that, oh, this creator and this creator are in this same SMP. I should tell them what the fuck to do. Yeah, no, it's irritating. Trust me. To the viewers watching, that is the fastest way to get on a streamer's nerves. Telling them what the fuck to do. Do not do it. You will upset them greatly. Better PSA, do not bother your friends about, you know, killing them. That. But that is the slushy rambles of the day. Oop. The whole go to bed thing is funny, haha. No, yeah, I agree. I will say, there are people who have literally messaged my mod, because my mod does a funny bit. My mod Herbie has done a funny bit, or does a funny bit, where he's like, oh, Slushy, I'm so disappointed in you for sleeping late. A little bit of it is true, most of it is not, right? But he'll be like, Slushy, I'm so disappointed in you for not sleeping on time. Because he's my friend. Because of that, though, every time I stay up late now, I get several messages in Twitch chat of people being like, I'm gonna tell your mod Herbie. And I'm like, bro, my mod Herbie isn't telling me, damn, you stayed up late again? That's crazy. Like, I understand having concern for a streamer, but sometimes people take it too far. I have genuinely had people, yeah, he's my mod, not my mom. Like, there's people who take it too seriously. I have had people literally message my mod Herbie like, oh, they didn't go to bed early. They're up at 5 a.m. streaming still. And I'm just like, bro. I'm like, did you really bother my moderator Herbie about me staying up late playing Minecraft? I'm like, okay. I don't know. I find it... I've genuinely had people bother my mod Herbie because I did not go to sleep on time, quote unquote. And I'm like, bruh. Y'all annoying. Like, I love you guys, but if you're bothering my mod over wah, Slushy did not go to bed until this time. I'm just fucking annoyed with you because it's happened before. It happened once and I was so fucking pissed off. Keep going. Like, do not message my fucking mod over Slushy, the grown adult has not gone to bed yet. I will fucking hate you. Ooh. Send me the contact of that mid and I'll tell him, hey, just so you know, Slushy went to bed at the right time. I should. I'm gonna send you Herbie. Herbie's gonna look at his DMs and be like, who the fuck is this? Who is this? Why? Also, I think we're almost done with the lamps here. Fucking finally. I think we're finally almost done. I just have to put some shroom lights, like, in this path. But, like, besides that, I think we're done. Oh my god. Oh my god, I think... Oh my god, I think we're done. I think besides, like maybe 2 more lamps that way, and, like, adding the shroom lights, I think we're done. Oh my god, I think we're done! Except for the shroom lights here and there. Okay, here, I could not put any here. If you see massive chunks of, like, missed patches of, glowstone, it's 'cause it leads somewhere else. Like this. There is no fixing that. But yeah, no, besides like the few patches here, the patch over there, I think we're done. Yeah, my bad, that's my assistant. Dude, I'm more pissed off about the casino. Because I know for a fact this here is one of, like, the hot spots for things spawning in. On this side, I haven't noticed it anymore. And I'm gonna add more shroom lights. But right here, it's like that one shroom light does not provide, not shroom light, the thing. It does not provide enough light for this little path. And so things spawn in. Grr, motherfucker, grr. But yeah, all we need left is frog light, and that's it. Okay, yeah, but Gamba, you couldn't have lowered it maybe like 2 blocks under? I was crashing out about it on stream earlier because I'm like, bruh, people knew I was making this fucking lamp operation and they still fucking put everything there. No, I like your winery, and I'm pretty sure the winery was there before, like, I started. But the casino, I know for a fact, came after I started. And I had let her know, I told Fu ahead of time, hey, I'm gonna use redstone lamps for the majority of this, because I'll be so for real. I don't really want to have time, like, I don't really have time to go get frog lights. I want to be able to do, like, roleplay stuff. And she's like, okay. comes over here. What the fuck is happening with my head? And then I dig like this. And that was there. And I was like, bruh. You guys are just gonna have a patch of, you're gonna have a patch of just nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not going through that. I did my best. I've worked my ass off for this. You guys are just gonna have a patch of a patch of blank. No, Fu specifically said no torches. She said no torches. Absolutely no torches, which I can respect. I don't really like torches either unless it's for exploring. But like, unless it's for exploring reasons, I don't really like torches either. I like making lamps. Why is my head hurting so much? What? What was that? I feel like I found something that I wasn't supposed to. Yeah, I'm gonna be blind to that. But I think I maybe sent something I was not supposed to. Maybe. Oh boy. But holy. What was that? Wait, what is that sound? There's actually a sound
KG
playing.
Gak 45 just
Hi,
raided with 4
Kagi.
viewers.
Hi, V. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. I am
These
Slushieghost.
tablets just raided with 8
Currently
viewers.
exploring some weird trippy shit. What is happening to me? Oh, it's just those. Wait, then what the fuck? Okay, anyways. But how was your stream? How was Elden Ring? You're the only one live at my ungodly hour. What time is it? Oh shit, it's 11. Oh, that's not that bad. 11's not that bad. I did worse. But I mean, hey, I'll take it. I am your ungodly hours hub. Hello. It's 3 for you? Oh god. I was actually planning on ending soon. I'm just finishing up like a few things here and there here. So I hope it's okay if I pass them off to my friend Kato in a bit. If Kato's live, is he live? I realize I maybe outstreamed him. Wouldn't be the first time. No, his Filipino ass is still playing Monster Hunter. Okay, lovely. He's crying about Doomed Yowie. He's playing Monster Hunter. I can still toss him in. Da, 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 da. But yeah, thank you for the raid. I hope I hope Elden Ring went really well. I need to finish that fucking game. Maybe I'll raid Kato. I don't know. Who else is online? Not the doomed UI. Hold on. Let me see. Fuck, Salza's still on. Ooh, blah, blah, blah. Fuck, I'll probably raid Kato. It's fine. Speaking of doomed, I think Aura and me is doomed Yuri now. Yeah, we'll call it that. Well, we'll call it doomed Yuri. Oh, that is true. You are Unkwife. Hold on, I'm trying. Is Salu? Near and far, between lives just like. Good night, V. You're so good, EP. If you need a rest up too, Kagi, thank you again. I actually have wife pan. I wouldn't put it past. I would not. Dude, I believe that. I believe that shit. Sorry, I'm trying to see if my friend is around or in the nether. So I can send him a quick message being like, can you bring me more fruglite? I'm gonna message him anyways. Message. Silenus Salu. Hey, bud. Thank you, Kagi. If you happen to be in nether later, can you please bring more fruglite? Transfer the wife in DMs. Oh my god, that's so cute. That is so fucking cute. Bro, I'm so eepy. Holy shit. I am eepies. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a gender bent version of Ennoble. But Serga's online. Oh, I wanted. Oh, there's too many people to want to raid now. Ah, bro. Oh, I love Smitten. I really wanted to hang out with Smitten more. They are my non-binary mutual I've known for a while but never talked to until recently, and they're so sweet. I was really hoping we were gonna be able to like talk more in the SMP, but you know they've just kind of been busy. They kind of just were busy with life and stuff. But they are so sweet. That's one of the people I want to ask to like do stuff with me after it's over. I have more! Yeah, we're gonna do this really fast. Is there a pickaxe? Do I have a random ass pickaxe that isn't gonna break everything really fast? Oh, guys, there's too many people. There's too many people to want to raid. I need to stop. Ugh. On Tubby. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's too many friends now. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Wow, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I should just stick to the one I was going to raid to begin with. But dies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bro, I can't. 3, 4, 5, 6. And Nobo, start streaming so I can raid into you. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, doomed yaoi monster hunter guy. Literally his title is doomed yaoi monster hunter. You can raid an offline channel to you. What? Anyways. Yeah, I know. Why is there cobble here? Who put cobble? Bro, what is this? What? Anyways. Oh, is this from the explosions people were doing randomly? Day 1? Oh boy. I assume it was a spell. A spell gone wrong or some shit. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Da, 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 da. Boop, 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 boop. Like that. No, I'm so dude, okay, so I have ships in this, right? I have multiple ships in this. Ennoble Aura is one of my favorite ones. Lyle and Lonnie is one of my second. Okay, well, originally it was supposed to be like Appa and Ote. But as far as I heard, that ship has crumbled. But like Lyle and Lonnie is like in my top 3. It's so cute. They're so cute. Lyle is such a good lad. Bruh. Top 3 now. Ennoble and Aura. I'd say Ote and Appa still. And then Lyle and Lonnie. Those are my favorite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6. If that's what you meant. 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, I don't know, you and Aura are so cute together in the SMP. Appa is good bean, which is why I wanted to beat up Ote. Is Fu Willow out of the category? I mean, you asked me for my top 3, so yeah, kinda. 4, 5, 6. I don't know. I haven't really interacted much with them when they're together. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I don't know. I'd say they're not really in my radar too much. I thought the wedding was cute. I just don't really know much about them. Besides, yes, I am leader. This is my second in command. Oh, we are dating. We are now wives and have a daughter who eats. We have a daughter who appears to eat fucking glue and a son who we hatched from a cow. Besides that, I don't really know too much about their characters. All I know is, like, in character, Sumire likes Fu, but they don't really trust Fu all that much. I don't know, like, they feel like Fu is hiding something in the background. And all they know about Willow is, yes, they'll literally do whatever the fuck Fu wants. Those are literally Sumire's thoughts on them. Before, when they were dating Thea, it was the included, it had the included bit of, oh yes, these are the mothers of the one I am currently courting. But now that they are not courting Thea, they're just kind of like, yeah, they're just gay. Meanwhile, I got to watch Lio and Alani's confession. I've thought Otay and Appa were cute from the beginning, IMO. They're so fucking cute. It's why I'm pissed at Otay. And then, you and, Aura, you literally came into my shop and told me all about it. And then I watched you guys, like, develop literally in my face. You guys both literally developed your relationship like in my face. Cause first I hear about it from you that like, you know, like I watch you both kiss in the tavern. Then like I hear you want a present, and then I hear you want an engagement ring, and then boom, you're married, and I'm like, oh. Thea X Sumire was such a weird fever dream. I had some people who thought it was really cute. Cause you know, okay, so some people thought it was cute in my chat, cause it was like, you know, the quiet one who's slowly getting brought out by like the loud, boisterous Nepo baby. So some people in my chat enjoyed like the personality difference and what it was doing for Sumire as a character. Because I feel like Sumire has gotten louder since dating Thea. Like before they were like a little bit more reserved, and then it was like, oh yes, look at the Nepo baby, a fucking Nepo baby. The Nepo baby's cutting in line. And all that shit. And they're like a lot louder now. And will voice their opinions a lot more. But no, yeah, that came out of nowhere. I'm not even gonna lie to you. As the person playing Sumire, I thought that the Thea Sumire thing came out of fucking nowhere. I literally woke up one morning, I logged on one random ass morning, got on the server, not even like 5 minutes after logging on, I see Fu, Willow, and Thea looking for me, and they're just like, would you like to go on a date with our daughter? And I'm just like, what? Me and Sumire were just like, huh? What? Huh? I feel like I didn't expect to do any romance in here. You're married now! Yeah! But no, I was not expecting any of the Thea Sumire stuff. Like, I rolled with it, because I feel like... Because, you know, when Thea started being like, why are you crouching? Stand up, queen! We are going on a date! I was like... Yeah, no, Sumire would say nothing about that, because Sumire was shy at that time. And would just be like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we're going on a date. Okay, boom, lamps. Lamp, 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 lamp. Oh yeah, Thea, oh my god. I think her name is Hyrie, like normally, right? Dude, she's so fucking funny as Thea. I have had moments of just, like, during the Thea Sumire arc, I was just randomly fucking laughing. Like, I'd break characters so much because I was laughing at some stupid shit she said. Hello, ma'am. Hello. I am here to report that every inch of this town is now covered in lamps.
Thank you, Sumire.
I have
Best
finally
moth.
finished it.
Best moth.
It took some time, but I'm finally done. Oh, I will say there's some dark spots. You have shit under there.
Yeah.
There's not much I can do about those dark spots by the thing.
Yeah, understandable.
But besides that, it is finished. Huzzah!
Thank you.
Yeah. Goodbye. I had to report it to someone. My job is finished. Mr. Luminous will be pleased. Maybe. Huzzah! It's shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, that was the most visceral reaction I had of that. Shut the fuck up. I fucking hate Fuego. I fucking okay, cause they've been doing this to me since before the SMP started. I would be randomly sitting in a call with like Hyrie, Ran, and Lux while working on my Sumire like skin. And all I'd fucking hear is Fuego! 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 So I've been hearing it a lot more than you have. My Mexican brain is like, bro, oh my god, at least say it right. Also, Choxy Voxy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost Co. Welcome home. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Fuck, you can't hear my explanation about why I hate Fuego. Oh.
Hello.
Hi. You back to writing? Oh! For me? Give me a jump if this is for me. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. I saw you across the street and wanted to say hello. Quack, quack. Yes, please, please do not spend money you do not have. Please, take care of yourself first. It is important. Oh, I have 4 now! Sorry, my stupid fucking popsicle face makes me laugh every time. My stupid ass. Oh my god, they're so dumb. I am so stupid. Oh. Wait, how many hearts do I have then? I don't know how many hearts I have. Object magic resistance, object spell power, and oh, ender spell power, 146. I'm sad. Why are you sad? What happened? 155. 36 hearts. No, because I think I might have extra. 7, 2, 4. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm dumb. Continue. 36 then. I will probably have more as well when I do the other thing. Welcome back, ad watchers. Thank you for sitting through the ads. Thank you. Back to my explanation about why I fucking hate Fuego. My Mexican ass has such an issue with hearing people fuck up like words in Spanish. Like if it's a genuine attempt at you saying the word fuego, you know, my brain is fine. I don't give a shit. You're doing your best. But hearing fuego fucking 24/7 when I was working on my Minecraft skin, fucking dude, I was so fucking tired of it. I was so tired of it. Oh, I wanted to kill them in the most respectful way possible. I wanted, but I was chilling in that car because I didn't want to be by myself. I was like, I don't want to be by myself. My friends were busy at the time. My other friends were busy as well at the time, so I was like, fuck, I either hang out here or I suffer and die alone. To all stats. Okay. Ooh. Well, I feel the same with everyone mispronouncing. Okay, I need you to know that's genuinely me doing my best. I am actually doing my fucking best when I say atelier. I believe is how I say it. I'm not completely sure. I'm still working on it. But for me, it's generally me being like, I've been practicing because I feel so bad. Because I'll be on my fucking meetings. I'll be on my, on my little meetings and stuff. And they'll talk to me and they'll be like, oh, so Sumire, how does it go with atelier? And I'm like, oh, I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm struggling. Give me 1 second. They all thought I was cute. I'm like, bro, I'm struggling. I had someone come up to me and be like, Sumire, you're so cute. And I'm like, bro, I'm genuinely struggling to say it. Or I can't pronounce it at all. You lucky, lucky man. Ooh, you lucky, lucky man. Your fursuit tore on the foot. Can you not sew it? Sorry, I don't really know much about like furry suits. Like, can you not like sew it back up or send it to like a seamstress or something? I imagine you can. My fire, no one desire believe when I say I want it that way. Dos mundos apart. But I'm glad you understand what I mean. Like, I'm not gonna like shit on their fun. I'm glad they're having fun and everything. But my brain's just like, oh my god, I'm tired of hearing it pronounced wrong. And because I think on their part it is on purpose because they just like saying it like that. And I'm just like, please. Please, se dice fuego, not fuego. And I'm going insane. See the way he said it. I wanted the... I will kill you where you stand up. I swear to God. You are my mod. When I get you. But yes, that is why it drives me insane. Tell me why. Oh, I already have better one. Luck. Wisely. That's not what I wanted. That's also not what I wanted. That's also not what I wanted. I realized Aura is she, but I think Fizz is they. Oh! How was the ball? How did the date go? I feel really bad if I bitch about it again. The ball was pretty fine. I thought it was pretty okay. No, okay, so it was really fun. Like, the actual ball part, in my opinion, was pretty fun. You know, like, for me, I just kind of suck at parties no matter what. So I was just kind of like looking. Me and Walla were just kind of like, so what now? And we just at one point just started like talking to people and like, yeah, we finally got into it, right? The wedding that happened before the ball, fucking adorable. Good job, Inobo. But then, like, we paused the ball and had like almost an hour-long lore drop. And like, you know I have crippling ADHD. I have crippling ADHD, man. I stopped paying attention. I genuinely just stopped paying attention because I couldn't focus anymore. They kept us there for so long. Like, I understand why they did the lore drop. I get it. But it just kind of took a very long amount of time that at a certain point, my brain, like, fully ADHD'd out. I just stopped fucking paying attention. And I feel bad partially because, like, you know, a lot of effort probably went into making the lore. But on the other part, I have crippling ADHD. Like, I keep telling chat, a highlight of that to me, a big highlight of that entire, like, lore drop to me was seeing a person in like our SMP called Marcus. Like, he had so much emotion when he was delivering like his lines for this. I loved him. He was my favorite part. He whipped my ADHD back to focusing, and I was thankful for that because holy shit, I was about to be so lost. I don't need that one. I need this one. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. But yeah, again, it was like an entire hour long of just hearing about all that. Is there a way to get my XP back? Do we have one of those? Yeah. Feather falling. I might want that for my shoes. Hold on. You should hear me talking to Fu about my wife. Aww. Oh, Leafwalker! I can take on the big dungeon on the tree now. Sorry, not to like, you know, interrupt what you were saying. I just realized I can now like walk. I'm assuming this means I can. Is that why I've been able to walk on leaves suddenly? Oh my god. This changes everything. Sorry. Again, ADHD. Crippling amounts of ADHD. I'm sad the ball wasn't what you wanted. Yeah, it was still pretty okay. It was still pretty alright. Like, I don't know. I don't like I feel bad for constantly talking about that, like that, but like people keep asking me and I don't like lying. I feel bad lying, so I'm just like, gives you my truth, nothing but the truth and nothing, and like my honest truth. You have the right to be happy. I wanted to take on that stupid dungeon, but that stupid dungeon has nothing but like leaves and stuff, and oh my god. Fortune, I already have that one. Efficiency. What is knowledge of the ages? I already have that. I don't know what knowledge of the ages is. Odd jumps in. I'd level up so fast. I like honesty. I'll never forgive you, lie to me. I know. Blast protection. I feel like blast protection might come in handy. I don't know why. I'm getting the feeling. Oh, you use from what I was told, like beginning of the SMP, I believe the Minecraft level and the D&D level kind of like coincide. Not completely, but they like slightly coincide or something. That's what I remember hearing. I might be wrong. I have 2 leaf walkers. I'm going to put it in here. I feel like they really don't. Oh, okay. You know, that actually makes sense. It explains a lot now. Push! You got any books, big man? Anyone put any books in here? The French is becoming French again. Oh no. This is a sign that you should have gone to bed, Noble. This is the sign. You should go to bed. Ah. I can't remember if I made you do the French accent or not. No. Oh, someone died. Oh, have I heard the French accent? I don't think so. I thought the whispering meant someone was dead. Oh, and it says I'm not when I try to leave. Ooh, I don't know how to help you there. Ooh. That explains who I'm hearing. No, they're just stuck in an instance. I know you can revive anyone at any faction now or something. From what I remember seeing, at least. I remembered seeing it, like, a while back, actually. Eddie. Okay. I went on a lot longer than I thought. I will be ending stream here, though. I went a lot longer than I thought I was. Because of course I did. I can probably chill on the Discord today, Triage. But, excuse me. I look so stupid as a popsicle. I look so dumb. I'm so stupid looking. Okay. You look beautiful? Really? You promise? You promise? I hope so. I'm popsicle. I love seeing them just spread apart. Just hold on. It makes me so happy. It's so stupid and I love it. Hold on, let me see if he's actually gonna keep going. You gonna keep streaming? For longer? ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。Okay, that's why I was asking Lamau. Okay, sorry. Doom Diaoui man is ending stream soon. Here, you guys should check him out anyways, though. Hold on, shout out. Hold on. Check out my friend Kato anyways. He's really cool. We're not gonna rate him, but check him out anyways. He's a good goober. He's a good goober. I love Kato. Kato's great. Check him out anyways, even though we're not gonna rate into him. We're not gonna toss in him because he's about to end stream anyways himself, but have the shout out. He can have a shout out. Oh, he says ERP streams have been fun to watch. Yay! Hey, I win. Okay. Fuck it, we're rating Salo. We're rating Salo. Wait, I rated Salo recently. We're rating Salsa. Salsa. Bro, there's so many people. Excuse me. Okay, I finally came to terms with one. We're gonna raid Salsa. We love the saucy man. Recently, meanwhile, ended up here every week. Hee hee. Slash raid. But thank you guys so much for coming on tonight. Remember, your overlord loves and appreciates you all very much. Thank you guys so much for existing. I love you all, and I will see you all tomorrow at 4 p.m. PST for more Minecraft. I'm basically going to be playing Minecraft every day this week again, because this is the last week of the SMP. It ends on Saturday. Saturday, we'll be starting decently early. I'm thinking 12 p.m. PST, because I don't know when the final event is happening, and I also don't know when the server closes. They have not told us yet. At least I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to everyone who's been lurking and this, like, who's had the stream on and lurked when they go to bed or like when they go do something. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the new followers. Thank you to all the raiders. I genuinely appreciate it. Okay, but remember to eat, sleep, drink some water, take a shower, stinky, and give yourself a head pat because you made it through the day and you deserve it. Pachi, pachi, pachi. I have no arms to do that. But I hope you have a lovely rest of your time zone. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hi, Indy. Bye, Indy. Bye-bye. Love you. Mwah. Wee.